Chapter 1268. Ever since it signed a contract with Yixian, the old tree had the same regenerative abilities as Yixian. The giant tree's protection barrier was actually formed by the old tree's tough branches. With such astonishing regenerative abilities, it would not be so easy to break through even if the Lu and Wu families worked together. Good, then I'm relieved. Yixian nodded. Although he had signed a contract with the old tree was different from Megatron. It was not a treasure. In short, the old tree could die. However, just as he finished speaking, the old tree said, "Young master, someone's coming." HM? Far away in Huey City, Yixian raised an eyebrow. Someone's coming. Who is it? Is it the Wu family or the Lu family? It's the Wu family's sect master Wu Junying. He says he's gathered 1,000,000 fortune pills and wants to make a deal. The old tree continued. Don't open the barrier yet. I'll go back immediately. Yixian immediately said. He had originally planned to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm before returning, but now it was probably too late. He had to go back immediately. He immediately broke through the void and returned to the Green Yang Sword sect, near the old tree. He immediately sensed for a moment and found that there were not that many experts. It seemed that the gathered assassins were still nearby, waiting for the Wu family's signal. Lu Qingshan felt that the Wu family was going to make a move this time, but he did not have time to send a message. However, there might be Lu family members in the cities around the Green Yang Sword sect. Perhaps the Lu family already knew about this. Senior, I've already prepared the items. They will arrive at the Green Yang Sword sect soon. Why don't we go and receive them together? Wu Junying, the Green Yang Sword sect master, said respectfully outside the giant tree's protection barrier. When he heard this, Yixian coldly snorted in his mind. Once they receive them, they probably won't be able to come back, right? He knew that the old tree had become the Wu family's first target, and then the Lu family. The old tree and Yixian could communicate telepathically. After receiving Yixian's instructions, he replied, "There's no need. This old man can still afford to wait. We'll talk about it when you arrive." Originally, the Wu family had wanted to lure the old tree out and kill him quickly. Then they would use other forces to deal with the Lu family. However, the old tree was not coming out now. This was a trap. Junying, what do we do now? Elder Wu Yong said. Third uncle, inform the others to attack immediately. Wu Junying bellowed. Although they didn't manage to invite a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert from Hell, they did manage to hire one from Flying Scorpion Village at a high price. If they really wanted to calculate, they would be much stronger than the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family probably didn't know what they were doing, so they could launch a sneak attack. As long as the Lu family was reduced in number, the success rate of the battle would increase again. All right. Wu Yong nodded and left quietly. This scene fell into Yixian's eyes. Immediately, he told Lu Yuanhang everything he knew. The Lu family and the Wu family had always been at odds with each other, so there were always people keeping an eye on Sect Master Wu Junying's movements. When Wu Junying approached the giant tree protection barrier, someone had already reported to Lu Yuanhang and Lu Gaoyang. They immediately gathered around. Father, my informant in the Wu family just sent news that the Wu family has issued a major mission in Hell. It seems that they're going to attack us today. Lu Yuanhang said. What? A major mission in Hell? How many people? Lu Gaoyang asked in shock. The mission is to find 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts and give them 200,000 fulfillment pills each. Lu Yuanhang reported. 200,000 fulfillment pills. When he heard this, Lu Gaoyang shuddered and his expression changed drastically. It seems that the Wu family really wants to destroy our Lu family this time. Quick, inform everyone. Yes. Immediately, someone quickly left to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. Then 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the news spread throughout the Lu family. If the Wu family wanted to attack the Lu family, then everyone would have to evacuate from the Green Yang Sword sect. The Lu family didn't expect the Wu family to attack them. This time they were in trouble. Soon Lu Tiangong found out about this matter and quickly rushed over. Sect Master, you've gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills? Of course. Although I don't have enough fulfillment pills, I used other treasures to make up for it. Wu Junying nodded. Lu Tiangong naturally didn't believe this answer. At this moment he was very nervous. The Wu family and the Lu family had been fighting for 100 years, but the Green Yang sword sect was jointly established by the ancestors of the two families. It shouldn't be to the point of killing. However, he underestimated Wu Junying's methods. If Lu Yuanhong's information was correct, Wu Junying had probably already gone to inform the assassins. However, it was obviously impossible for the entire Lu family to evacuate from the Green Yang sword sect now. After all, the Lu family still had manifestation realm martial artists who couldn't keep up with the speed. Therefore, the Lu family could only ally with one person. No, it wasn't a person but a tree. "Senior old tree, can I see you now?" Lu Tiangong asked hurriedly. "See what? If the item isn't here, I won't see you." The old tree's voice came from the giant tree protection barrier. The Lu family's only choice now was to cooperate with the old tree. However, the old tree didn't want to see him now. What should they do? "Old tree, actually, I've already gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills. I want to make the deal now." Lu Tiangong had no choice but to say so. As soon as he said that, the expression of the Green Yang sword sect master, Wu Junying, changed. "Impossible, you can't have gathered it. Since you have it, then come in. If you don't, then you're just making fun of me." "I, old tree, don't have such a good temper." The old tree snorted coldly. "Yes." Lu Tiangong nodded slightly. Immediately after, the giant tree protection barrier broke open a hole on Lu Tiangong's side. When Lu Tiangong saw it, he hurriedly rushed in. Seeing Lu Tiangong enter, Wu Junying's expression changed drastically. She thought to herself, impossible. The Lu family couldn't have gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills in such a short time. He must be spouting nonsense. Looks like he's already seen through my plan. However, since he already knows, why hasn't the Lu family made a move yet? They're still like a sheet of loose sand now? His mission was listed at the top of the list by the underworld, so it was easy to see. At the same time, he didn't see any big missions other than the one he issued, so the Lu family probably didn't have a backup plan. Since they knew, why didn't they make arrangements secretly and then find helpers? They didn't even send the Lu family disciples away in advance. Therefore, Wu Junying was very surprised. Chapter 1269. However, so what if the deal was a success? Wouldn't the Wu family own the supreme grade fountain of youth in the end? At this time, Lu Tiangong had already entered the giant tree protection barrier and saw the old tree. "What do you want?" The old tree couldn't help but ask. Lu Tiangong trembled when he heard this. Shouldn't the old tree be making a direct deal? Why did he ask about it? Could it be that he also felt that the atmosphere was a little off? "Senior, the Wu family has sent experts from the underworld to kill you." Followed by the Lu family. Lu Tiangong went straight to the point. "Oh, I know." The old tree nodded slightly. This answer shocked Lu Tiangong again. The old tree had stayed here for 3 days and hadn't moved at all. How did he know? Could it be that he had clairvoyant ears? "Senior, you're alone. Why don't you work with us? As long as we destroy the Wu family, the Lu family is willing to take out 1,000,000 fortune pills as compensation." Lu Tiangong said. 1,000,000 fortune pills were just compensation, not money for the supreme grade fountain of youth. 1,000,000 fortune pills to hire a 5th stage fulfillment realm expert was already too much. However, Lu Tiangong felt that the old tree wasn't an ordinary person. Since he knew that the Wu family was going to attack him, yet he still stayed here, he obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. "Don't talk nonsense. How much do you have now? Give it to me." The old tree stretched out his hand. "Now." Lu Tiangong raised an eyebrow, but when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, he immediately took off his own universe ring and threw it over. There weren't many things in this universe ring because Lu Tiangong had used it to nurture the Lu family disciples. Even so, this universe ring was worth 100,000 fortune pills. These are the down payment. When the underworld assassins come in later, I'll catch them off guard. The old tree looked calm and composed, which made Lu Tiangong sigh in relief. It seemed that this old tree did have some tricks up his sleeve. "Thank you, senior." Lu Tiangong hurriedly thanked him. He hadn't revealed much of his strength. At least Wu Junying and the others didn't know his true strength. With the Eye of Myriad Forms, he could block 2 Wu family experts at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm all by himself. If the Wu family only had 1 helper at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, then they might not necessarily lose this battle because the Lu family also had a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. Since the Wu family wanted to destroy the Lu family didn't need to worry about anything else. In one word, fight. After the discussion, Lu Tiangong prepared to leave the giant tree protection barrier. However, right at this moment, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my Qingyang sword sect? A loud shout entered everyone's ears. In the sky far away from the Green Sun Sword sect, a group of experts came, causing the elders of the Green Sun Sword sect to shout. There were more than 100 people in this group, and the leaders were 3 4th-level fulfillment realm experts. Due to the lack of time, no one at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm passed by. Therefore, the strongest one was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Seeing this, the other 5th-level fulfillment realm expert of the Lu family let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lu family might not be wiped out in this battle. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the lead said loudly, "Sect Master Wu, you are truly heartless. You actually want to carry out a sect cleansing?" Hearing this, the Green Sun Sword sect disciples present were shocked. This group of assassins was actually invited by Sect Master Wu? Shut up. I didn't invite you here to spout nonsense. Wu Junying shouted angrily. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed the words of the middle-aged assassin just now. These people were really invited by Wu Junying. Sect Master, why did you invite these assassins? A Lu family elder couldn't help but ask. In truth, he already knew, but he still wanted to ask clearly, and let the surrounding disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect know that the sect master was a treacherous person. Since she had already admitted it, Wu Junying didn't plan to hide it anymore. She said loudly, "Lu Tiangong, I will give you a chance now. If you leave the Green Sun Sword sect now, I can spare your lives." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock. As expected, the Wu family invited assassins this time to destroy the Lu family. Not to mention the disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect, even outsiders knew about the 2 major factions in the sect. Now that Wu Junying had invited so many experts, it was obvious that she wanted to drive the Lu family away. When the Lu family heard this, their faces turned ashen and very ugly. The Lu family had worked hard in the Green Sun Sword sect, even if they didn't contribute. Besides, once the Lu family left, the Green Sun Sword sect would only have 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts left. Wu Junying, you want to drive my Lu family away just because of this supreme-grade immortal spring water? Lu Tiangong walked out of the giant wood protection barrier and glared at Wu Junying. This is not my idea alone, but the idea of my Wu family's 2 ancestors. Saying this, Wu Junying also turned around. At this time, 2 figures walked out of the Wu family camp. These 2 were the Wu family's 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts. One of them was called Wu Qianshan, and the other was called Wu Qianshui. The older brother, Wu Qianshan, was already 185 years old. In a few years he would probably die. The younger brother, Wu Qianshui, was only 170 years old. He could live for many more years. This time, the Wu family wanted to buy the supreme-grade immortal spring water for Wu Qianshan. This way, the immortal spring water might be able to cure some of Wu Qianshan's hidden injuries and let him live for another 10 years. If he made a breakthrough in 10 years, he could live for a few more years. Driving the Lu family away was the decision made by the Wu family as a whole. If the Lu family didn't agree, then they had no choice but to destroy them. Lu Tiangong, we originally wanted to directly attack, but the ancestors of our 2 families have a very deep relationship after all. And your Lu family has also contributed to my Azure Yang sword sect, so you should leave. Wu Qianshan replied with an old voice. This voice was even more aged than the old tree. He sounded like he was on his last breath. Wu Qianshan, are you really going to be so heartless? A Lu family elder walked out. He was the 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert in the Lu family other than Lu Tiangong. His name was Lu Heng. He was 1 generation older than Lu Tiangong. Lu Heng, we once fought side by side. Let's go. Wu Qianshan sighed. The reason why the Wu family didn't attack immediately was mainly because he had some friendship with Lu Heng. Wu Qianshan, you want my Wu family to leave? Impossible. If you want to attack, then come. Lu Heng snorted coldly. Big brother, since the Lu family doesn't cherish the opportunity, then let's fight. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui, yelled. Lu Heng, You really don't want to leave? Wu Qianshan couldn't help but ask again. You want us to leave? Impossible. Chapter 1270. That's right, we're not leaving. The Green Yang Sword Sect was established by our two ancestors. Why should we, the Lu family, leave? If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid. The disciples of the Lu family shouted one after another. Shut up. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. Wu family, do you really think you can defeat us today? Hearing this, Wu Junying couldn't help but say, Lu Tiangong, do you think you can fight us if you team up with Old Tree? Do you think you can destroy the Lu family with these assassins? Lu Tiangong snorted. He thought the Wu family would find 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts to help, but now there were only 3 4th level Fulfillment Realm experts. The rest were nothing to be afraid of. The Lu family also had Old Tree at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. On the whole, the Lu family's strength should be slightly superior. But did the Wu family only invite Underworld Palace's assassins? Ha ha ha, Lu Tiangong, do you think I only prepared? At this time, Wu Junying suddenly laughed. What? Hearing this, the Lu family people were shocked. Wu Junying had invited other people? Immediately, they thought of a force. There was only one force in this area that could invite experts in 2 days. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. While they were still in shock, another figure shot out from behind the Wu family's camp. This person was tall and sturdy and had no hair. There was a black scorpion tattoo on the top of his head, and the big hammer in his hand was stained with dried blood. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief? Flying Scorpion? Lu Tiangong immediately recognized this bald man. Yes, this bald man was Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion. He was a 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert. When this person appeared, the Lu family people's expressions turned ugly. Originally, they had 3 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts, but now the Wu family also had 3 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts. No, it was more than 3. Me too. As soon as the voice fell, another figure attacked. This was a middle-aged man in blue clothes. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's second chief? Poison Scorpion? Lu Tiangong's face twitched. The Wu family, how much did they spend to invite 2 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts? However, the appearance of the venomous scorpion frightened the Wu family. I only invited Flying Scorpion. Why is venomous scorpion here? Wu Junying was puzzled. Sect Master Wu, you spent 400,000 fortune pills to invite my big brother. I don't need that much. 300,000 fortune pills is enough. Scorpion laughed loudly. I only need one. Wu Junying gritted his teeth and said. He could faintly sense the other party's intentions. 200,000 fulfillment pills was enough to hire a 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert. In order to deal with the Lu family, he had doubled the number of flying scorpions to help. But now, Poison Scorpion had actually tagged along as well. However, he wasn't giving it away for free. Instead, he was asking for 300,000 fortune pills. 400,000 plus 300,000, that was 700,000. In addition to those assassins, he had spent nearly 1,000,000 Rui pills. This was not a small number. Sect Master Wu, you don't understand the current situation. If I didn't come, your Wu clan would only have 3 5th stage Fulfillment Realm experts, and the Lu clan would only have 3 5th stage Fulfillment Realm experts. If I were to come, then your Wu clan would have 4 members. Annihilating the Lu clan would be even more dependable. Scorpion sneered. There's no need. Wu Junying snorted coldly. He knew that Scorpion was here to take advantage of the situation and make a lot of money. After all, such a big order was not something that could be casually accepted. If that's the case, then forget it. After Scorpion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, Big brother, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Why don't we have a match today? When Flying Scorpion heard this, he chuckled and said, Sure. This sentence caused the hearts of the Wu clan members to tremble. What did Scorpion mean? Sparring. Could it be that Scorpion was going to side with the Lu clan? Lu clan, Scorpion will be here today. I'll give you a discount. 250,000 fulfillment pills. Do you want them? Scorpion suddenly shouted at Lu Tiangong. As expected. When those words fell into the ears of the people present, they all had the same guess in their hearts. Now, it seemed that Scorpion really did have such intentions. The Wu clan had spent 400,000 fulfillment pills to hire Flying Scorpion. If the Lu clan hired Scorpion, then wouldn't the Wu clan have wasted 400,000 fulfillment pills? At this moment, it was the Wu clan members' turn to have ugly expressions. Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui glared at the two fort leaders of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. It seemed that they were going to be cruelly robbed today. This was not the main point. The main point was that if they chased the Lu clan out of the Green Sun Sword sect, then their strength would be the same as that of the Flying Scorpion stronghold, with only 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. No matter what, the Flying Scorpion stronghold would be the biggest beneficiary today. After hearing Scorpion's words, Lu Tiangong's eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Wu Junying beat him to it and said, "All right, 300,000 fulfillment pills. I accept." Haha, sect leader Wu, you're so straightforward. My big brother and I will listen to your orders today. Scorpion laughed and said, "However, us brothers have the same rules. We'll pay half of the deposit first." Flying Scorpion had paid 400,000 fulfillment pills, while Scorpion had paid 300,000 fulfillment pills. The two added up to 700,000 fulfillment pills, so half would be 350,000. Before this, Flying Scorpion had already received the deposit, but Scorpion had not. Damn it, you two blood-sucking scumbags. After today, I'll make you spit out all of them. Wu Junying's expression was dark. She took out a big bag from her universe ring and threw it to Scorpion, saying, "Only 150,000. All right, 150,000 first. After this is done, I'll give you 200,000. Scorpion put away the bag happily. Now the Wu clan had 4 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, while the Lu clan only had 3. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng cursed in their hearts. Originally, the Lu clan still had a chance to turn things around. However, with the addition of Scorpion, the Lu clan was in even more danger now. Lu Heng, I'll give you one more chance. If the Lu clan leaves just like this, we won't do anything. Wu Qianshan emphasized once more. Hearing this, Lu Heng turned to look at the Lu clan disciples behind him and said resolutely, "You want us to leave? Impossible. Today, only one of our clans can survive." "Sigh, if that's the case, then so be it." Wu Qianshan sighed and said, "The battle between our clans will only be limited to the fulfillment realm. Those in the Nether Passage realm should not join. If my Wu clan loses, I hope that your Lu clan can let the others go. If your Lu clan loses, we will let them go as well." "All right," Lu Heng replied immediately. Chapter 1271. In terms of strength, the Lu family currently had 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm cultivators, 1 old tree, and over 300 fulfillment realm cultivators. The Wu family's strength was about the same, but they still had 100 assassins and 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Before the battle even started, the members of the Lu family already knew their fate. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he mixed in with the crowd of disciples. The two families were not on good terms, but they fought to the point of life and death. This was a world where the strong were respected. For the sake of profit, anything was possible. However, he did not plan to stand by and watch. He was prepared to make a big scene. Old Tree had already obtained many benefits. As long as he gave them to him, he could break through to the 3rd stage of the fulfillment realm. At that time, there would not be many people present who could stop him. He might be the one who benefited the most today, and not the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Lu Yuanhang is now my man. Although Lu Tiangong has a grudge against me, I will stand with the Lu family today. After all, Lu Tiangong will be killed by me. Yi Xian thought in his heart. When Mo Shui died at his hands, Nalan Bing was furious. This was everyone's temper. If they had a grudge against them, they would want to kill them with their own hands to vent their anger. If they died at the hands of others, this anger would continue to accumulate, which was not good for their state of mind. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He would help the Lu family win this battle, then settle the score with Lu Tiangong, and ask about the mysterious underworld duo demons. At this time, the atmosphere was very tense. The disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect had all retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected. No one would have thought that such a big battle would occur in the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, it was between their own people and the experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. However, in their hearts they all thought that the Lu family would lose. Seeing that no one had made a move yet, Yixian quickly moved closer to the old tree. When the battle began, he would immediately break through to the third stage of the fulfillment realm and kill everyone. All Wu family members, listen to my order. Kill. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Junying shouted out loud. Immediately, all of the Wu family members rushed towards the Lu family. At the same time, the group of assassins also acted according to the situation. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion. You two stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. When the battle began, the Wu family ancestor Wu Qianshan shouted loudly and rushed in another direction. This direction was the old tree's giant wood protection enchantment. Wu Qianshan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After this battle, he would lose some of his lifespan, so he had to obtain the immortal spring water. Azure Sunbreak. Wu Qianshan, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, immediately channeled his lifeblood true energy and attacked the giant wood barrier. Boom! The sword light pierced through the air and landed on the giant tree protection barrier, breaking many of the tough branches. However, after these branches were broken, they quickly recovered. What a strong recovery ability! Wu Qianshan's face sank. At this moment, another figure flashed over. Big brother, let me help you. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui, came to help. The Lu family only had 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, so the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were enough to stop them. Therefore, Wu Qianshan wanted to kill the old tree first. After that, the situation would be more or less stabilized. In their hearts, the old tree's combat strength was probably not as good as Lu Heng's, so they wanted to kill him first. However, they were wrong. Ha ha ha, my giant tree protection enchantment is not something that just anyone can break. The old tree's loud laughter came from the giant tree nest. At the same time, Yixian had also arrived. Then the old tree hastily broke open a hole and let Yixian in. Little young master, this is for you. Go on a killing spree. The old tree tossed all the things he obtained from Lu Tiangong to Yixian. Alright, old tree, be careful. Yixian nodded and directly swallowed the items that were worth 100,000 fulfillment pills. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. The system notification caused Yixian's strength to undergo a tremendous change. He was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, don't forget that he still had the slaughter feast and other trump cards. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Kill 100 Wu family fulfillment realm experts by yourself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Reward for completing the quest. All targets will experience a breakthrough once. Another system notification sounded, and Yixian was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a random quest like this. However, the reward was too tempting. All targets could experience a breakthrough once. This meant that the old tree could break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm after the quest was completed. I must kill 100 Wu family experts by myself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Yixian quickly thought in his mind. The Wu family was mentioned in the quest, which meant that it didn't include assassins. Therefore, he had to focus on the Wu family. As long as he killed 100 Wu family members by himself, the battle was more or less over. No matter how many Lu family members died, he probably wouldn't lose more than 100. Wei Zhentian, don't use Bladestorm this time. Yixian said in his mind. Wei Zhentian's Bladestorm was an ultimate move. This quest looked a little troublesome, but it was actually very simple. Don't forget, there was still Luoluo. Yixian immediately left the giant tree protection barrier. Now it was time for him to show off his skills. Come, Dark Night Sky. Yixian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the sky started to darken. Dark Night Sky was the reward of the random quest in the Wood Spirit primitive world, where he destroyed the Great Bacterial Empire. It could turn the sky into night, and it had a cooldown of 1 day. This way, Yixian would have the passive effect of the assassination state. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark? Everyone, be careful. Everyone around was shocked. Why did the sky suddenly become covered with dark clouds? Moreover, it was incomparably dark without a trace of light. Fortunately, the ones fighting were all fulfillment realm experts with spiritual senses, so they could still fight. Feast of Slaughter. Yi Xian hid in the darkness, and the passive effect of the assassination state took effect. His combat strength and speed were both significantly improved. Kill. After he roared in his mind, he also charged out. At the same time, Luoluo also appeared and used the Eye of Enchantment. The appearance of this large pink eyeball under the night sky attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1272. Kill. Luoluo gave the order directly. Immediately, ambushes appeared within the Wu family. Whoosh! 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 Rays of sword energy pierced through the air. The controlled Wu family experts began to attack their own people. Under the circumstances of the ambush, the 50 people killed more than 20 people in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, began to kill. His targets were the Wu family experts at the first, second, and third level of the fulfillment realm. As expected, although the mission is a solo kill, Luoluo is my slave. If her controlled targets kill the Wu family members, it will be on my head. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seems that this random mission is very simple. In the blink of an eye, 50 people were killed. The Lu family, Wu family, and Assassin's first charge only killed a dozen or so people. What's going on? Wu Junying, the sect master of Green Sun Sword Sect, and the others did not understand the situation. Why would those people from the Wu family suddenly attack their own people? Could it be that they were bought by the Lu family beforehand? No, it's that pink eyeball. It's controlling them. Wu Qianshan and the others immediately reacted. Unfortunately, Luoluo had already attacked. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Rainbow Demon Fire, 1000-layer Explosion. Luoluo used her signature move and bombarded the Wu family team. Bang! 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 In the air, a series of huge waves were set off, and the rumbling sounds were unceasing. Although Luoluo was only at the first level of the fulfillment realm, she was strong enough to challenge those above her level. Moreover, she was very good at group attacks. In just one round of bombardment, more than a dozen fulfillment realm martial practitioners had fallen, and one of them was a Wu family expert at the third level of the fulfillment realm. 30, 40, 50. The kill count in Yi Xian's mind kept increasing. After breaking through to the third level of the fulfillment realm, he could almost instantly kill third-level fulfillment realm experts. He did not even need to use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon sword formation. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, madly killed the Wu family experts. Second brother. Seeing this, Wu Qianshan immediately shouted and rushed out at the same time. The Eye of Charm in Luoluo had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. At the same time, he also discovered that a person suspected to be an assassin was slaughtering the experts of the Wu family. Yes, big brother. Wu Qianshui nodded and immediately flew towards Luoluo. Originally, the two ancestors of the Wu family had been aiming for the old tree, but now they had no choice but to leave. Haha, after fighting for so long, you want to leave now? The old tree inside the giant tree protection barrier suddenly laughed loudly. Then, the giant tree protection barrier quickly grew, directly blocking Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. Divinewood Prison. Stay here obediently. The old tree's voice fell into Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's ears. At this time, they discovered that they were trapped in a prison of branches. Breakthrough. Wu Qianshan shouted and joined hands with Wu Qianshui to attack one point. The defense of the Divinewood Prison was slightly weaker than the giant tree protection barrier. But the old tree didn't plan to trap them for too long. 3 seconds was enough. 3 seconds might seem like a short time, but the people fighting right now were all fulfillment realm experts. To them, 3 seconds felt like an eternity. If Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were trapped for 3 seconds, the outcome of this battle would be decided. At this time in the distant sky. This is bad. The two ancestors of the Wu family are trapped. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion's expressions changed. Their mission was to stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. But now, things were not as easy as they and the Wu family had imagined. The Wu family had a few more difficult missions, so it was hard to say who would win this battle. Luoluo, Yi Xian, and the old tree. These 3 people made a move, and in the blink of an eye, the Lu family, who was at a disadvantage, crushed the Wu family with overwhelming momentum. The situation suddenly became frightening. Big brother, what should we do? When Poison Scorpion saw this scene, he quickly moved to Flying Scorpion's side and asked, "It doesn't look good." Flying Scorpion shook his head and said, "I didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding so many experts. No wonder they are so calm." "Then Poison Scorpion frowned. "Watch a little longer. If the situation is not good, we will leave immediately." Flying Scorpion shouted and charged toward Lu Tiangong again. Yi Xian and Luo Luo's appearance disrupted the Wu family's formation. Even the Lu family did not know where Yi Xian and Luo Luo came from. Could it be that they were acting bravely? What a joke. Wait, that little girl. At this time, Lu Tiangong's eyes flashed as if he thought of something. Before he escorted the Xianming duo to the next location, the Xianming duo gave him a portrait. The person in the portrait was a girl of the fox race, Luo Luo. He did not expect to meet her here. The two seniors said that this girl of the fox race was with the young man who left that day. Could that young man be here too? Lu Tiangong suddenly thought of Yi Xian, who broke through the void and left that day. However, he did not have time to think because Flying Scorpion was already charging toward him. Right now, he had to settle the battle between the two families first. "Flying Scorpion, how dare you interfere? I will make sure you don't return," Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, his left eye patch turned into nothingness. The Eye of Myriad Forms. Ordinary people needed to move to use the power of myriad forms, but Lu Tiangong, who had the Eye of Myriad Forms, could use it from a distance. Flying Scorpion immediately felt an additional power of myriad forms in his body. Is this the power of the Eye of Myriad Forms? But it can't do anything to me. Flying Scorpion snorted coldly in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that Lu Tiangong only had one eye of myriad forms. If there were two, it would be troublesome. As for Lu Tiangong's other eye of myriad forms, no one knew where it was. In an instant, the two of them continued to fight. At the same time, the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family had reached its climax. Ding! The host has achieved the first requirement of the random mission. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The first requirement of the random mission was to kill 100 of the Wu family's experts. He achieved it so quickly. Yi Xian did not expect it. After all, the battle had only started for 3 seconds. The Wu family originally had more than 300 people. Now that 100 of them were dead, there were only 200 left. Fortunately, they had the help of the assassins from the underworld. However, only 30 or so people from the Lu family had died. Chapter 1273. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to protect the Lu family experts. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged toward the 4th level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. The Lu family and the Wu family both had more than a dozen 4th level Fulfillment Realm elders. As long as the Wu family had experts of this level, the outcome of this battle would be decided. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew out from the divine wood cage in the distance. "Young master, I underestimated them. I only trapped them for a second." Old Tree said guiltily. "It's fine. We'll take one each." Yi Xian didn't care. They were just 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts. It was nothing. After all, he had used the Eye of Control to control a new batch of experts. They were all 3rd level Fulfillment Realm experts. These people were all assassins. They were still in hiding and hadn't been exposed yet. "You're the Wu family forefather, right? How dare you target my supreme great eternal spring? You're courting death." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged forward. "Doppelganger. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation." Yi Xian used his trump cards and charged toward Wu Qianshan. "It's you." Wu Qianshan's eyes turned red as he recognized Yi Xian. He was trapped in the Divine Wood prison earlier, and Yi Xian was hidden in the darkness. Even he couldn't find him. Now that Yi Xian had exposed himself, there was still a chance to turn the situation around if Yi Xian was killed. However, he was too naive. "You guys attack." Yi Xian gave orders to the 20 or so 3rd level Fulfillment Realm experts under his control. They immediately began to ambush the surrounding Wu family experts. Amidst the explosions, the Wu family experts fell one after another. They were caught off guard. What? The surrounding people were shocked. Why did the hired assassins suddenly betray the Wu family? Was it because of the pink eyeball? Kill. Anyone who goes against my Wu family, kill them all. Wu Junying, the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, roared loudly. More than 30 members of the Wu clan had turned traitor. Now even the assassins had turned traitor. This was going to be troublesome. Second brother, let's go. When Fei Xie saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go. Scorpion left as well. Of course, the main reason why the Flying Scorpion left was because Lu Tiangong was too powerful. If the battle continued for another 10 seconds, the Flying Scorpion would probably be killed by Lu Tiangong alone. The outcome had already been decided. The Wu family had lost. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion, you two mother asterisk curs. Seeing Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion leaving, the sect leader of Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying, couldn't help but shout furiously. He had spent 350,000 Rui pills as a deposit, but he never expected that Flying Scorpion would become a deserter in less than 5 seconds after the battle started. Most importantly, once they left, who could stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng? Lu Tiangong looked at Fei Xie and Poison Scorpion with a flicker in his eyes. Although he really wanted to kill Fei Xie and Poison Scorpion, he didn't have the time. At this moment he turned his gaze to a battlefield. Over there were 5 figures fighting. Old Tree was fighting with Wu Qianshui, while Wu Qianshan was being held back by a pair of twins. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Qianshan was actually at a disadvantage. That brat. Lu Tiangong's body trembled. As expected, Lu Tiangong had already confirmed that Luoluo was the person the Xianming duo was looking for. Now that he saw Yi Xian, he was even more certain of this. However, he was surprised that Yi Xian, who had fled like a mouse when he saw him, was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could contend with Wu Qianshan in such a short time. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian could also fight with him? Lu Tiangong hesitated when he thought of the Xianming duo's reward. As long as he captured Luoluo, he would be able to obtain a huge reward, the Shattering Superpower. However, Yi Xian and Luoluo were helping the Lu family now. Without these two people, they would be the ones being suppressed. If he attacked Luoluo now, it wouldn't be right. Let's take care of the Wu family first. Lu Tiangong immediately made his decision. This was the right decision. After all, if he attacked Luoluo, Yi Xian would very likely switch sides with the Wu family. At that time, the Lu family would be the one to be destroyed. Immediately, he and Lu Heng rushed toward Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. The Wu family originally had 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Now that Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had left, there were only 2 left. At the same time, the invited assassins from the underworld also left when they saw that the situation wasn't right. The Wu family's original 400 people quickly dropped to 100 people. The Lu family, on the other hand, had twice as many people as them. The battle was already over. However, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were both 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. To Yi Xian, they were an enormous amount of killing intent, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xian, who was attacking Wu Qianshan, suddenly felt 2 auras. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Are these 2 people going to fight me, or are they going to team up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had changed his appearance and his aura, Luoluo and the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation had exposed him. Therefore, he guessed that Lu Tiangong should have recognized him. Yi Xian thought in his heart that if Lu Tiangong attacked him, then he would immediately switch sides to the Wu family and directly kill Lu Tiangong. However, he felt that Lu Tiangong wasn't that stupid. After all, one wrong move could cause the entire game to be lost. If Lu Tiangong dared to attack him, the Lu family might still be the winner, but they would still be slaughtered by Yi Xian. I'll help you. Lu Tiangong shouted and charged toward Wu Qianshan. In fact, when Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion left, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui knew that they were going to die today. Lu Tiangong, remember our agreement? Wu Qianshan shouted. Before the battle, they had an agreement that the winner couldn't attack anyone below the Fulfillment Realm. In other words, they couldn't kill them all. Now that the Wu family was defeated, Wu Qianshan naturally had to protect his own clansmen. Okay. Lu Tiangong immediately replied. As long as the Wu family's fulfillment realm experts were all dead, they wouldn't be a threat to the Lu family. There was no need to kill them all. Big brother! Wu Qianshui, who was fighting Old Tree nearby, suddenly shouted. He suddenly thought of something. At this time, Wu Qianshan shouted and directly used the longsword in his hand to cut his own neck. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qianshan, actually committed suicide? The F*CK? Yixian was shocked. This was a huge amount of killing intent. How could he let it go so easily? However, he was still one step too slow. Rip! With a crisp sound, a head was thrown into the air. Chapter 1274. Yixian was stunned. He thought, why is Lu Tiangong here? If he did it himself, he could definitely kill Wu Qianshan in 5 seconds. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Wu Qianshan's suicide. At this time, Yixian's gaze quickly fell on Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui. Rip! Another crisp sound rang out. Wu Qianshui also committed suicide. The outcome was decided. Right now, the Wu family no longer had a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert. Forefather. When Wu Junying and the others saw the 2 heads, they immediately shouted. 2 patriarchs had fallen, which meant that the rest of them would definitely die as well. After all, the Lu family would never let these threats go. All fulfillment realm experts must die. Follow the forefather. Suddenly someone shouted. A Wu family expert also swung his sword and committed suicide. Lu family, we will abide by the agreement. Son, father will take his leave first. See you in the next life. The Wu family experts committed suicide one after another. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood poured down like rain. Inside the Green Sun Sword sect, blood flowed like rivers. In the blink of an eye, the Wu family only had 30 fulfillment realm experts left. Almost all of them were young geniuses. They were afraid of death, so they didn't attack. Besides them, there was also the group of underworld assassins controlled by Yixian and some Wu family members. The Lu family didn't chase after them. They just surrounded them. As for the group of assassins, they had already fled far away. After them, we can't let those assassins go. Lu Heng came to his senses and immediately shouted. Although the assassins were hired, they had killed some Lu family members. Naturally, the Lu family wouldn't let them go. Immediately, the 4th-level fulfillment realm experts of the Lu family all gave chase. The battle was over. However, before this, Yixian had already taken Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's universe rings and earned more than 100,000 fulfillment pills. At this time, the whole place was silent. The surrounding disciples of the Azure Yang Sword sect all held their breaths. In the Qingyang Sword sect, all the disciples had gathered around. There were more than 20,000 of them. They all knew that from now on, there would be no more Wu clan in the Qingyang Sword sect. Only the Lu clan. The future sect master would also be a member of the Lu clan. Although a large number of the Wu family members had committed suicide, there were still a few high-ranking members of the Wu family who were still alive, including the sect master of the Qingyang Sword sect, Wu Junying. The winner takes all. Today my Wu clan has lost. Wu Junying knelt on the ground and said to Lu Tiangong. Lu Tiangong, do you still remember the promise the ancestor made to you? Don't worry, my Lu family won't kill you all. Lu Tiangong nodded. Alright, then I'm relieved. Wu Junying nodded and said. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did my Wu family lose today? After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yixian and the other 2. Without them, the Wu clan definitely wouldn't have lost this battle. Following Wu Junying's gaze, the gazes of over 20,000 people immediately gathered on Yixian's trio. Among them, Yixian was still wearing the Lu family's uniform. Haha, I'm not a member of the Lu family. I'm just here to look for someone, Yixian said with a grin. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were all shocked. Looking for someone? And then coincidentally stumbled upon this battle? Should they say that the Wu clan was unlucky, or that the Lu clan was lucky? Many people were also guessing in their hearts who Yixian was looking for. At this moment, Lu Tiangong said, Kid, you're here to seek revenge, right? From Luoluo and the Twin Dragons of Ice and Fire, He already knew that Yixian was the one who escaped that day. That's right. Yixian nodded and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true face and said, "You almost killed me that day. Today I'm here to seek revenge. However, I don't want you to die at the hands of others, so I helped a little." Boom! Hearing this, Wu Junying and the others couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the person Yixian was looking for was Lu Tiangong, there was a grudge between them. Yixian wanted to kill Lu Tiangong with his own hands, so he helped the Lu clan. It seemed that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Wu clan. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Are you going to act now? Lu Tiangong narrowed his eyes. Not for now. You can deal with your clan first. Yixian shook his head and said, "All right." Lu Tiangong ignored Yixian and turned to look at Wu Junying. The Wu clan still had a few fulfillment realm martial practitioners left, so they had to be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. At this time, Wu Junying suddenly stood up and turned to look at the group of Wu clan young geniuses. "Clan master, no, don't. I don't want to die, uncle, let me go." "Father, what are you doing, father?" Wu Junying's sons were among these young geniuses. However, the Lu clan wouldn't let them live. "I'm sorry, you all. Be on your way." Wu Junying sighed and directly swept out with her sword. Slash! 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 With Wu Junying's 4th level fulfillment realm cultivation, she beheaded more than 20 people with a single swing of her sword. Then she killed everyone with another swing of her sword. "Let's go too." Beside Wu Junying, Wu Yong also raised his hand and slit his own throat. Wu Junying also committed suicide without another word. Now, other than the Wu clan members under Luolua's control, the Lu clan no longer had any fulfillment realm martial practitioners. However, the sounds didn't stop. Slash! 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 After receiving Yixian's orders, Luoluo also ordered the charmed Wu clan members to commit suicide. Yixian needed to test something. As expected, the Wu clan members who committed suicide also had killing intent points because they were under Luolua's control, and Luoluo was Yixian's slave. Yixian had killing intent points for the people they killed. When they committed suicide, Yixian also had killing intent points. Now there wasn't a single fulfillment realm Wu clan member in the Green Sun Sword sect. Of course, there were still some outside. Yixian used the power of all creations to gather these people's universe rings. This wasn't a small sum. 300,000. Yixian obtained 300,000 fulfillment pills from this battle, and this didn't include the 100,000 Lu Tiangong gave to the old tree. "Uncle, this little fox is my target," Lu Tiangong suddenly said in a small voice. Previously, Lu Tiangong received orders to rescue the Xianming duo demons and escort them for a while. Lu Heng also knew about this because the person who gave the order to Lu Tiangong was also a member of the Lu clan. "As long as we capture her, we can get a fragmented divine ability?" Lu Heng asked softly. Fragmented divine ability. That little fox was worth a fragmented divine ability. A fragmentation divine ability was a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. If they could obtain it, even if they could only use it once in a short period of time, they would be able to dominate. Chapter 1275. 5th level of the fulfillment realm? 6th level of the fulfillment realm? 7th level of the fulfillment realm? As long as they learned the shattering divine power, they would be able to beat up even a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. However, all of this had to be done after Luoluo was captured. Ding, host has completed the random mission. All objects realms have increased. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding, Luoluo has broken through. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. The 4 system notifications caused Yixian to be overjoyed. Wei Zhentian had broken through very quickly. Luoluo was originally about to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but now she had broken through ahead of time. Not only that, this time she had directly increased by 1 level. For example, Luoluo's experience had increased from 80% of the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm to 80% of the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, not the initial 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. It was a direct increase of 1 level, not a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. However, what made Yixian most gratified was that Old Tree had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. "Young master, what did you do? I feel like I broke through." Old Tree's voice rang in Yixian's mind. Nothing, I just used a secret art, Yixian casually replied. Old Tree knew that he did not want to talk about it, so he did not ask. Yixian did not tell anyone about this, not even Luo Luo. Right now, no one noticed the change in Old Tree. Their attention was on Lu Tiangong and Yixian. Young man, I thank you for your help, Lu Tiangong said. Forget about the thanks. Next, it's time to settle our old debts. Yixian waved his hand and said, You almost killed me back then, so today I'm here to take revenge. Do you want to fight me together or one-on-one? The moment he said this, the surrounding Lu family disciples and Green Sun Sword sect disciples were all shocked. Yixian was only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he wanted to fight Lu Tiangong one-on-one, and even 2-on-1. This was too terrifying. However, Yixian's strength was clear for all to see. Even Wu Qianshan was beaten to the point that he had no temper in front of Yixian. Yixian did indeed have the strength to challenge Lu Tiangong alone. Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng knew all this. Since it's a grudge between you and me, then don't involve others. Let's have a life and death battle. Lu Tiangong said very calmly. All right, a battle of life and death. Yixian immediately responded. In fact, whether it was Lu Tiangong alone or with Lu Heng, Yixian was not afraid. After all, he still had the Blade Storm. Lu Tiangong had used up a lot of true qi just now, but Yixian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he had already recovered to his peak. Although Lu Tiangong possessed the Eye of All Things, Yixian was confident that he could kill Lu Tiangong. At this moment, Yixian suddenly landed on the ground and cloned. Immediately, 2 illusory heavenly dragons appeared, one of ice and one of fire. What a miraculous ability! Is that a true qi clone or is it real? It should be true qi. It's really impossible. He's not even afraid of the Wu family's ancestor. It's hard to say how the Grand Elder will fare in this battle. The surrounding Lu family members and Green Sun Sword sect disciples discussed. Lu Tiangong also landed on the ground with Yixian. At this time, the surrounding people had already retreated far away. A battle between 5th-level fulfillment realm experts was no laughing matter. If they were caught in the shockwaves, they would either be severely injured or killed. Yixian stood on the ground and looked at Lu Tiangong. Although he was confident that he could win, he still had to be careful. On land, he had 9 agility advancement boosts to his movement speed. Come on, kid. Lu Tiangong said to Yixian. There's no rush. Let me ask you a few questions first. Yixian suddenly said. I know what you want to ask. Wait until you defeat me. Lu Tiangong refused to answer. All right, then I'll defeat you first. Yixian nodded. In the next moment he attacked. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragons of Ice and Fire Sword Formation. Yixian attacked with all his strength. At the same time, Wei Zhenqian, who had broken through to the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, also moved out from the side. Eye of Myriad. After the battle began, Lu Tiangong's left eye flashed and instantly sent Wei Zhenqian flying. The Eye of Myriad could use the power of Myriad from a distance, and its speed was much faster than ordinary people. Unfortunately, Wei Zhenqian was now at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was very tough and could not be destroyed so easily. After Wei Zhenqian was sent flying, he turned into a streak of light and shot out again. Twin Dragon Roar. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly a dangerous aura spread. Lu Tiangong focused his eyes and saw a dragon's aura attacking him. So powerful. Under other circumstances, he would have chosen to dodge. However, there were countless Lu family disciples watching. If he dodged, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? Green Sun Sword Bell. Lu Tiangong immediately used the strongest defensive divine ability of the Green Sun Sword sect. Immediately a huge cyan bell surrounded him. The Eye of Myriad could not only be used from a distance, but also increase the power of Myriad. Simply put, Lu Tiangong's Myriad was stronger than ordinary people. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the Green Sun Sword Bell, and a bell sound immediately spread out. Fortunately, the disciples were far away, or else someone's head would have exploded. Lu Tiangong was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, and his cultivation was not low. Yixian was at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. There was a difference of 2 levels, so this time no one had the upper hand. However, Yixian did not use killing intent explosion for this twin dragon roar, so its power was only half. He did this to lower Lu Tiangong's guard. Lu Tiangong, try this again. At this time, Yixian gathered his true energy again and launched another attack. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another dragon's breath erupted. Lu Tiangong's expression turned serious, and he used the green sun sword bell again. However, as the dragon's breath approached, his expression changed abruptly. This time the aura was twice as strong as before. Not good. Lu Tiangong's expression changed greatly, and he immediately abandoned the green sun sword bell to escape. However, because he was too slow, he was directly shocked by the aftershock of the twin dragon roar, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dignified Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect was actually beaten to the point of spitting blood by a junior at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm. This stunned the surrounding people. This kid's strength has increased so quickly. Even the top geniuses of my sect are not 1/10 of his strength. Lu Tiangong hurriedly stabilized his injuries and thought to himself. While he was surprised, Yixian had already turned into 2 streams of light and attacked him from the left and right. This time, Lu Tiangong did not defend and directly attacked. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1276. The 2 giant golden bells fell. One missed while the other successfully trapped Lu Tiangong and Yixian inside. Is this the Green Sun Sword Bell? Lu Tiangong's expression froze. The Green Sun Sword Bell was one of the Green Sun Sword sect's wishful will divine ability. Not everyone could learn it. And now, Yixian actually used a similar divine ability. Was it a coincidence? Lu Tiangong didn't understand. At the same time, he also didn't understand why Yixian used this skill. The Green Sun Sword Bell was only used for defense. However, before he could even attack, Yixian had already used it. Why? In the next moment he understood. Lu Tiangong, take this. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. Fusion of ice and fire. Roar of ice and fire dragons. The 2 heavenly dragon phantoms merged into one and roared at the sky. Boom! A sound wave attack quickly spread out. What? Lu Tiangong turned pale with fright. He hurriedly used the all-creation strength to protect himself. At the same time, he kept attacking to weaken the sound wave attack. Now he understood Yixian's method. He used echoes. Echoes came from all directions. Break. Lu Tiangong attacked as he retreated. Then he suddenly turned around and prepared to break the double dragon sword bell. But at this moment the 2 Yixian suddenly attacked from the left and right. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Ice and Fire Double Dragon Sword Array. Lu Tiangong was suddenly attacked from both sides. What a troublesome brat. Lu Tiangong was a little regretful. That day, he was careless and allowed Yixian to escape. If he had known, he would have killed Yixian on that day. However, he forgot that if Yixian was killed on that day, the Lu family would probably be destroyed as well. Lu Tiangong, I have many tricks up my sleeve. Have a taste of this. When this voice rang out, Lu Tiangong felt his surroundings change. The people around him had disappeared, and in their place were countless flame demons. Beneath his feet was scorching hot magma. Illusion? Mental attack? Lu Tiangong immediately reacted. Sure enough, Yixian had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It was too scary. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. I have control. Yixian's eyes flickered. What? You want to control me? Lu Tiangong was shocked. How could an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Grand Elder of the Green Sun Sword sect, become someone else's slave? No. Lu Tiangong continued to resist. This old fellow has lived for more than 100 years. His soul is incredibly powerful, so it won't be that easy to control him. Thankfully, I have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. Let's exhaust his true energy first. Yixian thought to himself. Even if he was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, as long as he didn't have any true energy, he was like a piece of fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. But at this time the Lu family's other 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert, Lu Heng, quietly approached Luoluo. As long as he could obtain a fragmented divine ability, he could do anything. After all, as long as he had a fragmented divine ability, the strength of the Green Sun Sword sect would increase exponentially. Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, naturally knew Lu Heng's whereabouts. Too naive. It won't be that easy to touch Luoluo, Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside Luoluo was the old tree, who had broken through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. If Lu Heng dared to attack, the old tree would crush him to death. When Lu Heng saw that Lu Tiangong was suppressed by Yi Xian and was about to lose, his expression turned serious and he immediately attacked Luoluo. Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, but he had the ability to fight against Wu Qianshui and Lu Tiangong. He was very monstrous. Although Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, Lu Heng didn't believe that Luoluo had the same strength. The only thing he had to be wary of was the old tree. How could a human not be able to beat a tree? However, he was wrong. This tree wasn't simple. Little thing, how dare you touch the little fox? You're courting death. The old tree had received Yi Xian's sound transmission and pretended to be paying attention to the battle. Now that he saw Lu Heng attack, his large hand grabbed fiercely. Slap! Crack! Boss Tree reached out and grabbed Lu Heng in his hand. With just a casual squeeze, he crushed Lu Heng's bones. Lu Heng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He never thought that he would be caught so easily. How was this possible? TSK, young man, do you think this old man is only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? The old tree suddenly started to show off. What? This sentence frightened Lu Heng. Was this old tree not at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? How dare you touch the little fox? You deserve 10,000 deaths. However, the one who will decide your fate is not me, but my young master. The old tree suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. Following the old tree's gaze, Lu Heng realized that the young master the old tree was talking about was Yi Xian. How was it possible that a 3rd-level fulfillment realm cultivator had a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast as a servant? Not only that, even the surrounding people felt that it was impossible. The former Grand Supreme Elder was caught instantly and couldn't move. He must be at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. That old tree is at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? Why did the former Grand Supreme Elder attack? The Lu family members and the Qingyang Sword sect disciples didn't understand. This battle was clearly between Yi Xian and Lu Tiangong, and Lu Tiangong had said that it would be a one-on-one battle. But now Lu Heng was using a sneak attack. What was going on? Lu Tiangong, you really want to catch Luoluo? Yi Xian suddenly stopped. I can't help it. As long as I catch her, I can get a fragmented divine ability. Lu Tiangong sighed. Now I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. If you don't, he will be crushed to death. And I will destroy your Lu family and even the entire Qingyang Sword sect. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. Sigh. Lu Tiangong sighed again. If the old tree was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, they might be able to fight against Yi Xian. But now the old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Even if he and Lu Heng worked together, they might not be a match for the old tree, let alone Yi Xian alone. Also, he felt that Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength in the battle. This time they were completely defeated. It's not that I can't submit to you, but I have a request, Lu Tiangong said. Originally, he didn't have the right to talk about conditions, but Yi Xian wanted to hear what it was. Speak, Yi Xian said. Chapter 1277. After Lu Tiangong's reminder, Yi Xian came to his senses as well. The current Qingyang Sword sect was probably as strong as the Flying Scorpion stronghold, or even weaker. That's a small matter. I can promise you that, but I'll say this first. I'll take away your Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Lu Tiangong answered without hesitation. The Eye of Myriad was indeed a good item, but there was only one, so its power could not be maximized. Compared to the entire Lu family, the Eye of Myriad was nothing. If that's the case, then don't resist. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on Lu Tiangong. Ding! Control successful. Lu Tiangong was willing, so he was easily controlled by Yi Xian. Now the Grand Elder of Qingyang Sword sect, Lu Tiangong, was Yi Xian's servant. However, this was not the end. Greetings, Master. Lu Tiangong knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. This scene frightened the surrounding people. The strongest person of the Lu family and Qingyang sword sect was controlled by Yi Xian. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, was also shocked because Lu Tiangong's strength was above his. However, whether it was Yi Xian or the old tree, they were not ordinary people. The most terrifying one was the little fox Luo Luo. She had a fragmented superpower, so there must be something extraordinary about her. Lu Heng, he has submitted to me. It's your turn. Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Heng and said. Lu Heng, who was caught by the old tree, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, did not even have the ability to resist. If the old tree wanted to, he would probably be crushed into pieces. Therefore, he could only choose to submit. Ding! Control successful. Another system notification sounded. Then the old tree released Lu Heng. Now Yi Xian controlled the entire Qingyang sword sect. If he wanted to, he could become the sect leader of Qingyang sword sect. However, he did not think much of Qingyang sword sect. Lu Tiangong, give me the eyes of myriad forms. After controlling Lu Heng, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong. Yes. Lu Tiangong didn't dare to be negligent. He directly put his hand into his left eye, and with a slight tug, he removed the eye of myriad. Last time Yi Xian didn't notice anything strange, so he thought Lu Tiangong was just blind in one eye. This time he accurately saw that the eye of all things was only connected to Lu Tiangong's true qi. It didn't grow in the eye. In order to install this eye of nature, Lu Tiangong had personally dug out his left eye. Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoths force to hold up the eye of myriad mammoths and carefully examined it. He didn't want this eye of nature to replace his left eye. Instead, he was preparing to devour it. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of myriad forms. Ding! The host's strength of all creations has increased. The system notifications rang continuously. As expected, after devouring this eye of myriad forms, Yi Xian's strength of all creations had increased. Moreover, he had obtained the ability to use the strength of all creations from a distance. Of course, there was a distance limit. Originally, the strength of all creations increased as the strength of one's soul increased. Yi Xian's soul was already stronger than others. Now, after devouring this eye of myriad forms, it was even stronger. I wonder if the effects will multiply if I devour another eye of myriad forms. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was very curious. He glanced at Lu Tiangong and exchanged for a fake eye. Put on this fake eye first. It'll be almost the same as your original eye. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong's single eye lit up. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Lu Heng, clean up the battlefield. Collect all the spoils for me. Yi Xian turned his head and said to Lu Heng. Then he said to Lu Tiangong, come with me. He came to the Qingyang sword sect this time to find Lu Tiangong. He had a lot of questions to ask. Soon Yi Xian brought him to the giant wood protection barrier. Where did the twin fiends of the mysterious underworld go? Yi Xian went straight to the point. I'm not sure. I only escorted them to Flying Sand City and handed them to my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Flying Sand City ex-wife? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had been in this world for 10 years, but this was the first time he heard the word ex-wife. Tell me in detail. It's like this. My ex-wife left me a few decades ago and married the city lord of Flying Sand City. However, we still have her. This time she got the news, so she sent me a message asking me to pick up the Xianming Duo demons. I escorted the Xianming Duo demons to Flying Sand City. Then she asked someone to escort them to other places. Lu Tiangong said honestly. Is there anything else? Yi Xian continued to ask. No. The Xianming Duo demons kept asking me to send people to look for Master and Miss Luoluo. I sent people, but there was no news. Lu Tiangong shook his head. Then have you heard of the Yinyang Temple? No. Lu Tiangong shook his head again. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Although the Qingyang sword sect was not bad, it was only a third realm of connecting heaven realm. It was still far from the nirvana realm. It was normal that he did not know. Okay, then how did you get the eyes of myriad forms? Yi Xian changed the topic. My ex-wife and I obtained these eyes of myriad forms after we killed a heaven-reaching beast during our training. At that time we divided the eyes of myriad forms equally. One for me and the other for my ex-wife. Lu Tiangong answered. A connecting heaven beast? What was it like? Yi Xian frowned, suddenly interested. I don't remember clearly. Lu Tiangong said subconsciously. Don't remember clearly? What do you mean? Yi Xian didn't understand. How could a fulfillment realm expert with an outstanding memory forget such an important matter? Lu Tiangong was under his control, so there was no way he was lying. I don't know either. I don't remember the shape of this connecting heaven beast. I don't even remember its cry. Lu Tiangong shook his head. In that case, it would appear that there's something special about that heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He took out a map and looked at it. Flying Sand City was 3 days away from the Qingyang sword sect. However, with Yi Xian's current speed, it would only take 2 days. Next, Yi Xian asked Lu Tiangong a few more questions. Not long after, Lu Heng walked in. Master, these are the spoils of war from the Lu family and the assassins. Lu Heng handed over a bag full of universe rings. Very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He grabbed a handful of universe rings and began to madly devour them. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1278. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level of fulfillment realm. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. As for the remaining treasures, he left them for Luoluo. Young master, where are we going now? Luoluo also walked in and asked. You go and cultivate. Old Tree will stay in Azure Sun Sword sect. I'll bring them out to hunt down the 2 fort masters of Flying Scorpion stronghold. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left with Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Both of them were at the 5th level of fulfillment realm. As for Yi Xian, he was using the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. With the support of an expert's 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's flying speed would increase by a lot. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had just left. They would probably be able to catch up very soon, as long as they were returning to Flying Scorpion stronghold. Since he had promised Lu Tiangong, Yi Xian had to fulfill his promise to destroy Flying Scorpion stronghold. Yi Xian and the other 2 rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and left Azure Sun Sword sect. With the support of 3 experts and the 10,000 mammoth power, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed approached the 6th level of fulfillment realm. In just 2 minutes, Yi Xian found Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion. As it turned out, the 2 of them weren't planning to return to Flying Scorpion stronghold. Instead, they were wandering around Azure Sun Sword sect, preparing to make more money. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Xian. Lu Tiangong, Lu Heng? After seeing the 3 people on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were shocked. They quickly turned around and ran. Previously, Lu Tiangong was fighting Flying Scorpion alone. If he had a few more seconds, Flying Scorpion would have been killed by Lu Tiangong. Now that Yi Xian and Lu Heng were here, Flying Scorpion didn't have the strength to fight back. Unfortunately, their speed was much slower than the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. Go! With Yi Xian's order, Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng immediately charged out. At the same time, he rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and blocked the 2 fort masters. Double Dragon Sword Bell. The 2 Yi Xian immediately used their trapping divine skill. In the blink of an eye, Flying Scorpion and Poisonous Scorpion were trapped inside. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Ice Dragon and the Flame Dragon suddenly merged and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar quickly spread out. Block it! Flying Scorpion yelled and joined forces with Scorpion, preparing to block the sound wave attack. As for Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng, they had Yi Xian's genuine chi and strength of all creations on them, so this attack did not have much of an effect on them. Azure Sun Break. The 2 of them simultaneously used the strongest attack of the Qingyang sword sect. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp sounds rang out as both Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion flew backwards. Twin Dragon Roar. This dragon breath engulfed the 2 of them. Yi Xian of the Fulfillment Realm was already at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, but he didn't use his killing intent eruption because he didn't want to kill the 2 fort masters. Scorching Hell. Eye of Control. The 2 fort masters were heavily injured. So Yixian took the opportunity to control them. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control succeeded. Ding! Control succeeded. In the end, the two fort masters couldn't escape this fate and were controlled by Yixian. Greetings, master. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion knelt on one knee and cupped their fists respectfully. These 2 potions are for you. Yixian tossed them 2 potions and summoned Luoluo at the same time. Luoluo was also at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. So Yixian wanted her to charm the 2 fort masters. This way, when Yixian's eye of control was not enough in the future, the 2 fort masters would not be released from his control. Ding! Flying Scorpion has escaped control. Ding! Poison Scorpion has escaped control. 2 more system notifications rang out. Just like that, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion were handed over to Luoluo by Yixian. Then Yixian walked over and took their universe rings. Previously, Wu Juning had paid them 350,000 fulfillment pills as a deposit. Adding the wealth that the 2 brought out, the 2 universe rings had about 600,000 fulfillment pills in them. The 2 of you will join the Azure Sunsword sect from now on. As for your Flying Scorpion fort, I will destroy it directly. Yixian said to the 2. Yes, master, please do as you wish. The 2 fort masters nodded respectfully. The Flying Scorpion fort was built by them single-handedly. There were countless experts in it, and it was comparable to the current Azure Sunsword sect. Although it was a pity to destroy it, Yixian was their master's master, so they still had to listen to his orders. Then the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor flew towards the Flying Scorpion fort with Yixian and the other 4 fort masters. With 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts supporting it with the power of all creations, the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor's speed was very fast. It only took them half a day to reach the Flying Scorpion fort. Fort Master and 2nd Fort Master are back. Who are those 3? They should be the people who joined our Flying Scorpion fort. Their auras are so strong. They are at least at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. When Yixian and the other 4 fort masters arrived at the Flying Scorpion fort, the people in the Flying Scorpion fort welcomed them with joy. However, what awaited them next was the sharpness of blood. The Flying Scorpion fort is filled with a group of vicious people who commit all kinds of crimes. It's not a pity to kill them. Go. Yixian immediately gave the order to Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters. Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters were all 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Any 2 of them would be enough to raise the Flying Scorpion fort to the ground. Moreover, there was also Yixian, a super genius who could challenge those above his level. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. Yixian formed a giant golden bell. However, this time he was not inside but outside. The Flying Scorpion fort was built in a valley, so the dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Ah, my head is going to explode. What's going on? Why is the fort master attacking us? I remember now. Those 2 people are wearing the robes of the Green Sun Sword sect. Is the fort master working together with the Green Sun Sword sect to eliminate us? Run! The martial practitioners of the Flying Scorpion fort fled in all directions. Another dragon's roar rang out. Every Flying Scorpion fort martial practitioner at or below the 1st level of the Fulfillment Realm collapsed to the ground. Try this move again. Yixian's eyes flashed. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire. He had only used the normal Twin Dragon Roars of Ice and Fire before. This time the power was at least twice as strong as before. Immediately, a 2nd-level Fulfillment Realm expert collapsed to the ground. Other than Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, there were 8 4th-level Fulfillment Realm experts in the Flying Scorpion fort. However, Lu Tiangong and the other 3 fort masters took care of these 8 people. Since they were all Yixian's servants, the killing intent points of the people they killed were all added to Yixian. Although the killing intent points were almost inexhaustible, there were still a few more God of Slaying bloodline skills that had not been activated. Who knew if there were skills that consumed a lot of killing intent points? Therefore, one could never have too many killing intent points. There were more than 10,000 people in the Flying Scorpion fort, and more than 9,000 had died to Yixian's bell. Chapter 1279. The entire flying scorpion stronghold was bathed in blood. The smell of blood spread to more than 10 miles away, and the stronghold was filled with screams. A few minutes later, Yi Xian and a few others were the only ones left in the flying scorpion stronghold. The flying scorpion stronghold often committed robberies and had captured many beautiful girls and women. There were more than 1,000 of them, and some of them were even toyed with 10 to 20 times a day. Fortunately, these people were released by the flying scorpion stronghold early in the morning, and Yi Xian covered them with his true qi so they were not injured. Oh my god, they're all dead. Thank you, master, thank you. These girls kowtowed to Yi Xian, even if the ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. All of you take some money and leave. Go back to where you came from. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw a bag to each of them. The money in the bag was enough to last them for the rest of their lives. Thank you, master. The group of girls thanked him again and again, then left. The flying scorpion stronghold was one of the local tyrants in this area. Now that it was destroyed, they would be fine. Then Yi Xian asked those who were controlled by Luoluo to collect the spoils of war. All of you go too, Yi Xian said to Lu Tiangong and the others. Yes. Lu Tiangong and the others nodded and dispersed. However, at this moment, ding! The killing intent value of the host has reached the upper limit of the current level. If you choose to clear it to 0, you will obtain 1 devour point. The system suddenly notified. What? If I choose to clear it to 0, I will obtain 1 devour point? Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but say to himself, the Godslayer bloodline is indeed the Godslayer bloodline. I can actually use this method to obtain devour points. This time it was probably because he had obtained a large amount of killing intent value from the massacre of the flying scorpion stronghold. If he chose to clear it to 0, he would obtain 1 devour point. This would take some time, and he would not be able to use some of the Godslayer bloodline skills, such as killing intent explosion and bladestorm. If he did not clear it to 0, he would not obtain 1 devour point. Compared to devour points, what was the killing intent value? 0. Yi Xian made his decision. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. The system prompted again. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva when he saw the devour point on the interface. This was not bad at all. If the one who obtained this was a ruthless person, then he would probably slaughter all the surrounding forces. That way, the killing intent value could once again reach the upper limit of the current level, and then choose to reset it to 0. But Yi Xian wouldn't do that. Although he was capable of killing, and had killed quite a number of people, he would not kill innocent people. Previously, he could have used Bladestorm several times, but he was worried about the innocent civilians around him, so he did not use it. For example, when he was in Tianyuan City, he could use Bladestorm to kill Mad Dragon. Now the system had already cleared the killing intent value to 0. Not only could he not use killing intent explosion and bladestorm, even Dark Knight Canopy could not be used. Fortunately, his spoils of war were still being collected. As long as he devoured those killing weapons, he would be able to obtain a large amount of killing intent points, so he did not have to worry too much. Master, the items have been collected. After a while, Lu Tiangong and the others handed the items to Yi Xian. In the entire Flying Scorpion stronghold, only a handful of people had managed to escape, so their spoils of war were all gathered here. Yi Xian unceremoniously threw all the items into the devour space, and then calculated that there were about 1 million low-grade fulfillment pills. Ding Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. There was only one notification from the system. Unfortunately, every time Yi Xian broke through, his leveling up experience would greatly increase, so he could not break through this time. But the transcending heaven artifacts inside gave him a large amount of killing intent, so he could use killing intent explosion and bladestorm again. Just as Yi Xian was inspecting those strange items, he found an interesting transcending heaven artifact. It was a wooden seal with a heavenly dragon carved on it. Previously, he had only devoured swords and weapons, so this item was a little strange, so he kept it. Ding! This item can be used as a transcendent artifact. The system notification sounded again. Transcendent artifact? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly looked. He found that there was a transcendent artifact that could be refined called the Divine Wood Seal. and the transcendent artifact's artifact spirit was the old tree. Old tree, do you want to become immortal and indestructible? Yixian transmitted in his mind. Hearing this, the old tree and the green sun sword sect paused and said, "Who doesn't want to? All right, I have a way to help you become immortal and indestructible. As long as my 3 clones don't die, you won't die." Wei Zhentian is in such a state now, Yixian said again. The other side paused again. Little young master, your methods are truly heaven-defying. Come, I want to live forever, the old tree replied. Then I'll return immediately. Yixian nodded. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought Lu Tiangong and the others back to the giant tree protection barrier of the Green Sun Sword sect. At this time in the giant tree protection barrier, the old tree looked at Yixian expectantly. Ding! Refining the Divine Wood Seal will consume 1 devour point. Proceed? The system notification sounded. Yixian remembered that when he refined the first transcendent artifact, the heaven-shaking sword, he did not consume any devour points. But at that time he had just leveled up and the transcendent artifact system had just been activated, so he was rewarded with a chance to refine a transcendent artifact for free. As for the second time, he did not consume any devour points, perhaps because the transcendent artifact's quality was not good enough or because the Dragon Ball was rare. Now that the Divine Wood Seal required 1 devour point, Yixian happened to get 1 devour point. Moreover, he felt that it was worth it. The transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal skills would change according to its artifact spirit. At least, it was very good to have the old tree as its artifact spirit skill. Yes. Immediately, Yixian put the old tree into the storage space and replied in his mind. Ding! Begin refining transcendent artifact. Ding! The transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal has been successfully refined. Finally, Yixian refined the 3rd transcendent artifact, the Divine Wood Seal. After the transcendent artifact's Divine Wood Seal was successfully refined, Yixian immediately summoned the old tree. Now that I'm immortal and indestructible, it doesn't feel any different. The old tree touched its withered body and asked curiously, No, you've changed a lot. Old tree, you can even change into a human form now. Yixian said with a smile. A human form? Really? Chapter 1280. After a long while, the old tree's body began to shrink. Its bark also began to change, turning into human skin. Finally, it turned into a bald old man with a burly figure. Oh my, this old man actually turned into a human. The old tree couldn't believe it, and touched it with its hands. However, it only had the appearance of a human. Beneath its skin was plant tissue. However, the old tree was now an immortal existence. Grandpa Tree, how do you feel? Luo hurriedly went up to the old tree and intimately held its arm. With Luo's height of 1.65 meters, she didn't even reach the old tree's shoulder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian also checked the Divine Wood Seal's skills. After the old tree was refined into a treasure, it would live and die together with Yixian. In addition to being able to transform into a human, it also had 3 additional skills. The first skill was called Divine Wood Prison, which was the one the old tree used before. However, its effect was greatly improved and its cooldown time was 1 day. The second skill was called Wild Python Sweep, which extended countless sharp vines to attack. Its cooldown time was 3 days. Judging from its cooldown time, this skill's power was probably not small. As for the third skill, it was called Nurture, which could increase the growth rate of heaven and earth treasures. Its cooldown time was 1 day. A control skill, an attack skill, and a support skill. This was the Divine Wood Seal. Immediately, Yixian stored the old tree into the planting space, and then let him use Nurture. Immediately, the old tree took root in the planting space, and a mysterious energy flowed through its roots into the ground. Some of the heaven and earth treasures that had yet to mature directly bloomed, and even the seedlings that had just been planted began to grow rapidly. The Nurture skill could be used once a day, and the effect of one use was actually equivalent to a month's growth of these heaven and earth treasures. Almost all of the heaven and earth treasures could mature after 1 use of Nurture. In other words, Yixian could harvest a large portion of them in 1 day. How awesome! Not bad, not bad. This is a really good skill. Yixian was very satisfied. A single harvest of heaven and earth treasures was worth about 50,000 fortune pills. This was a steady source of income. Even if Yixian slept with him for a day, he would still have an income. Moreover, if the old tree's level increased in the future, or if the level of the planting space increased, then he would be able to plant even higher level heaven and earth treasures. In a single day, he would be able to harvest 100,000 fortune pills, 200,000 fortune pills, or even 1 million fortune pills. In short, he could have a steady stream of income. At this moment, what he wanted the most was to try out the Divine Wood Prison and the Berserk Python Sweep. However, the former required a cooldown of 1 day, while the latter required a cooldown of 3 days. Therefore, he couldn't use it recklessly. It was better to use it when necessary. Little young master, come, break my heart of the devil tree for me to see. The old tree suddenly said to Yixian excitedly. He wanted to see if he was truly immortal. All right. Yixian didn't waste any more time. He drew his sword and slashed at the old tree's heart of the demon tree. Azure Sun Break. The old tree was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. The defense of his bark was extremely tough. Yixian's attack probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. However, the old tree could freely control his own body. Therefore, he broke through the defense and exposed the devil tree's heart to the air. Bang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the old tree's heart of the demon tree directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Originally, the old tree wouldn't have exposed the devil tree's heart no matter what. However, things were different now. The devil tree's heart was destroyed, but he didn't die. It was simply a miracle. Haha, this old man is actually immortal. The old tree couldn't help but laugh loudly. He once again transformed into his human form. He also knew that Yixian had a third doppelganger on some low-level continent. As long as Yixian's 3 doppelgangers didn't die, then he wouldn't die either. He could live forever and continue to grow. In the future, he could even rise to the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm had the ability to reach the heavens. Even he, an old piece of wood who had lived for 1,000 years, didn't dare to think about it. Not to mention the Heaven Ascension realm, he didn't even dare to think about the Fragmentation realm before. Now that might not be the case anymore. Young master, what do we do next? Luo asked again. You're about to break through. Continue cultivating. This time I'm going to Flying Sand City to find the other Eye of Myriad Forms, answered Yixian. Oh right. There's something about this Eye of Myriad Forms in my inherited memories. Luo suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He asked, what is it? Luo began to explain. In this world, there are many eyes with special abilities. For example, my Eye of Charm, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Reincarnation, and so on. This Eye of Myriad Forms is one of them. This Eye of Myriad Forms can be born from life, such as humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. It can also be born from the beast race. If one's realm reaches a certain level, this Eye of Myriad Forms can be used across space and kill people. After hearing this, Yixian nodded slightly. It seemed that he had found something good. However, this eye originally came in a pair. He only had one, so he had to get the other one. Alright, I'm going to Flying Sand City now, said Yixian. Relying on the senses of the Death Hunt command, he felt that the Xianming duo demons had stopped. Perhaps they were resting or doing something else. Therefore, if he took the opportunity to put in more effort, he might be able to catch up. Immediately, he rushed to Flying Sand City. Now that Wei Zhentian had reached the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, he directly transformed into a heavenly dragon and hurried on his way. He was much faster than the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. In addition, Yixian brought the 2 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion, and constantly used the power of myriad forms to support them. In just one day, he arrived at Flying Sand City. Flying Sand City was built in a desert oasis. Behind Flying Sand City was the Desert of Despair. It was said that no one could come out from there. Yixian landed outside Flying Sand City, then broke through the void and sent Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion away. He then brought Luo and Old Tree into Flying Sand City. Wow, this Flying Sand City is different from the other cities. After entering Flying Sand City, Luo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. In other human cities, it was rare to see the beast race. However, in Flying Sand City, the beast race could be seen everywhere. Demonic snake race, ferocious tiger race, giant elephant race, scorpion race. Yixian glanced around and found many beast race. Could this flying sand city be the gathering place of the beast race? Not only that, the atmosphere of Flying Sand City was different from other places. It was a bit like the western region in ancient times. You can walk around. I'll go take a look at the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1281. If Luolua was alone, Yixian naturally wouldn't be at ease. However, Old Tree was already at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. With him around, there wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Flying Sand City also had experts at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yixian still had to be careful. Lu Tiangong's ex-wife had remarried into Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion and become the City Lord's wife. It had been a few years now. Therefore, Yixian went directly to the City Lord Mansion this time and prepared to seize the Eye of Myriad by force. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the Xianming duo. However, after arriving at Flying Sand City, he felt that the Xianming duo wasn't far from him. The Xianming duo might be in the Desert of Despair behind Flying Sand City. He had to admit that Flying Sand City was very strong. Along the way, Yixian felt many powerful auras. 4th and 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts could be seen everywhere. This Flying Sand City's City Lord might not only be at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. I heard that he might already be at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yixian thought to himself as he walked. However, with his current realm, he wasn't afraid of the City Lord. However, just as he was about to reach the City Lord Mansion, Luoluo's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Young master, come quickly, we're in trouble." Luoluo shouted somewhat anxiously. "What?" Yixian was slightly surprised and hurried in Luoluo's direction. Relying on the connection between him and Luoluo, he quickly found Luoluo and Old Tree. At this time, Luoluo and Old Tree were surrounded by a group of people. The leader was a young man around 30 years old. 3 5th level Fulfillment Realm experts? Yixian was slightly surprised. In addition, there were several 4th level Fulfillment Realm guards around them. It seemed that this young man's identity was very unusual. "Kid, what are you doing?" Seeing Yixian suddenly fall from the sky, one of the guards hurriedly intercepted him. "You dare to stop me with just you?" Yixian's eyes flashed as he directly used the Eye of Control to control him. Tap! Yixian landed in front of Luoluo. "Young master." Luoluo hurriedly went up to hold Yixian's arm. "Young master." Hearing this, the young man in the lead raised his brows and said, "This little fox is your maidservant? She's my little sister. What's wrong?" Yixian narrowed his eyes. This young man was actually an expert at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yixian could guess his identity based on this fact alone. Younger sister? The leader was stunned. Luoluo had clearly called Yixian young master just now. How could they be siblings? Furthermore, why was one of the siblings a human and the other a fox? I've F***ed Catwoman, Snake Woman, Tiger Woman, and even the Elephant Clan, but I've never F***ed a little fox. I can see that she is still a virgin. You can name a price however high it is. The young man in the lead spoke in an arrogant manner. In this Flying Sand City he could walk sideways. No one dared to provoke him. Name a price? If I were to take a fancy to your mother, would you name a price? Yixian narrowed his eyes again and retorted with sharp words. What did you say? The leader's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. Yixian dared to speak to him like this. This was an insult to his mother. Trash, do you know who he is? Suddenly, a 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert stepped forward and pointed at Yixian's nose. Who? Yixian raised his eyebrows and asked. Huang Qingyi, the young city lord of Flying Sand City, the grandson of the city lord. The 5th level Fulfillment Realm expert replied. As expected. Yixian's heart trembled. This young man in the lead was indeed the young city lord of Flying Sand City. But so what? So it's the young city lord. I've heard so much about you. However, do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're the young city lord? The corner of Yixian's lips curled slightly. The old tree was a heaven-reaching beast. Now that he was in human form, he looked easy to bully. The reason why he didn't make a move was because this was the city. He was waiting for Yixian to come. Before that, he just needed to protect Luoluo. You dare to offend me? Even if you have a great background, you won't be able to leave Flying Sand City. Huang Qingyi snorted coldly. Is that so? With just the three of you at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian had an extremely disdainful expression. Seems that you do have some background. However, none of the women Huang Changyi, have ever been able to escape. Huang Changyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. If it wasn't for the fact that Flying Sand City was filled with crooks and experts, and his father repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble, he would have already attacked. Now, his mother was insulted by Yi Xian. How could he just let it go like this? Is that so? Yi Xian still looked calm. Not only that, even Luo Luo looked very relaxed. She believed in Yi Xian. After all, she had watched Yi Xian grow step by step until now. Even a reincarnator had died at the hands of Yi Xian. What was a mere Huang Qingyi to him? This brat only knows how to think about lewd things all day long. Young master, let me do it. Old Tree couldn't watch anymore and took a step forward. Although he was a treant, he already treated the clever and cute Luo Luo as his own granddaughter. Before Yi Xian came, he didn't make a move. Now that Yi Xian's attitude was very clear, he naturally had to show off his skills. Old Tree, don't hold back, Yi Xian said in a low voice. All right. Old Tree walked forward. Seeing this, a 5th stage fulfillment realm expert also walked forward. At the same time, he said in a threatening tone, Old man, I will pluck your head off and hang it on the city wall to rot. This is the first time this old man has been threatened by a human. Old Tree snorted coldly. As expected, the surrounding people trembled in their hearts. They could all see that this bald old man wasn't simple. He was able to remain so calm even when surrounded by so many people. He was clearly not an ordinary person. Just now, some people guessed that he was a snake demon or a demon. Old Baldy, you court death. The 5th stage fulfillment realm expert let out a low cry and charged toward Old Shu with his bare hands. He was very fast, faster than 95% of the people present. Only a dozen or so people who were watching the show could see his figure. Among them was the Old Tree. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Old Tree. Then he reached out with his right hand like a claw and prepared to twist Old Tree's head off. But at this time Old Tree moved even faster and grabbed his opponent's throat. Crack! With a crisp sound, the martial practitioner at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm had his throat snapped and his head plucked off from his body. Instant kill. This 5th stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner was instantly killed. The whole place was dead silent. Old Tree was at the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm. Add to that the boost from Yi Xian's beast god bloodline, it wasn't too difficult for him to kill a 5th stage fulfillment realm martial practitioner. Yi Xian had imagined this scene in his mind a long time ago. Chapter 1282. Young Master. At this time the Old Tree directly threw the corpse to Yi Xian. The latter quickly took off the universe ring and put away the corpse. It was only now that the surrounding people reacted. How dare you kill a reverend of the city lord's mansion? Another middle-aged man at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm shouted. At the same time, he also saw that the Old Tree was at least at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the Flying Sand City Lord's mansion. What bullshit City Lord's mansion? If this old man was afraid, would he kill someone here? The Old Tree snorted coldly. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded. Indeed, if the Old Tree was afraid of the City Lord's mansion, he probably would have just handed Luo Luo over. But now, not only did Yi Xian scold Huang Changyi, the Old Tree even killed a reverend of the City Lord's mansion. He obviously did not care about the City Lord's mansion. Where did these three people come from? At this time, Huang Changyi also felt that he had provoked an expert. He guessed that the Old Tree was a demon. The true form of a demon was the strongest. However, the Old Tree could kill a 5th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner instantly without transforming into his true form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? The Old Tree was originally a heaven-piercing beast, but after being refined into a treasure, he was considered a demon. In human form, his combat strength naturally could not compare to his true form. If he transformed into his true form, with the beast god bloodline and 2 combat skills, he should be able to fight a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. This was why Yi Xian did not care about the Flying Sand City Lord's mansion. You just wait. Huang Qingyi was a little scared. A 5th level fulfillment realm expert had his head ripped off by the Old Tree. This strength was enough to kill all of them. You want to leave? The old tree immediately shot forward and reached out with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the other 5th-level Fulfillment Realm expert's head was twisted off as well. The old tree was a strength type. Even in human form, his strength was far greater than a normal person's. In the blink of an eye, Huang Qingyi was the only one left among the 3 5th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. Go go! Huang Qingyi hurriedly shouted when he saw the other party charging at him menacingly. However, the 6 4th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners beside him stood there like wooden dummies. After all, they were under Yixian's control. Since you are the grandson of the Flying Sand City's City Lord, then I can easily enter the City Lord's mansion by controlling you, Yixian thought to himself. He immediately used the Scorching Hell and the Eye of Control on Huang Qingyi. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Yixian was taken aback by the 3 consecutive system notifications. Young master, let me help you, Luo muttered as her eyes turned pink. However, her charm did not have much effect on Huang Qingyi. How is this possible? She's only at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Why can't she control the illusion when she's already in it? Yixian could not believe it. Right now, he was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was only 1 level below Huang Qingyi. Huang Qingyi was easily trapped in the Scorching Hell, but he could not be controlled by Yixian. It seemed that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Eye of Revelation. At this time, Yixian used the Eye of Revelation to examine Huang Qingyi carefully. He found a black dot in the latter's head. What is that? Yixian looked at it. The black dot was only 1/10 the size of a fingernail. It looked like a crystal, but Yixian's Eye of Revelation could not see through it. It seemed that Huang Qingyi could not be controlled because of this black crystal. If I can't control him, then I can't enter the City Lord's mansion. However, if I can hold Huang Qingyi hostage, then the result will be the same. Yixian thought for a moment and then gave the order to the 6 4th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. Immediately, the 6 of them left behind their interspatial rings and left. The 6 of them went back to report. They have guts, daring to hold Huang Qingyi hostage in Flying Sand City. Are they trying to become enemies with the entire City Lord's mansion? I have to say, these 3 people are not to be underestimated. That bald old man is probably at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. So what if he's at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm? I heard that the Flying Sand City Lord has broken through to the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Not to mention, there are 2 6th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners in the City Lord's mansion. They're dead for sure. Let's retreat quickly. There will probably be a big battle later. The surrounding passers-by retreated. How dare you hold me hostage? You're courting death. Huang Qingyi finally broke out of the illusion and cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense or this old man will take your head. Old Tree grabbed Huang Qingyi's neck with his hand. At the same time, he took Huang Qingyi's universe ring and threw it to Yixian. There must be a lot of good things in the universe ring of Flying Sand City's young city lord, right? Yixian's lips curled slightly. He took the universe ring and examined it. As expected, there were more than 500,000 fulfillment pills inside. He really made a big profit. Just a little more and I can break through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. At that time, even an 8th level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner may not be able to kill me, let alone a 7th level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. When he thought of this, Yixian subconsciously showed a confident expression. Soon, a group of angry people came from the City Lord's mansion. The leader was a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Behind him was a woman at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm and a large group of people. Qingyi. After that woman arrived, she immediately opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you holding my son hostage?" The middle-aged man asked in an interrogative tone. "We were just passers-by, but your son threatened me and said that if I didn't hand over my sister to him, I wouldn't be able to leave Flying Sand City. So he has to pay the price for what he said." Yixian replied indifferently. "Price?" The middle-aged man turned to look and found that there were bloodstains on the ground, but no corpses. Where were the 2 guards he sent to Huang Qingyi? Did you kill them? The middle-aged man's eyes spat out fire. In Flying Sand City's City Lord's mansion, There were only 2 6th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners and a dozen 5th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. Every 5th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner was a treasure, but now 2 of them were dead. How could he not take revenge? This old one killed them. At this time the old tree suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man focused his attention on the old tree. He felt that he couldn't see through the old tree. How was this possible? Even demons could use true energy in their human form, but the middle-aged man couldn't sense any true energy from the old tree. What was going on? However, the old tree's situation was very special. He was originally a heaven-reaching beast, and he could only take human form after being refined into a treasure. So, strictly speaking, the old tree couldn't be considered a demon. Chapter 1283. You let go of my son, or you won't be able to walk out of Flying Sand City. The woman said angrily. Are you kidding? Let him go? Yixian couldn't help but laugh and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare 1,000,000 fortune pills. Otherwise, you can take your son's body back. You dare? The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. Do you think I don't dare? Yixian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he took out a long sword and waved it casually. Swish! A crisp sound fell into everyone's ears, followed by an arm flying in the air. This scene happened so suddenly that no one expected it, not even the old tree. Yixian's sword had shaved off a bit of Huang Qingyi's hair. If the angle was a bit more flat, Huang Qingyi's head would have been cut off. Huang Qingyi let out a cry of pain as blood spurted out from his severed arm. He grew up in Flying Sand City and walked sideways since he was a child. He had almost never been injured since he started cultivating, so he didn't know what pain felt like. But now one of his arms had been chopped off? What are you doing? The middle-aged man panicked and almost rushed up. Nothing, just a greeting gift. Yixian circulated his true qi and threw the severed arm to the middle-aged man's feet. He was not a simple character. His character was vengeful. If it wasn't because Huang Qingyi was still useful, he would have killed him directly. Using the word ruthless to describe Yixian was the most appropriate word. Boy, you're the first person to threaten my son in Flying Sand City and dare to ask for such an exorbitant price. The middle-aged man said while gnashing his teeth. I dare to kill him, do you believe me? Yixian narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Very good, you're the first person to dare to talk to me like this. After the middle-aged man spat out these words with difficulty, he took out a cloth bag from his interspatial ring. Inside it, there were 100 high-grade fortune pills. A high-grade fortune pill was equivalent to 100 middle-grade fortune pills, which was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade fortune pills. 100 high-grade fortune pills was equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade fortune pills. The middle-aged man threw the cloth bag to Yixian and said, Let him go. Only a future city lord like him could take out 1,000,000 fortune pills so casually. Yixian chuckled as he received the cloth bag and directly put it into his devouring space. His goal had finally been achieved. Ding, the host breakthrough. Without another word, Yixian directly swallowed the 1,000,000 fortune pill. Instantly, his aura expanded by 2 times. The middle-aged man was startled when he sensed the change. Breakthrough? Impossible. He must have deliberately suppressed his cultivation just now. Oh, to break through. The 5th level of the fulfillment realm was Yixian's current realm. He no longer feared anyone in Flying Sand City. T2. Fine, let him go. Oh. Huang Qingyi was freed from his shackles. He immediately ran to his father. At the same time, the middle-aged man yelled, Kill them! As expected, the other party wanted to kill them after they were safe. However, the current Yixian no longer placed these people in his eyes. Young master, leave the 6th stage fulfillment realm one to me. Old Tree's voice rang in Yixian's mind. All right. Yixian nodded. He'd leave the others to him. Immediately, the middle-aged man and the woman charged over. Unfortunately, Yixian was in a hurry. He didn't want to waste any more time. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Yixian attacked without hesitation. His target was Huang Qingyi's mother. In the blink of an eye, the 5th stage fulfillment realm woman was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ashes. In a situation of the same level, The only ones that could make Yixian fear them were the 3 reincarnators. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. His wife was an expert at the 5th stage of the fulfillment realm. How could she be instantly killed by Yixian, who was also at the 5th stage of the fulfillment realm? However, he didn't have time to feel sad because Old Tree instantly transformed into his true form and punched him. Boom! Even an expert at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm would be severely injured by Old Shoe's full-powered punch. The middle-aged man was stunned by the punch. Many of his bones were broken. They were both at the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm, so why was the gap between them so big? These City Lord Manor higher-ups all have that black crystal in their heads. What is it? Yixian was puzzled. He quickly rushed over and took the dead woman's universe ring and the undamaged black crystal. As for the others, they were all killed by a flash of white light. Naturally, this white flash was Luo Luo. However, these 4th stage fulfillment realm guards didn't have a black crystal in their heads. Among the people present, only Huang Chengyi and his parents had one. Old Tree, capture him. Yixian glanced out of the corner of his eyes and immediately said, "No problem." Old Tree responded. A large number of branches extended from his body and grabbed the middle-aged man. Father. Huang Chengyi saw that even his 6th stage fulfillment realm father was captured and was immediately scared witless. He prepared to run away. However, the moment he turned around, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. What is this thing? Yixian held the strange black crystal in his hand and asked. I don't know. Huang Chengyi was so scared that he didn't have any temper left. He hurriedly shook his head. If he was under Yixian's control right now, then Yixian would naturally believe him. However, Yixian couldn't control Huang Chengyi because he also had the black crystal in his head. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him. At this time, Yixian suddenly turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked again, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me what this is or he will die. Hearing Yixian's threatening tone, the middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in hatred. He saw his wife being killed by Yixian. How could he possibly answer Yixian's question? Kill me if you want. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Hearing this, Huang Chengyi immediately said, Father, don't. I don't want to die. You gave this to me. Hurry and tell him. Don't be afraid. Your grandfather will avenge us. The middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. This time he had fallen. However, he didn't fall at the hands of Yixian, but at the hands of Huang Chengyi. If Huang Chengyi wasn't used to being bullied, how could he have provoked such a person? However, there was no room for negotiation now. All right, as you wish. Chapter 1284. Stop! A shout rang out at the same time. However, Yixian wouldn't stop even if the Heavenly Emperor were to descend. Rip! A crisp sound rang out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Huang Chengyi's head flew into the air. Yixian actually killed him just like that? The surrounding people originally thought that Yixian was just making a simple threat. After all, Huang Chengyi was the young city lord of Flying Sand City. Who would have thought that Yixian would actually kill him? Of course, a large portion of the crowd didn't think that Yixian was joking. After all, Huang Chengyi's mother had already been killed. To be able to cultivate to this level, apart from the rich kids who hadn't experienced life and death situations, almost everyone could see that Yixian was a ruthless character. Since he dared to kill a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion in Flying Sand City, he definitely had a powerful background. However, while the crowd was still in shock, a white-haired old woman entered their sight. Another 6th stage of the fulfillment realm? Yixian raised his eyebrows. However, when he focused his eyes, he discovered that this old woman's right eye was a little special. It seemed that he had met the right person. This white-haired old woman was probably Lu Tiangong's ex-wife who had remarried to Flying Sand City. She was also the person who possessed the all-encompassing right eye. At the same time, she was also the purpose of Yixian's trip. My grandson. After the white-haired old woman arrived, she murmured resentfully. Then she focused her gaze on Yixian. Immediately, a surge of all-encompassing power trapped Yixian. The insignificant skill. Yixian chuckled and directly extinguished this surge of all-encompassing power. At the same time, he gave this white-haired old woman a greeting gift. What? You can use the all-encompassing power from afar? The white-haired old woman was shocked. Why did Yixian know this too? Only someone with the all-encompassing eye could use the all-encompassing power from afar. However, Yixian didn't have the all-encompassing eye. How did he do it? I've already taken Lu Tiangong's left eye. My goal this time is your right eye. After Yixian finished speaking coldly, he turned to the middle-aged man who was trapped by the old tree's branches and said, "Hand over your right eye and I'll spare your lives on account of Lu Tiangong." Lu Tiangong had already become his servant, so Yixian had decided to let him off and not haggle with the Huang family. After all, Luo was her reverse scale. It wasn't easy for the extremely protective Yixian to say such words. "Lu Tiangong? You killed him?" The white-haired old woman's body trembled, and her eyes widened. Although she couldn't stand Lu Tiangong and remarried, Lu Tiangong was her ex-husband after all. "No, he's alive and well." Alive. Hearing this, the white-haired old woman secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But then again, Yixian had killed his grandson. How could he not take revenge? "You killed my grandson, so I'll take your life." The white-haired old woman didn't say anything else and charged at Yixian with her sword. But halfway through, a scream suddenly came from the side, causing her to stop. "Don't move or your son will be sucked dry of blood," Yixian warned. The middle-aged man was trapped by the old tree, but the old tree had already stabbed its branches into the middle-aged man's body and sucked his blood. If the old tree wanted to, the middle-aged man would be sucked dry of blood in a second and die. "What do you want?" The white-haired old woman gritted her teeth. She was so angry just now that she forgot that her son was still in the enemy's hands, so she immediately stopped. The 6th level of the fulfillment realm was nothing to Yixian, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Yixian attacked, this white-haired old woman wouldn't live for more than 3 seconds. However, the reason why Yixian hadn't made a move yet was because of Lu Tiangong. Of course, there were 2 other reasons. First, Yixian was afraid of accidentally damaging the white-haired old woman's eye of myriad forms. Second, the white-haired old woman also had that kind of black crystal in her head, so Yixian wanted to know what it was. "Hand over your eye of myriad forms, and tell me what this is." Yixian opened his hand, revealing 2 black crystals in his palm. One belonged to Huang Chengyi and the other belonged to his mother. "The eye of myriad forms, impossible," the white-haired old woman said with a livid expression. How could she not know the benefits of the eye of myriad forms after so many years? "If you can't even meet the first requirement, then forget it," Yixian said slowly and looked at the old tree. The old tree immediately understood and increased the sucking effect. "In 3 seconds, he will become a dried corpse," Yixian said. The white-haired old woman wanted nothing more than to tear Yixian into 1,000 pieces. However, all of this was caused by the Huang family. Otherwise, Yixian would only come to take this eye of myriad forms and give her a fake eye. Should she hand over the eye of myriad forms? If she didn't hand it over, her son would die at the hands of the old tree. If she handed it over, how could she face her dead grandson and daughter-in-law? The white-haired old woman hesitated for a second, then made a decision. She would hand over the eye of myriad forms first, then let her husband take it back and kill Yixian to avenge Huang Chengyi and his mother. "All right, I'll give it to you." The white-haired old woman made her decision and took out her right eye. The eye of myriad forms wasn't originally hers. She had dug out her right eye and installed it, then connected it with her qi. Fortunately, Yixian was only using it to devour, not to install it for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so. The white-haired old woman took out her right eye and threw it to Yixian. "Very good." Yixian grinned and took the eye of myriad forms, then devoured it. Ding! The host has devoured 1 eye of myriad forms. When the system notification sounded, Yixian felt that his strength of all creations had increased significantly. If the strength of all creations increased by 1 eye of myriad forms was considered 1, then 2 eyes of all creations wasn't 2 but 3 because they were a pair. Yixian only felt that the distance he could use his Wanxiang force from afar had increased by 2 times. This was the effect of being paired. Ding! The host has devoured a pair of eyes of myriad forms. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline has advanced once. Another system notification sounded, catching Yixian off guard. The Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline had advanced once? That was great. the effects of the Eye of Nirvana, the Eye of Glory, the Eye of the Void, and the other heavenly eyes had all improved. Even the fused skill Scorching Hell was the same. What a windfall, what a windfall. Very good. Now you can answer another question. Yixian couldn't hide his joy. He glanced at the 2 black crystals in his hand and said to the white-haired old woman. The white-haired old woman thought that Yixian was so happy because he had obtained the Eye of Myriad Forms. She paused for a moment, then answered, "My husband gave this to me. He said that it can increase the strength of one's soul and cultivation speed after consuming it." Chapter 1285. Then did you really improve? Yixian asked again. Yes, but I have a dream every night. I dream that I am kneeling in front of a giant black scorpion and chanting some incantations. The white-haired old woman said truthfully. What is this? After hearing this, Yixian also felt that it was inconceivable. To have the same dream every night, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Young master, I've heard of this thing. At this time, Luo suddenly said in Yixian's mind. After all, she had inherited memories. What? Yixian asked curiously. This black crystal should be a type of faith crystal. This thing should be made by the giant black scorpion in the dream. After this black crystal is swallowed and refined, the person will believe in the black scorpion. Then, an endless stream of faith power will be transmitted to the black scorpion. After the black scorpion receives the faith power, it will feedback it to the believer, increasing their cultivation speed and soul strength. Luo explained. There's such a thing. Yixian raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to devour this black crystal, but now it seems that he had to ask clearly before doing so. Based on my inherited memories, I can roughly guess what that black scorpion is. It should be the Cthulhu, the ancestor of the scorpion race. It used to continuously spread the Cthulhuism religion to increase the faith power. Luo continued. Cthulhu. After hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know whether there was a god or not, but if it dared to call itself a god, then it probably had a strong background. After all, Luo's inherited memories contained the Cthulhu's memories. It seemed that it wasn't an ordinary person. However, Yixian finally understood what this was. He immediately put away the 2 black crystals. He guessed that this flying sand city lord was related to the Cthulhuism religion. Okay, I understand. Yixian nodded slightly. Let them go. The white-haired old woman shouted. Yixian's eyes turned and signaled the old tree to let them go. He was not a person who would go back on his word. Since the other party had already fulfilled his 2 requirements, he naturally could not kill the hostage. The old tree immediately let go of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was already covered in wounds, and there were dozens of bloody holes on his body. If he had been 2 seconds slower, he would have been sucked dry by the old tree. Yixian watched as the middle-aged man approached the white-haired old woman. In his heart, he wondered if the white-haired old woman would attack. Just now he had already warned her once. If this white-haired old woman attacked him again, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. Mother, he killed Chang'e and Lan'er. Kill him. The middle-aged man, who had just escaped from danger, shouted angrily. The white-haired old woman was also hesitating because she felt that Yixian and the old tree were not to be trifled with. Although the middle-aged man was also at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, he was currently heavily injured and probably only had 60 to 70% of his combat strength left. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to do anything to Yixian. Don't worry. Just now, I used a special method to contact your father. He will be here soon. The white-haired old woman said in a low voice. The middle-aged man's father was Flying Sand City Lord, Huang Ming. He had already broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming was currently receiving an important guest, so he had not yet arrived. Important guest? The middle-aged man was stunned. What kind of important guest could make his father receive him personally? Seeing that the white-haired old woman and the middle-aged man did not seem to want to attack, Yixian narrowed his eyes and said, Since the 2 of you do not want to take revenge, then we will take our leave first. In truth, he did not want to leave. He was just setting a trap for the other party. He had seen the white-haired old woman's small actions just now. He also knew that the white-haired old woman was notifying Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. Therefore, if he left now, the other party would think that he was afraid and attack. Simply put, he was baiting the other party to attack. Bastard, you think you can leave after killing my son? Stay. Before the white-haired old woman could speak, the middle-aged man roared and attacked Yi Xian with his bare hands. After the old tree captured him, he had already taken his interspatial ring, so he did not have a weapon. I fell for it. The moment Yi Xian turned around, he heard the sound of wind. He immediately circulated all of his true energy and 10,000 mammoth strength and slashed with his sword. Eye of Glory. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's peerless slash. Although the glorious golden armor did not appear, it was not necessary to use the Eye of Glory to activate it. Once the set was successfully refined, it would already be effective. The set was only used to defend and protect one's life. In an instant, the flame dragon roared and swallowed the middle-aged man. The white-haired old woman's heart trembled, and she hurriedly attacked. However, at this time, she remembered that she no longer had the eye of myriad mammoths, so she could not use 10,000 mammoth strength from a distance. Therefore, she could only watch as one of her sons turned into ashes. I'll kill you. The white-haired old woman finally could not hold back anymore. I gave you a chance to live, but you did not cherish it. Since that is the case, then you can go on your way. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he instantly split into two. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. At the same time, the old tree's figure flashed, and he flanked the white-haired old woman from behind. The white-haired old woman also had the faith crystal in her body, so her cultivation speed was much faster. Therefore, she was about to break through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, the peak of the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. She was twice as strong as her son. Even without the eye of myriad mammoths, she was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, her opponents were Yi Xian and the old tree. Twin Dragon Roar. Piercing Strike. Yi Xian and the old tree used all of their skills, preparing to insta-kill the white-haired old woman. This piercing strike was the old tree's strongest attack without the use of any artifact skills. It could transform his right hand into a thick spike and rapidly thrust it out. At this time, you dare to behave atrociously in my flying sand city. You are courting death. An explosive shout came from the sky, and at the same time, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Bang! Yi Xian's twin dragon roar collided with another wave of true energy and exploded. However, the old tree's piercing strike was not blocked by the enemy. Rip! The spike formed by the old tree's right hand pierced the white-haired old woman's chest and heart. Now both of Flying Sand City's 6th level fulfillment realm experts were dead. The newcomer was naturally the Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. His grandson, son, daughter-in-law, and wife were all dead. The Flying Sand City's city lord was probably going to go berserk. Is he really at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. If it was before, he would be somewhat afraid, but now he was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. He was only 2 realms away from the enemy, and he had not used many of his trump cards yet. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1286. In fact, this group of onlookers would subconsciously retreat when someone died, but they were curious and didn't want to miss this good show, so they didn't leave. Now Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, came out. So what will the end result be? This group of onlookers was very curious. Will Yi Xian and the old tree kill Flying Sand City's city lord? Or will they be beheaded by Flying Sand City's city lord and hung in front of Flying Sand City's city lord? The end result will depend on this battle. You killed my family, I will tear you into pieces. Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, was furious and directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. You came at the right time, you finally came. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time he was going to use his ultimate move. At that moment, the old tree directly condensed a green wooden seal and threw it into the distance. After this wooden seal flew past Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, it quickly grew and vines stretched out, wrapping around Huang Ming. At the same time, the old tree also held a wooden seal, and countless vines stretched out. The two sides connected, instantly trapping Yi Xian, the old tree, and Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming. in an airtight encirclement. Magical treasure skill. Divine wood prison. Before being refined into a magical treasure, the old tree actually also knew the divine wood prison, but after being refined into a magical treasure skill, the divine wood prison's strength was far greater than before. Break for me. Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming didn't react in time and was trapped. He immediately slashed with his sword, ready to break the prison. However, his all-out sword strike was only able to leave a mark on the prison. This magical treasure skill could be used to restrict the enemy, but it could also be used for defense. It was very practical. Flying Sand City's city lord, I will give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of the Xianming duo demons, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said. The duration of the divine wood prison was a full 10 seconds, which was more than enough for him. Xianming duo demons? Hearing this name, Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming was somewhat stunned, because this was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he did not associate this name with the two people he had escorted before. After all, they were escorted by his wife. Brat, you killed my wife and child. How dare you ask me a question? You're courting death. The Flying Sand City Lord did not say anything and directly rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. The reason why Yi Xian let the old tree use the Divine Wood Prison was because he was afraid that the Flying Sand City Lord would escape. With the Divine Wood Prison, the Flying Sand City Lord would definitely die. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Yi Xian shook his head. Nailin Bing had a death warrant on her, so he didn't have to ask her clearly. Bladestorm. Yi Xian had already made up his mind to kill Wei Zhentian, so he immediately tossed Wei Zhentian out. Wei Zhentian, who was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm, instantly transformed into thousands of bloody lights that shot toward the Flying Sand City Lord. What? The Flying Sand City Lord was shocked. He paused and hastily blocked. Although he was at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. In Yi Xian's heart, the Flying Sand City Lord was already a dead man. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Sand City Lord was surrounded by the bloody swords and then ravaged by thousands of bloody swords. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This system notification undoubtedly proved that the Flying Sand City Lord had been killed by Wei Zhentian. The Flying Sand City Lord might have some connection with the Cthulhuism Society, but Yi Xian was not interested in the Cthulhuism Society, so he was too lazy to investigate. In the Divine Wood Prison, a figure flew out from the sky. Yi Xian hastily used the Eye of Myriad Forms to collect the corpse. The corpse was thrown into the planting space. As for the Yin and Yang ring and the Faith Crystal, they were collected by Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian checked the other party's Yin and Yang ring, he was shocked. In the Flying Sand City Lord's Yin and Yang ring, other than 2 million worth of wealth, there was also a bag of black faith crystals. Why are there so many? Yi Xian was shocked. From just now until now, including the one in the Flying Sand City Lord's head, he had only obtained a total of 5 faith crystals. But now there were more than 1,000 faith crystals in this bag. What was going on? If there were so many, why didn't he share them with others such as the 5th and 4th level Fulfillment Realm guards who died just now? Wait, just now Lu Tiangong's ex-wife said that the Flying Sand City Lord was receiving an important guest. Could it be? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Could this important guest be a member of the Cthulhuism Society? Was he the one who gave the Flying Sand City Lord so many faith crystals and prepared to distribute them to increase the number of believers? Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. If that was the case, then there was probably another expert in Flying Sand City, and that was the Cthulhuism Society's apostle. He did not know how strong this Cthulhuism Society apostle was. Was he at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, or 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian could not guess. However, at this time there was a sudden explosion outside the Divine Wood Prison. Yi Xian looked up and found that a large hole had been blasted open in the Divine Wood Prison. Then a figure rushed in. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of perception also felt an extremely strong aura. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, and behind him was a long and thick scorpion tail. The Scorpion Man race. Boy, you killed him? The black-robed scorpion man's eyes flashed as he questioned. That's right. Yixian nodded directly with a fearful expression. This was because he felt that this black-robed scorpion man should be an expert at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. After hearing Yixian's answer, the black-robed scorpion man nodded in satisfaction and said, to be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age, and even kill Huang Ming 2 levels above you, your talent is very good. From now on, you are the Flying Sand City Lord. I am the Flying Sand City Lord? Yixian frowned slightly. Could it be that the Flying Sand City Lord needed to be appointed? Shouldn't the position be held by the strong? He remembered that Lu Tiangong said that Flying Sand City had existed for a long time, but after the City Lord died and the new City Lord changed, it became stronger day by day. Fi Xian wanted to, he could be the Flying Sand City Lord. However, he did not want to. I am the Cthulhuism Society Apostle Scorpion Flow. From now on, you will be my spokesperson in Flying Sand City. As the black-robed scorpion man spoke, he took out a large faith crystal from his universe ring and threw it to Yixian, saying, consume this and become the servant of the Cthulhuism god. It will make you stronger. Yixian caught the faith crystal and sized it up with narrowed eyes. Chapter 1287. Who is the evil god? Yixian pretended not to know anything and asked. The evil god is the master I worship. He is the ancestor of my scorpion man race. His strength is not something you can imagine. Now that I am giving you this chance, it is your 100 lifetimes of good fortune. You must cherish it, Xiaolu said in a superior tone. Although Yixian had killed Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming, who was at the 7th stage of the fulfillment realm, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Oh, then what if I don't want to join the evil god society? Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Then you will have to die here. Xiaolu suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and said in a tough tone, hurry up, I will give you 3 breaths of time. I still have things to do. 3 breaths of time was enough for people at Yixian's level to think. However, Yixian did not need to think at all. Asking him to join the evil god society and become the evil god's apostle, what kind of joke was this? If you can catch me, I will join. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. With a thought, the 1,000 blood swords transformed into streaks of blood-colored light that attacked the scorpion stream. Shameless boasting. Since you don't cherish this chance, then die. After Xiaolu finished speaking angrily, he circulated the manifestation power in his body and sent the blood swords flying. Haha, why don't you try again? Yixian suddenly laughed loudly. Ding Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 7th stage of the fulfillment realm. The system suddenly notified. Just now he had devoured the things in Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming's universe ring, which allowed Wei Zhentian to break through. Now Wei Zhentian still had a few seconds, so it was possible to kill Xiaolu. Yixian knew that if he killed Xiaolu, he might be able to break through to the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm. This Xiaolu must die. Old Tree, prepare to use Mad Python Sweep at any time. Yixian hurriedly said in his mind. Okay. Old Shu responded and also charged towards the scorpion stream. Although the cooldown of Mad Python Sweep was 3 days, as long as they could kill Xiaolu, it was worth it even if it took 10 days. The 2 treasures and Yixian attacked Xiaolu together, but the latter was an 8th stage fulfillment realm expert and did not put them in his eyes. Petty tricks. Die. Xiaolu shouted, and the black scorpion tail behind him suddenly extended and stabbed towards Old Shu. The speed of this attack was even faster than Old Shu's piercing strike. Old Shu's heart of the demon tree was instantly pierced. And Yixian's face darkened as he felt an enormous pressure. He wondered if the divine tree of life's bloodline would be effective if the attack hit him. Would he be turned into ashes like the old tree? Fortunately, the old tree had been refined into a treasure and had an immortal body. Even if his heart was pierced or his entire body was turned into ashes, he would not die. At that moment, Yixian summoned him once again, and his foothold was behind the scorpion flow. How dare you kill me? Take this. Old Tree's violent temper suddenly showed, and he directly used his strongest attack, Mad Python Sweep. Immediately, countless sharp thorns extended from the divine wood prison and stabbed at Xiaolu. Mad Python Sweep could be used by the old tree himself, but it could also be used together with the divine wood prison. Of course, the effect would be better with the Divine Wood prison. What? Why aren't you dead? Xiaolu was shocked. Just now, he clearly killed the old tree, but now why did the old tree suddenly appear again? But now there was no time for him to think. Scorpion King armor. Xiaolu circulated all the true qi in his body and condensed it into a shadow. A huge scorpion formed by the power of all things appeared and protected Xiaolu. Puff! 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 However, the power of the mat python sweep was beyond his expectations. Many of the thorns pierced through the scorpion shadow and sank into Xiaolu's body. How dare you hurt me when you're only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? You're courting death. Xiaolu was furious. Fortunately, he was at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. If he was at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, he would probably have died under this attack. Damn. It's amazing to have a powerful background. This divine ability is probably a top-grade fulfillment divine ability. Yixian exclaimed in his heart. Divine abilities were actually divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade divine abilities. Top-grade divine abilities were actually the best of the high-grade divine abilities and were closest to the shattering divine abilities. It was precisely because of this that Xiaolu was not dead. Sword Blade Storm, kill him. Yixian roared in his mind. Scorpion King armor. Xiaolu once again formed a giant scorpion shadow, but the power of the Sword Blade Storm was even stronger than the mat python sweep. This giant scorpion shadow instantly collapsed, and thousands of blood swords swept past. Then, Yixian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This meant that Xiaolu was already dead. However, even without the system notification sound, Yixian could see that. After all, Xiaolu's body was already riddled with holes, and even his head had been pierced several times. This Xiaolu was not Yixian. If he still did not die like this, then Yixian might as well kill himself by smashing his head against a wall. What Cthulhuism society, Pooh? Yixian could not help but curse. However, this could not be blamed on the Cthulhuism society for being too weak. It was because he was too strong. When he used his trump cards, not many people could stop him. The reason why the Sword Blade Storm and the Mat Python Sweep were so powerful was because Yixian had consumed a large amount of killing intent and used killing intent explosion. Just these two moves had consumed half of his killing intent. However, after Xiaolu died, his killing intent increased instead of decreasing. It was definitely worth it. At that moment, Yixian quickly rushed over and collected Xiaolu's corpse and universe ring. He also took out the faith crystal in Xiaolu's head. Let me see how many good things you have. Yixian began to explore Xiaolu's universe ring excitedly. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing in Xiaolu's universe ring except for a few thousand faith crystals. In total, there were only about 300,000 fulfillment pills. He was really poor. Damn, you are at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and an apostle of the Cthulhuism society. How can you be so poor? How can you face your Cthulhuism god? Yixian could not help but curse. He had used his trump card to kill the opponent, but he did not expect to lose so much. It seemed that Xiaolu had come out to wantonly distribute faith crystals, which was to expand faith. What a pity! Yixian shook his head. However, at this moment, young master, you can give these faith crystals to me. I have a way to purify them. After purification, you can use them. Chapter 1288. What? Little girl, you have a way? Yixian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I can absorb the purified faith crystal. It will be much faster than using natural treasures to cultivate, Luo replied. At this time, Yixian remembered Luo's unique heavenly loathing fox physique. Besides, Luo was also a beast man like the scorpion men. Alright, I'll give you all of these. Yixian nodded and put the items into the planting space. He had already tried using the normal devouring method to absorb the faith crystal, but it didn't benefit him much. Now that Luo had a way, he wanted to try again after purifying it. Let me try purifying it first. Luo picked up a faith crystal in the planting space and began to purify it with her own method. Yixian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the black faith crystal slowly turned transparent. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal. It's purified. Young master, see if you can use it. Luo handed the purified faith crystal to Yixian. Yixian tried using a special devouring method and found that there was no other benefit. It only increased his cultivation by a little. It's useless to me. Give it to the old tree. Yixian shook his head. Luo purified another one. However, the old tree couldn't even absorb it. Therefore, these faith crystals all belong to Luo. If I purify and absorb all of these faith crystals, I should be able to reach the 6th level of the fulfillment realm at least. Luo estimated. She was currently at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. That meant that she could increase her cultivation by 2 levels. This was still within a short period of time. It was indeed much faster than refining natural treasures. Alright, then I'll help you get more. Yixian nodded with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to get involved with the Cthulhuism Society. However, he had no choice but to start investigating for various reasons. First, the Scorpion Men obviously came from the Desert of Despair because that was where the Scorpion Men lived. Coincidentally, the Xianming Duo demons were also in that direction. Second, these faith crystals were useful to Luo. Yixian could go and collect them. Therefore, Yixian had already formulated a plan in his heart, which was to enter the Desert of Despair. As for how to investigate, it couldn't be any simpler. Yixian just had to use the Eye of Revelation to see who had the faith crystal in their body. Of course, before entering the Desert of Despair, Yixian had to loot the City Lord Manor. After all, the City Lord and his wife had already fallen. Now that the City Lord's manor was without a leader, who could stop him? This time, however, Yixian was a little disappointed. Because Flying Sand City's City Lord Huang Ming had given away a large amount of treasures to the Cthulhuism Society, the City Lord's mansion was now very poor. Forget it. Let's just enter the Desert of Despair. Yixian sighed. He then passed through Flying Sand City and entered the Desert of Despair. However, after he left Flying Sand City also became noisy. The City Lord of the 7th Stage Fulfillment Realm had fallen. The son and wife of the 6th Stage Fulfillment Realm City Lord had also died. Therefore, the 5th Stage Fulfillment Realm experts all formed groups and started to fight. As for who was the City Lord of Flying Sand City in the end, Yixian couldn't be bothered to care. His current goal was to find the Cthulhuism Society as soon as possible, and then loot the Faith Crystal to help Luo level up. Of course, the most important thing was to find the Xianming Duo demons to prevent future troubles. From the map of the Desert of Despair, the Xianming Duo demons seemed to be in the Desert of Despair as well. Yixian sat on the back of Wei Jintian, who had transformed into a sky dragon. He held a map of the Desert of Despair in his hand. The Desert of Despair was an extremely dangerous place. Very few people who entered could come out alive. However, the Scorpion Men lived in the Desert of Despair and were naturally familiar with it. Moreover, the reason why very few people came out alive was mostly because of the Scorpion Men. Xiaolu was a member of the Scorpion Men, but even so, he didn't have a map of the entire Desert of Despair. This map doesn't record the location of the Cthulhuism Society. It seems that I have to investigate. Yixian's eyes flashed. This map only recorded a few Scorpion Men tribes. The Cthulhuism Society's location was not recorded. However, if the Cthulhuism Society had spread beyond the Desert of Despair, then the tribes in the Desert of Despair should have been assimilated. In that case, Yixian could start his investigation from these tribes. He immediately rode the 7th level Fulfillment Realm Wei Jintian towards the Scorpion Man tribe. Riding the 7th level Fulfillment Realm Wei Jintian, Yixian only spent an hour to arrive at the first Scorpion Men tribe. Although he didn't know the name of this tribe, it didn't matter because the strongest person was only at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After arriving, Yixian instinctively scanned with the Eye of Revelation. This Scorpion Men tribe wasn't big. There were only 500 people, but almost all of them were in the Fulfillment Realm. Only the little Scorpion Men were in the Nether Passage Realm. Moreover, they all had faith crystals in their bodies. Even the children were no exception. Who is the leader? Come out. Yixian's voice spread throughout the entire tribe. Immediately, a 5th level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men expert flew into the air and stood opposite Yixian. Human, a mere 5th level Fulfillment Realm cultivator dares to shout in front of the Black Wind tribe? Who gave you the guts? The Scorpion Men expert said angrily. The Scorpion Men looked very similar to the human race. The only difference was that they had a long scorpion tail. Yixian looked at the scorpion men expert and glanced at him. As expected, he also had a faith crystal in his head. Eye of control. He immediately attacked without another word. However, he heard a system notification that he didn't want to hear. Ding! Control failed. They were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and because of the Eye of Myriad Forms, the power of the Eye of Control was increased by a level. However, Yixian couldn't control his opponent. What the hell? Kid, you want to control me? Die! The Scorpion Men expert immediately reacted and attacked Yixian. Wei Zhentian, capture him. Yixian gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Immediately, the green dragon that Wei Zhentian had transformed into transformed again, directly transforming into a green giant. Then with a grab it grabbed the expert of the Scorpion race. What? The Scorpion Men expert was in disbelief. How did a heavenly dragon suddenly turn into a giant? Moreover, he was instantly captured. Human, what are you doing? Do you want to become enemies with the Black Wind tribe? An old figure floated over from afar. Yixian turned around and saw an old Scorpion Men expert leading several Scorpion Men experts over. You are all believers of the Evil God Society, right? Yixian didn't beat around the bush. What? Chapter 1289. Tell me how to find the Evil God Society. Yixian asked directly again. What do you want? The Scorpion Man elder's heart shook. He felt that Yixian didn't come with good intentions. You don't need to know what I'm going to do. You just need to tell me where the Evil God Society is. Yixian said. Although it was just a question, these Scorpion Men were all believers of the Evil God Society. Now that Yixian wanted to find the Evil God Society, they naturally wouldn't tell him. Plus they didn't know. You dare to ask about the Evil God Society's whereabouts? You must be up to no good. You two go and capture him. The Scorpion Man elder said to the 2 5th level fulfillment realm experts beside him. Yes, Chief. The 2 5th level fulfillment realm Scorpion Men nodded and immediately rushed toward Yixian. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yixian didn't waste time and attacked immediately. His body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 5th level fulfillment realm Scorpion Men's heads were thrown into the air. Yixian didn't need to use divine abilities to deal with martial practitioners of the same level. Bang! At the same time, the Scorpion Man Wei Zhentian grabbed was crushed by Wei Zhentian. The Scorpion Man elder's eyes turned red when he saw the 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts in the tribe who were weaker than him die in an instant. One of them was even his son. He knew that the Black Wind tribe was in great trouble this time, but since they believed in the evil god, they naturally had to fight to the death. All warriors of the tribe, listen to my order and kill the enemy. The Scorpion Man elder shouted and charged toward Yixian. Although the Black Wind tribe only had 500 people, there were more than 100 3rd-level fulfillment realm warriors. In an instant, 100 people followed the Scorpion Man elder and charged toward Yixian. This evil god society is evil. Yixian's eyes flashed as he ordered Wei Zhentian to attack. Boom! 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 In the sky above the Black Wind tribe, loud noises rang out unceasingly as corpses fell one after another. According to Luoluo, almost all of the people who believed in the evil god had lost their minds and were controlled by the evil god. Once someone spoke ill of the evil god, they would do their best to kill that person. Therefore, the Cthulhuism Society did not exist for long before it was destroyed. In a short span of 3 seconds, Wei Zhentian single-handedly swept through the entire Black Wind tribe, killing over 100 Black Wind tribe warriors. The warriors of the Black Wind tribe were at least at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. As for the others, they were not considered combat power. Seeing Wei Zhentian take care of all the experts by himself, the group of Black Wind tribe Scorpion Men were shocked. Run! The leader is dead. This human is too cruel. Everyone run. Human, the evil god will definitely punish you. Just you wait. The moment these scorpions swallowed the faith crystal, they became the slaves of the evil god. Therefore, they believed that the evil god was the strongest in this world. Previously, when the Flying Sand City's city lord and the others consumed the faith crystal, the effect was not as good. It was because the Flying Sand City's city lord was a human. Therefore, at the beginning it was just a dream for them to subtly influence them. If it was the Scorpion Men who consumed the faith crystal, they would immediately become the most loyal followers. Hearing the angry roars of the scorpion men below, Yi Xian directly chose to ignore them. Survival of the fittest. He had long since calmed down. Immediately he cleaned up the battlefield and kept the yin and yang rings. He left the corpses for their tribesmen to bury. Since he could not ask this tribe, then he would go to the next tribe. After all, Yi Xian's goal this time was to destroy the Cthulhuism society. Alright, his real goal was the Faith Crystal and the Xianming Duo demons. Beside the Black Wind tribe, there was another tribe that was slightly stronger than the Black Wind tribe. Yi Xian rode Wei Jintian and only took 10 minutes to arrive. Similarly, this tribe was also like the Black Wind tribe. Everyone in this tribe had become followers of the Cthulhuism society, and became the Cthulhuism society's faith power. Just like before, Yi Xian killed all those who wanted to capture him to gain merit. At this speed, I will be able to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in a day. On the way to the next tribe, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, on the way he first heard a system notification. Chapter 1290. No problem. Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree from the planting space. The old tree didn't have true energy and wasn't a bird, but it could grow a pair of wooden wings to fly. In less than a second, the 3 6th level fulfillment realm experts were killed by the 2 magic treasures one after another. The universe ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Berserker tribe, send some capable fighters. The leisurely Yi Xian shouted at the sky. His voice was heard by everyone in the Berserker tribe. This was a provocation to the entire Berserker tribe. No one would dare to do this if they weren't strong enough. Naturally, the 7th level fulfillment realm experts had to move. However, before they arrived, a lot of small fries rushed out. There were more than 100 of them, and they were ready to kill Yi Xian and the others. How dare you cause trouble in my Berserker tribe, human? Die. Surrender or you'll suffer. How many years has it been? Finally, a decent human has come. Kill. A group of people roared and charged toward Yi Xian. Noisy. Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back, and summoned the double dragon sword bell. Then a dragon's roar spread. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, countless people fell from the sky. Other than a few 6th level fulfillment realm experts, everyone else had fainted. Those with lower realms even had their heads blown apart. So strong. The scorpion men at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, 2 figures were already charging toward them from the left and right. Rip. Bang. Boom. After a few sounds, only Yi Xian and the others were left in the sky. However, the group below them wasn't completely dead yet. Fortunately, both the old tree and Megatron could attack groups. The former's body extended countless spikes, while the latter turned into an arrow tower and shot wildly. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian was in a good mood when he heard the system notifications. Among these people, the weakest was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and the stronger ones were at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With so many killing intent points added together, it was no less than the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. If I can exterminate all the scorpion men in the desert of despair, my killing intent value might reach the upper limit again. However, if I want to do that, I have to suppress my realm and not break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. The upper limit of killing intent would increase with the increase of devouring points in realm. Previously, Yi Xian had already exchanged for devouring points, so the upper limit of killing intent had increased by 1 level. However, the desert of despair was so big and there were thousands of tribes. As long as they all went there, not to mention 1, even 2 was possible. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What he lacked the most now was devouring points. If he had devouring points, his combat bloodline, physique bloodline, and support bloodline would be able to fuse and become stronger bloodlines. Just as he was fantasizing, several powerful scorpion men experts charged out of the Berserker tribe. 3 of them were at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Is the real deal here? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 scorpion men experts in front of him. These 3 scorpion men at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm were the 3 leaders of the Berserker tribe. Human, why have you come to our Berserker tribe? The middle-aged man in the lead questioned. Nothing. I just want to find the location of the evil god society and exterminate them. Yixian shrugged and said, What, you want to exterminate the evil god society? What kind of joke is this? A mere 5th level of the fulfillment realm dares to speak so arrogantly. He's dead for sure now. The 3 leaders are on the move. He's dead for sure. The followers of the evil god outside were shouting and yelling. Not only that, the 3 7th level fulfillment realm leaders were burning with anger. They were the most loyal believers of the evil god, so they naturally wouldn't let someone exterminate the evil god society go. Kill, leave no one alive. The scorpion man in the lead immediately shouted and charged toward Yixian. Although Yixian was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he felt that Yixian was perhaps the strongest of the 3. Come at me. Yixian shouted loudly as he directly used the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation. The other 2 were left to the old tree and Wei Zhentian. These 4 were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, but Yixian was very confident in old tree and Wei Zhentian. Boy, how dare you disrespect the evil god! Die! The great leader of the Berserker tribe shouted. At the same time, the scorpion tail behind him shot a poisonous spike toward Yixian. Child's play. Yixian didn't care at all, and his eyes flashed. Eye of decomposition. The broken wing's poisonous spike wasn't big, only the size of an index finger, but the poison on it could paralyze a 6th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. Unfortunately, the eye of decomposition likes small things like this. The poisonous spike was disintegrated by Yixian with a soft sound and disappeared. You're quite capable. Take this. The great leader of the Berserker tribe attacked again when he saw that his attack had failed. His weapons were 2 giant hammers, and every time he swung them down, they were magnified by the power of 10,000 mammoths. One hit was enough to heavily injure a 6th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, let alone a 5th level human like Yixian. However, this was only possible if the hammers hit Yixian. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. The 2 Yixians respectively displayed their growth ability, and easily dodged the 2 sledgehammers. Then they spat out dragon breaths from the left and right sides. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. This move could be considered Yixian's current strongest attack. Seeing this, the face of the Berserker tribe's great leader sank to the bottom. He didn't expect a 5th level fulfillment realm human to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Don't underestimate me. The great leader of the Berserker tribe didn't intend to retreat when he remembered that so many tribesmen were watching behind him. He wanted to defeat the twin dragon roar. Skyquake hammer. The great leader of the Berserker tribe raised the 2 giant hammers above his head, and used his true energy and power of 10,000 mammoths to form a square giant hammer shadow. Then he smashed it down. Boom! The giant hammer shadow and the twin dragon roar collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This move was the great leader of the Berserker tribe. It was a high-grade fulfillment divine ability, and the hammers were powerful to begin with. It actually blocked Yixian's attack. Unfortunately, Yixian could use his ultimate move whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about it at all. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The 2 dragon breaths, 1 ice and 1 fire, merged to form an extremely powerful dragon breath. It broke through the shockwaves and blasted toward the great leader of the Berserker tribe. What? The great leader of the Berserker tribe was stunned. His reaction was clearly slower, and he was instantly hit by the twin dragon roar. I'm impossible. I can't die from this attack. Chapter 1291. Fortunately, Berserker tribe's great leader still had many clansmen behind him. They all used the power of 10,000 mammoths on him. An instant later, the twin dragon roar ended, and Berserker tribe's great leader barely survived. If it weren't for those clansmen, Berserker tribe's great leader would have died under that attack. However, this could only prolong his life for a short time. Twin dragon roar. Another wave of dragon breath erupted. This time, Berserker tribe's great leader had no chance of surviving. After being swallowed by the dragon breath, he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yixian's mind. 3 consecutive twin dragon roars and 3 bursts of killing intent had consumed a lot of his true energy and killing intent. However, it was worth it to kill a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. At this moment, Yixian glanced over from the corner of his eye and noticed that Wei Zhentian and Elder Shu hadn't finished their battle yet. His 5th level of the fulfillment realm was actually the fastest. Let me see how many good things you have as the great leader of Berserker tribe. Yixian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to grab Berserker tribe's great leader's universe ring and faith crystal. In comparison, Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion was like a child in front of Berserker tribe. A total of 5 million prosperity pills, awesome. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. After consuming so many prosperity pills, Yixian finally heard the notification that he had leveled up. 6th level of the fulfillment realm. He opened another natal palace in his body, and his strength increased by several times. At this time, the group of Berserker tribe scorpion men in the distance were dumbfounded. Their great leader, an expert at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, died at the hands of a human at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. This was a challenge that surpassed their level and 2 levels at that. Now that the great leader is dead, I think the 2nd and 3rd leaders. What should we do? Should we attack together? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that human had a breakthrough? If we charge, we'll die. But if we don't attack, we'll be massacred after the 2nd and 3rd leaders die. Go. When has the Berserker tribe ever cowered? Kill. Several scorpion men roared at the sky and led hundreds of experts toward Yixian. Another bunch who aren't afraid of death come. Yixian's fighting spirit was already burning. This time he was going to face hundreds of people by himself. Kill. Yixian was like an arrow that had left the bow. He suddenly shot out explosively, and wherever he passed someone would definitely fall. Although he didn't have a large group attack skill like the Sword Storm or the Berserk Python Sweep, no one was able to block Yixian's attack. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roar. Yixian was thousand dragons, thousand dragon thousand tribe. Boom! After a few dragon roars, the group of scorpion men experts all fainted. In the end, Yixian killed them one by one. The battle only lasted 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Yixian had killed hundreds of Berserker tribe's experts. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian's battle was coming to an end. After Yixian collected all the universe rings, faith crystals and corpses, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian finally finished off their opponents. The morale of the entire Berserker tribe fell to rock bottom. Right now, all of the Berserker tribe's experts were at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm or lower. They were no match for Yixian, the 3 gods of slaughter. It's over, it's over. Berserker tribe is done for. The 3 leaders are dead. We're the only ones left. We're going to be swallowed up by the surrounding tribes. Forget about being swallowed up. We might not even survive today. Please save us, evil god. The Berserker tribe was filled with cries and shouts. However, Yixian didn't want to kill them. He didn't want to kill the old, the weak, the women and the children since he had already killed so many experts. However, when Yixian received the 2nd and 3rd leaders' universe rings, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Look, that's the Lord Apostle. The Lord Apostle of the evil god sect has come to save us. Ha ha ha, this human is dead for sure. The Lord Apostle will definitely avenge the leader. For a time, the Berserker tribe was in an uproar. When Yixian heard these voices, he subconsciously turned his head to look. He just so happened to see a scorpion man in a black robe quickly flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into his perception range. An evil god apostle? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Traces of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered an evil god apostle. It was that Scorpion Lu. Today there was another one. This evil god apostle definitely knew where the evil god society was. However, it wasn't that easy to control an evil god apostle. I must defeat and capture him. Then I will use the high-efficiency flower to ask him where the evil god society is. Yixian thought to himself. Previously he had the Eye of Control, so he didn't need to use the high-efficiency flower. However, this evil god apostle had the faith crystal in his head and couldn't be controlled. Therefore, he could only use special methods to interrogate him. Earlier, Yixian had already used the high-efficiency flower. This was still effective against the evil god apostle. However, it wouldn't be that easy to capture this evil god apostle. because this evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? The black-robed evil god apostle asked loudly as he got close to Lin Fan. Lord Apostle, this human killed the 3 leaders of our tribe and hundreds of experts. He even said that he would destroy the evil god society. Lord Apostle, please avenge us. Lord Apostle. A group of scorpions from the Berserker tribe shouted. This time the evil god apostle knew what happened. He turned to look at Yixian and said, "How dare you kill the evil god apostle in the evil god society's territory? Not only do I dare to kill the evil god apostle, even if the evil god was here, I would kill him without hesitation." Yixian looked as if he wasn't afraid of anything and started to fight with this evil god apostle. How dare you? Since that's the case, I will capture you and offer you to the evil god as a sacrifice. The evil god apostle shouted angrily and attacked. I think it's better to use insects as a sacrifice. Yixian also ridiculed and went to meet the evil god apostle. This evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. He wasn't someone that Yixian could fight against right now. Chapter 1292. However, the storm of swords and serpent sweeps cooldown was less than a day. There were still 2 days before they could be used again. Hence Yixian had no choice but to join forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian. Yixian had no choice but to equip the golden radiant armor for a battle of this level. Die! The fiend god apostle did not plan to fight for long. He condensed a giant scorpion tail with his true chi and manifestation force and swung it at Wei Zhentian. The whip was so fast that it landed on Wei Zhentian's body. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart. But so what? Wei Zhentian was Yixian's first treasure. As long as the 3 Yixians did not die, Wei Zhentian would be undying. Wei Zhentian reappeared. What the hell is this? The fiend god apostle was surprised. One died and another appeared. No matter what, he had to kill. The fiend god apostle controlled the scorpion tail and swung it at Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart and reappeared. This was already its 3rd life. Piercing strike. The old tree took advantage of the time when the fiend god apostle was attacking Wei Zhentian to launch his strongest attack. Petty tricks, you're going to die too. The fiend god apostle swung his tail and smashed the old tree into pieces. But in the next moment the old tree reappeared. What? The fiend god apostle was shocked. It was fine if Wei Zhentian was still alive, but why was the old tree still alive? Piercing strike. The old tree launched another attack. At the same time Yixian made his move. Twin dragon roar. Yixian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian attacked at the same time. But the fiend god apostle's strength was beyond their expectations. With a single whip, all 3 attacks were destroyed. Wei Zhentian was smashed into pieces again. This was the 3rd time. So what if your attack is strong? Wei Zhentian is undying. Yixian's eyes flickered. He released Wei Zhentian again. This time the fiend god apostle knew where the problem was. So it's you, brat. I'll kill you first. The fiend god apostle's gaze fell on the 2 Yixian. Wei Zhentian and old tree were undying. Yixian. You found out. Yixian noticed the fiend god apostle's gaze. He could sense that this evil god apostle was much stronger than the average fulfillment realm 9th stage expert. If he had Bladestorm and Mad Python, he might have been able to take care of this evil god apostle. However, both skills were still on cooldown. It was unlikely that he could kill this evil god apostle anytime soon. Come. Yixian's eyes flickered twice as he put away the brilliant golden armor and quickly descended. 2. B. Dark Knight Canopy. Yixian used a skill of the god-slaying bloodline. In this environment, his speed and combat strength increased. Brat, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. But do you think you can escape my spiritual sense? The fiend god apostle roared. Behind him, a long tail condensed from his vital energy and 10,000 mammoth force whipped down. Sand and stones flew everywhere, but it didn't hit Yixian. Fortunately, I activated Dark Knight Canopy. Otherwise, my doppelganger would have exploded. Yixian couldn't help but gulp. Under such circumstances, he knew he couldn't use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. What if his doppelganger exploded because he wasn't fast enough? Combine! The 2 Yixian connected and combined into one. Their overall strength increased by 50%. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The combined Yixian wielded the Scarlet Flame Sword and slashed down. The Flame Dragon roared, but due to the difference in realm, the Fiend God Apostle blew it up again. Every time he attacks, he consumes vital energy. Let's see if your vital energy is limitless. Yixian didn't say anything else and directly turned around. This time his target was the battle-crazed tribe. In fact, he made a mistake just now. He didn't expect a 9th stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God Apostle to arrive. Otherwise, he would have started a slaughter feast before killing the great leader. That way, his combat strength would have at least doubled, and it would have been much easier to fight this Evil God Apostle. Unfortunately, fate always played tricks on people. But it didn't matter. On land, Yixian had a 90% increase in movement speed. Plus, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a growth divine ability. The Evil God Apostle's attack couldn't hurt him. Moreover, Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree were constantly using their lives to deplete the Evil God Apostle's vital energy. Therefore, Yixian had a 90% chance of winning this battle. Of course, it would be best if nothing unexpected happened during this period, such as another Evil God Apostle. Seeing Yixian rush into the battle-crazed tribe, the Evil God Apostle roared, "Get out of my way!" Before he finished speaking, his giant scorpion tail whipped down, blasting a dozen or so scorpions from the battle-crazed tribe to pieces. In order to kill Yixian, this Evil God Apostle didn't hesitate to use any means. Although the battle-crazed tribe members were somewhat innocent, they still hated Yixian in their hearts. If they had the strength now, they would have definitely helped and joined forces with the Evil God Apostle to kill Yixian. Yixian originally thought that the Evil God Apostle would go easy on him because of these believers. He didn't expect the Evil God Apostle to be so vicious and kill his own people. It seemed that the plan had to be changed again. There are no more 4th stage Fulfillment Realm experts in the battle-crazed tribe. If I start a slaughter feast, the effect will be too low. Yixian quickly thought in his heart. Since that was the case, he would go to the next tribe. "Kid, don't run." The Evil God Apostle behind him shouted as he attacked. "Keep chasing if you have the guts." Yixian shouted, occasionally turning back to release the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. In terms of speed, Yixian was not slower than this Evil God Apostle on land. If he could maintain this situation and drag it out until the next tribe, then this Evil God Apostle would be dead for sure. Where did this kid come from? This is not the speed that a 6th stage Fulfillment Realm expert should have. The Evil God Apostle thought. Yixian saw his thoughtful expression and couldn't help but curse. "Big Scorpion, is your Evil God a pig? If you worship him, will you slow down?" In order to maintain his hatred, he had to curse. Otherwise, what if this Evil God Apostle left midway? "How dare you curse the Evil God? Even if I have to chase you for a year, I will kill you." The Evil God Apostle was provoked and began to attack wildly. Yixian was speechless. This hatred was really easy to attract. He just needed to curse and it would be enough. Chapter 1293. Your Evil God must be a cripple. Oh, maybe he has long legs too. A 9th level Fulfillment Realm cultivator can't even catch up to a 6th level Fulfillment Realm cultivator like me. Why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want me to carve a walking stick for you? These words fell into the ears of the Evil God Apostle. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to chase after Yixian and stab Yixian 1,000 holes with his scorpion tail. Soon, the duo was far away from the Berserker tribe. Yixian remembered that there was a slightly weaker tribe next to the Berserker tribe. It was said to be founded by the younger brother of the Berserker tribe's great leader. There were more than 1,000 people in that tribe, and they also had a 7th level Fulfillment Realm expert. That was the place where the Evil God Apostle had fallen. It only took an hour to travel from the Berserker tribe to the 100 Battle tribe. Yixian did his best to weaken the Evil God Apostle during this time. However, judging from the Evil God Apostle's resentment and attack frequency, his true chi would be reduced by a third in an hour. When that happened, Yixian would have the chance to kill him. Of course, Yixian wouldn't have used up so much of his true chi if he lured the Evil God Apostle alone. Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree also played a part in this. They were using their lives to wear down the Evil God Apostle. Damn it, what are this green heavenly dragon and the Old Tree? Why can't I kill them? The evil god apostle couldn't help but wonder as he chased after Yixian. Wei Zhenqian and the old tree had died 100 times in total. However, they couldn't die no matter how many times they revived. Although the evil god apostle didn't know why, he knew that it had something to do with Yixian. All he had to do was kill Yixian. However, he couldn't catch up with Wei Zhenqian and the old tree blocking his way. This kid's true qi seems to be inexhaustible. He can use it whenever he wants. What's his secret? The evil god apostle narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to capture Yixian as a sacrifice, but after Yixian cursed the evil god, he wanted to kill Yixian to vent his anger. But now he suddenly wanted to capture Yixian. This human had many secrets that the evil god would definitely be interested in. I don't believe that your true qi won't dry up. The evil god apostle decided to continue pursuing Yixian. Time slowly passed. Rumble. Somewhere in the desert of despair, a few figures were fighting. At this time, more than half an hour had passed. During this time, Yixian, the old tree, and Wei Zhenqian were constantly attacking the evil apostle behind them. This caused the evil apostle to be unable to catch up and could only defend himself. This kid's Zhenqi and natal Zhenqi seemed to be inexhaustible. Could it be that he has a way to store Zhenqi? Along the way, the heretic god apostle racked his brains, but he couldn't come up with anything. Perhaps the evil god knew the reason, but how could he meet the evil god empty-handed? Right, there's 100 battle tribe up ahead. When the time comes, I can ask them to intercept this kid. The evil god apostle suddenly thought of this. Every evil god apostle had a territory in the desert of despair. He happened to be in charge of this area, so he was naturally familiar with the territories under his command. Coincidentally, Yixian was a human, so the evil god apostle guessed that Yixian didn't know this. But what he didn't know was that not only did Yixian know, but he also wanted to use the 100 battle tribe to kill him. Almost there. After a while, Yixian, who was acting as bait, thought to himself, it seemed that the time to kill this evil god apostle had come. This kid really did pass by the 100 battle tribe. Just in time, I'll capture you and present you to the Lord evil god. The evil god apostle thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes and saw the 100 battle tribe up ahead. Evil god apostle Xiefeng, 100 battle tribe members, come out and welcome me. The evil god apostle shouted to the sky. Using his vital energy to spread his voice was much faster than the speed. In an instant, everyone in the 100 battle tribe heard it. What, the Lord apostle is here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Haha, maybe he came to our 100 battle tribe to choose people to serve the evil god. The 100 battle tribe was instantly in an uproar. They rushed out in the direction of the voice and saw Yixian and the other two quickly approaching, as well as the evil god apostle, Xiefeng. Seeing so many people rushing out, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. This evil god apostle really helped him a lot. Old tree Wei Zhenqian Luo, are you ready? Yixian asked in his mind. Sai, we've died hundreds of times already. We're ready. Young master, kill this evil god apostle. Old tree replied. Young master, this evil god apostle has been chasing you for so long, kill him. Luo said angrily in the planting space. All right, everyone get ready. Yixian nodded. At this time, the evil god apostle behind him shouted again. 100 battle tribe, help me capture this evil god sacrifice. There will be great rewards. When these words entered the ears of the 100 battle tribe's experts, their fighting spirit boiled. The evil god apostle was asking for their help to capture an evil god sacrifice. Kill. Instantly, this group of people charged at Yixian with bloodshot eyes. Yixian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation, and found that only a dozen people in the 100 battle tribe had faith crystals in their heads. It seemed that they were the first batch of believers. When the evil god cult first started to spread, faith crystals were not easy to obtain, so they planted some in each tribe first. As the faith crystals were mass-produced, they were added one by one. This territory belonged to Xiefeng. This time he came out with tens of thousands of faith crystals, preparing to convert everyone in the territory into evil god followers. This 100 battle tribe was one of his destinations. Haha, Xiefeng, you're finished. Yixian couldn't help but laugh a few times, and activated a skill killing feast. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared between him and the 100-battle tribe army. "Let me show you my power." With the help of the purified faith crystals, Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At this time she muttered a sentence, and an eye of enchantment appeared above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were charmed, and almost all of them were 5th level fulfillment realm experts. Then, this group of 5th level fulfillment realm experts suddenly attacked the people around them. After a wave of attacks, dozens of 100-battle tribe experts fell from the sky. "You charmed so many people at once?" The evil god apostle was stunned. He had heard of the Eye of Enchantment before, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. At the same time he was shocked. Where did Yixian find this fox lowly? But this wasn't the end. Chapter 1294. Eye of Control. Eye of Control. Eye of Control. After specially devouring 2 eyes of myriad forms, Yixian's heavenly eye had advanced once, and its effect had increased once again. Now it could control a total of 30 people. Moreover, he was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so controlling others of the same level was not a problem. However, the 6th level of the fulfillment realm scorpion men were the first batch of disciples, so Yixian could only control the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Luo was included, the 2 of them could control almost all of the 5th level of the fulfillment realm experts of the 100 Wars tribe. Boom! 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 Amidst the 100 Battles tribe's crowd, a reign of terror was set off. "Quick, kill them! Don't show mercy!" The leader of the 100 Wars tribe shouted. He knew that his tribesmen were controlled by the enemy and had to be killed. At this time, Yixian had already received hundreds of system notifications. The Killing Feast's buff had increased to 50%. This meant that Yixian's combat power was now 1.5 times stronger than before. "If I kill them all, the buff will increase by at least 2 times. Yixian suddenly sped up and rushed into the crowd of 100 Wars tribe. The 2 6th-level fulfillment realm experts, Old Tree and Wei Zhenqian, followed closely behind. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon flew out and attacked the 7th-level fulfillment realm leader of 100 Wars tribe. The leader of 100 Wars tribe thought that the evil god apostles were after Wei Zhenqian and Old Tree, so he did not pay much attention to Yixian. However, he did not expect that Yixian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, was probably the strongest of the group. In an instant, he was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ash. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. The leader of 100 Wars tribe increased the buff of the Killing Feast by 20%. If one person increased the buff by 20%, then 10 of them would increase Yixian's strength by 2 times and triple his combat power. Previously, Yixian had given Wei Zhenqian and the others the order to kill all of them. After they charged into the 100 Battles tribe's army, they went all out. Including the dozens of 5th and 4th level fulfillment realm experts, the upper echelons of the 100 Wars tribe were all dead in just 2 to 3 seconds. Although so many people had died, Scorpion Wind was not sad at all. He only had one goal, and that was to capture Yixian. It just so happened that these people were holding back Yixian. "Brat, you're dead." Xiefeng gathered all his strength and rushed to Yixian. "I'm not the one who died." Yixian widened his eyes. His aura surged once again because all the people he and Luo had controlled had committed suicide. At this moment, Yixian's buff had exactly doubled, which meant that he could exhibit twice as much combat power. Boom! Yixian and Xiefeng clashed at close range. Their lifeblood true energies collided and exploded into an unprecedented shockwave. Even Luo was swept away. An hour ago, Yixian's attacks had been easily defeated by Xiefeng. But now Yixian could actually fight Xiefeng head-on. This change gave Wind Scorpion a fright. How did this brat's strength nearly double? Xiefeng found it hard to believe. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he smelled danger from Yixian. He'd originally planned to capture Yixian, but Yixian's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. That was why he'd attacked with all his strength. If he hadn't, he probably would have been sent flying. "Brat, I don't care what you've done. I'm going to capture you and offer you to the demon god." Xiefeng's eyes flashed. The scorpion tail behind him shot out and stabbed at Yixian. The tail needles of the scorpion men were either lethal or paralyzing. There were only 2 kinds. But in comparison, paralyzing poison was much more useful than lethal poison. The poison took effect faster, and as long as the opponent was paralyzed, he could decide whether to kill them or cut them up. Yi Xian had seen Xie Feng's poisonous needles before. Those were dangerous things that had turned the old tree into ashes. That was why Yi Xian had been paying special attention to them from the start. You think I can fight with just my hands? Yi Xian sneered, his eyes suddenly flashing. Disintegration Eye. BZZT. 2 disintegration rays accurately shot at the tail needles, disintegrating them instantly, along with a section of the scorpion tail. What? Xie Feng was shocked. If not for the pain in his brain, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The tail of the scorpion man was the most difficult part to recover, especially the tail needles. I'll kill you. Scorpion Feng was enraged. A powerful Wanxiang force suddenly surged out and directly smashed onto Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. But before that, his eyes flashed again. Eye of Nirvana! Whoosh! A Nirvana cut through the air. Xie Feng was shocked and dodged. Rip! With a crisp sound, Xie Feng's left arm was chopped off. He didn't expect that after suffering once, he would actually suffer a second time. But now wasn't the time to care about that. It didn't matter that he had suffered twice. What mattered was whether he would suffer again in the future. I only have 1/3 of my genuine qi left, but this kid seems to have endless genuine qi. I'm afraid Xie Feng's brain spun quickly. At this moment he suddenly had the thought of retreating. Where there's life, there's life. His life was in danger today. He might as well take revenge another day. Let's go. Xie Feng quickly turned around. He was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, and yet he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. It was humiliating. However, when he turned around he saw 2 figures. They were the old tree and Wei Zhentian. You think you can stop me? Xie Feng sneered. Then try this. Yi Xian suddenly split into 2. 2 heavenly dragons of ice and fire appeared and spat out their dragon breaths at the same time. Twin Dragon Roar. Xie Feng had easily defeated Yi Xian's previous attack, but now that Xie Feng wasn't at his peak, and Yi Xian was twice as strong as before, Yi Xian didn't think it would be easy to withstand this attack. So powerful. Xie Feng's expression darkened. He knew that he couldn't withstand this attack in his current state, but there was another kind of power inside his body. Hum. A slight sound was heard. The faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind suddenly trembled. Boom! The twin dragons roared and approached. Xie Feng didn't move and was devoured. However, Yi Xian didn't hear the system notification. This meant that Xie Feng wasn't dead. Chapter 1295. He's not blocking or dodging. He's still alive even after being hit. What trump card did Wind Scorpion use? Yi Xian furrowed his brow as he pondered quickly. He had estimated that Wind Scorpion wouldn't be able to withstand the dual dragon roar. But he did. It seemed that he had used some sort of trick. Yi Xian hurriedly used his eye of insight to take a look. He discovered that a protective membrane had actually appeared outside of the scorpion wind's body. It was precisely because of this protective membrane that Yi Xian was safe and sound. What's this? Yi Xian sized him up with narrowed eyes. As it turned out, this protective barrier was formed from the faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind. Soon the dual dragon roar stopped. Wind Scorpion didn't die from the attack. Thank goodness we both have a strand of the evil god's will, or I would have died. Wind Scorpion sighed in relief. But when he turned around, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Gotcha! Wei Zhentian and Old Tree combined into a tough armor that covered Wind Scorpion's body. What? Wind Scorpion didn't notice that his consciousness was completely blocked when he was swallowed by the dual dragon roar. Get lost. Furious, Wind Scorpion circulated his true qi and shook it. Bam! The armor formed by Wei Zhentian and Old Tree had 2 layers of protection. Wind Scorpion's lifeblood true qi and 10,000 mammoths' power couldn't shake it off even once. He couldn't even move. His true qi was completely blocked. Die! In the distance, Yi Xian had already gathered a second wave of true qi. As the 2 heavenly dragons opened their mouths, another dual dragon roar roared out. Boom! This time, Wind Scorpion couldn't block it and was instantly swallowed. Of course, Wei Zhantian and Old Tree had unlocked the armor before this, exposing Wind Scorpion's front so that he could take the full brunt of the attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Finally, the system's notification rang, proving that Wind Scorpion was really dead this time. It's not easy to kill a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm cultivator. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Sigh, this old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been accidentally killed by my own people. It's also the first time I've died hundreds of times in one day. The old tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. The old tree and Wei Zhantian, who had been refined into magic treasures, would instantly repair their bodies in the artifact space every time they died. This time, in order to let Yi Xian kill Scorpion Wind, the old tree and Wei Zhantian both volunteered to go up. However, Old Tree and Wei Zhantian had been killed by Scorpion Wind several hundred times before coming here, so this wasn't a big deal. Thank you, Old Tree. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then he used the power of all creations to retrieve Wind Scorpion's Faith Crystal and Cosmos Ring. This piece of Faith Crystal was the largest piece that Yi Xian had ever seen. It was even bigger than the Berserker tribe's leader. It was estimated that its value was not low. However, compared to the Faith Crystal in the Interspatial Ring, it was simply not worth mentioning. Holy shit! More than 20,000 Faith Crystals. Yi Xian jumped in fright. This vote was more than the Faith Crystals he had received before. With these Faith Crystals, I can at least reach the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luo said. Alright, take it and purify it slowly. Since only Luo could absorb the Faith Crystals, Yi Xian threw all of them to Luo. Next, it was time to examine the Evil God Apostle's Interspatial Ring. To Yi Xian's surprise, the Interspatial Ring contained a large amount of ores. Ding, Wei Zhantian has broken through. He is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian consumed these ores without hesitation. Then Wei Zhantian broke through first and reached the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. What's going on? Why does this Evil God Apostle have so many ores? Is he trying to forge something? Yi Xian was very surprised. Then, he found another item in the Interspatial Ring. It was a map. There was only one mark on this map. It was in the shape of a round table. However, the remark next to the mark caused Yi Xian to tremble. The Evil God's Altar? Yi Xian murmured and guessed. Are these ores to be used to forge the Evil God's Altar? When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo, who had inherited memories. The Evil God's Altar? Luo thought for a moment and then answered. The Evil God is the ancestor of the Scorpion Man race. However, the Evil God cult was destroyed last time, so the power of faith was lost. Now that the Evil God has reappeared, he can mass-produce the Evil God's faith crystals as long as this altar is built. Not only that, the believers can come to this Evil God's altar to worship and contribute their power of faith to the Evil God. They can then obtain strength feedback. She explained very clearly. Yi Xian and Old Tree understood immediately. This means that the Evil God's altar hasn't been built yet. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think. Oh, that's right. The Evil Gods can only descend after the Evil God's altar is built. At that time there may be a person who carries the Evil God's will. Luo suddenly said. Is the Evil God's will just a remnant thought? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Yes. Although I don't know what realm the Evil God is at, he can easily create countless remnant thoughts. However, there's no need to worry now because even if it's just a remnant thought, not just anyone can carry it. Unless the person's realm is high, they have to find a specific physique. Luo continued. Yi Xian could understand this. If a remnant of the Evil God's will was separated and carried by a Manifestation Realm Martial Practitioner, the Manifestation Realm Martial Practitioner's soul would be instantly obliterated. The Martial Practitioner might even explode and die. Simply put, the carrier's realm couldn't be too low. Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the Evil God cult in the Desert of Despair wants to build the Evil God's altar. If they succeed, the Evil God cult will expand in this area, and it will be very disadvantageous to the surrounding forces. Yi Xian didn't care so much for the time being. He wasn't a saint and those people's lives had nothing to do with him. However, he needed the Evil God cult's faith crystal, so he had to go and take a look. Most importantly, the direction of the Evil God's altar seemed to be the same as the Xianming duo. Moreover, the distance was about the same. Xianming duo, I finally found you. Yixian couldn't help but smile. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. He was thinking, could the Xianming duo be helping the evil god cult build the evil god's altar? No matter what, Yixian had found a clue. The evil god's altar was very important to the evil god cult, so the evil god cult should be there. Therefore, his next target was the evil god's altar. With my speed, I'll need at least 2 days to get there. This is just right. The cooldown of Bladestorm and Wild Python's sweep will be over. Chapter 1296. Yixian would only dare to go to the evil god's altar when his 2 trump cards, Bladestorm and Wild Python, were off cooldown. After all, if an evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, then the evil god cult leader in the Desert of Despair must be at the 4th level of the piercing realm, the fragmentation realm. The fulfillment realm opened 9 natal palaces and condensed one's natal true energy. The fragmentation realm shattered all 9 natal palaces and used their natal true energy to strengthen their physique. The 1st level of the fragmentation realm shattered 1 natal palace, the 2nd level shattered 2 natal palaces, and the 9th level shattered all 9 natal palaces. The gap between the realms was huge. I'm only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I'm afraid I'll be instantly killed by a fragmentation realm expert. That's why I must reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm or even the 8th level before going to the evil god's altar. Yixian thought to himself. Fortunately, it would take at least 2 days to reach the evil god's altar from here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm in 2 days. Yixian glanced at the group of scorpion men from the 100 War tribe who were shocked to the point of losing their souls, then directly flew into the distance. Under normal circumstances, Yixian didn't want to attack the old, weak women and children. Yixian had finally found a clue to the Dark Nether duo demons, so he naturally had to follow quickly. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. They could make Yixian unable to move with a single order. The evil god's altar was to be built in a dangerous place in the Desert of Despair. This dangerous place was called the Valley of Despair, and there were many dangerous heaven-piercing beasts there. However, since the evil god cult wanted to build the evil god's altar there, they naturally had to kill or drive away those heaven-piercing beasts. On the way to the Valley of Despair, Yixian intentionally searched for the Scorpion Men tribes. Some of these Scorpion Men tribes only had the upper echelons become believers, while some were full of evil god cult members. Yixian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these people from the Evil God Society because he'd heard some things about the Evil God Society from Luo Luo. The Evil God cult was very terrifying once they spread, because they captured people wantonly and then forcibly planted faith crystals. This method was a little similar to Yixian's Eye of Control. Previously, he had used the Eye of Control to make the controlled person lure others out. However, Yixian was only one person, so the effect was much worse than that of the evil god cult. Moreover, the evil god cult members would annihilate the entire tribe and the entire sect if they heard anyone say anything bad about the evil god. Very quickly, a day after Yixian rushed to the evil god's altar, he finally broke through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Luo Luo and Elder Shu had also broken through. The former had broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and the latter had broken through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm just like Wei Zhentian. Yixian was practically invincible in the fulfillment realm, but he wasn't confident in dealing with the fragmentation realm cultivator. After another day, Yixian finally arrived at the vicinity of the evil god's altar, the Wall of Despair. He didn't dare to get any closer because there were people all around him. Ooh! Yixian couldn't help but be speechless. Yixian saw a lot of evil god apostles with the Eye of Revelation. They were all at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and there were many at the 9th level. There were more than 300 of them, and at least 50 of them were at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Yixian also saw a few people that even he couldn't see through. Fragmentation realm. Fragmentation realm as expected. Yixian swallowed his saliva as he hid in a dark corner and observed. He looked around and calculated that there were about 4 fragmentation realm experts. There was also a black-robed man who looked even stronger. It seemed that this black-robed man was the Pope. However, Yixian wasn't most concerned about the evil god cult right now. The Xianming duo demons are under the evil god's altar. Yixian saw the bloody word kill. He thought that the Xianming duo demons were helping the evil god cult, but now it seemed that they were captured and sacrificed to the evil god. The Xianming duo demons were suppressed by the altar. Yixian couldn't use the Eye of Assassination to teleport them down. Even if he couldn't come out. I don't have a random mission now. Killing the Xianming duo demons is just fulfilling my promise to Mo Shui. Yixian suddenly thought of this. His plan was to destroy the evil god cult first, then kill the Xianming duo demons to settle a knot in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Destroy the evil god's altar before it's completed. Countdown to completion of the evil god's altar. 1 day and 3 hours. This random mission shocked Yixian. Destroy the evil god's altar in 1 day? That was too difficult. Yixian clenched his teeth as he pondered in his heart. With our current strength, if we were to kill our way out, we wouldn't even be able to deal with these evil god apostles. Unless those few fragmentation realm experts aren't here. If they couldn't even deal with these evil gods apostles, how could they deal with those fragmentation realm experts? Destroying the evil god's altar was a fantasy mission. However, since this random mission appeared, it meant that he had a chance of completing it. Wait! At this time, Yixian suddenly thought of something. The evil god's altar had a countdown of 1 day and 3 hours. If he went to disturb it, the construction speed would slow down, and then the construction time would increase. I see. Thinking of this, Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He had completed many random missions, but at the same time he had also failed a few. But every time he had to complete a random mission. He was determined to complete this evil god's altar mission. The sky is going to darken soon. This is beneficial to me. Yixian had the god-slaying bloodline, and the assassination status of the god-slaying bloodline was very useful. It gave Yixian a powerful concealment skill, and even increased his movement speed and combat strength under the cover of night. It was a divine skill. But at this time he suddenly thought of another problem. Why didn't the random mission mention the reward this time? Could it be that the reward for completing this random mission is not fixed, and will change according to the time I complete it? If I can destroy the evil god's altar in 1 hit, then I can get the best reward. Yixian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. Now he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sneaked over. At the same time, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This environment was very suitable for assassination. If there was a bait, then it would be even better. As for the bait, it was naturally the 2 undying treasures, Wei Zhantian and the old tree. Haha, this evil god's altar is so big. If you devour it, young master, you might be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The old tree laughed in his mind. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you to be the bait later. Chapter 1297. It doesn't matter. I've already gotten used to it. If we can take down the evil god altar, the little girl might be able to obtain a large amount of faith crystals and break through to the fragmentation realm. Old tree said. Indeed, this battle was extremely important. Therefore, Yixian had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a fragmentation realm expert appeared. The time after the random mission was decreasing bit by bit. This time would change according to the changes in reality. For example, during the construction of the evil god altar, if a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle suddenly broke through to the fragmentation realm, the construction speed would be greatly reduced. After all, after the evil god apostle broke through, the construction speed of the evil god altar would increase. As for the time required to complete the random mission, Yixian had already noted it down. At this time, several seconds had already passed. For the sake of convenience, I will first locate the 4 directions of the evil god altar and weaken their strength bit by bit. Yixian thought inwardly. He began to circle around the evil god altar and left a location in the void. The current eye of the void could locate a total of 6 locations. The evil god altar had to refresh 4 locations. The last location was 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Yixian set that location as a safety precaution. A few minutes later, Yixian successfully located the location. Then the next step was to start the operation. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you, Yixian said to old tree. No problem. Wei Zhantian, follow me. Old tree nodded and then left with Wei Zhantian. Yixian, on the other hand, fled into the darkness. Rumble. Soon, a series of rumbling sounds came from not far away. This was the sound of Old Tree and Wei Zhentian fighting. The commotion attracted the attention of the group of evil god apostles who were building the evil god altar. I reckon that some of them slipped through the net. You guys go and take a look. A 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle said to a few 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles around him. The fish that escaped the net he was referring to were the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. Before they built the evil god altar, they had killed or driven away all the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of the evil god. Yes. In an instant, 3 fiend god apostles left the fiend god altar and flew over. The Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were still moving, attracting the attention of these 3 people. However, what the 3 of them did not know was that danger was quietly approaching them. When they were some distance away from the evil god altar, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly made his move. Rip! 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 3 crisp sounds rang in the air as Yi Xian beheaded all 3 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles. Triple kill. After that, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian stopped for the time being. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and the universe ring. Then, he glanced at the mission panel. These 3 people died, but the construction of the evil god's altar was not delayed? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought about it for a moment. It seemed that these 3 people had not contributed to the construction of the evil god altar. Or rather, there was too much manpower for the construction of the evil god altar. Old Tree Wei Zhentian, you two continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. At the evil god altar. Why is it not done yet? You guys go and take a look. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle ordered a few more apostles to go over. He guessed that the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast was the cause. Very soon, 4 more 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles flew over. However, they were all killed by Yi Xian not long after. At this time a minute had passed. Yi Xian had killed 7 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles. But he was unable to delay the construction of the evil god altar. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle was surprised when he saw that the 7 of them had not returned. He decided to take action himself. That 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle is coming. Old Tree Wei Zhentian, stay away. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. He could kill an 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle without being discovered. However, it was not that easy to kill a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle. It would be bad if he was exposed. Therefore, he had to keep a distance even if it would waste some time. After Old Tree and Wei Zhentian received the order, they fought and ran at the same time. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle focused on the direction of the sound and let down his guard. Yi Xian calculated the distance and then sneaked over. Eye of Glory! Killing Intent Eruption! Twin Dragon Roar! Suddenly, the sound of wind appeared. What? The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle was shocked. He turned his head and was shocked. He could not block this power. Fortunately, he had a life-saving skill. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw the faith crystal in his target's mind tremble violently. Then, a strange energy enveloped his target. Boom! The Twin Dragon Roar devoured the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle, but could not hurt him. However, even if he could block it once, could he block it a second time? When the Twin Dragon Roar stopped, Yi Xian happened to gather a second batch of vital energy. At the same time, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were recalled by Yi Xian and appeared next to the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle. Crack! Before the evil god apostle could react, they turned into 2 layers of shackles and trapped him. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roar. This attack killed 3 people. Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree died to this attack again. They were accidentally killed by Yi Xian a second time. However, the moment they died, they were reborn in the artifact space. This time, the commotion was bigger, so Yi Xian hurriedly put away the items and slipped into the darkness. 9th-level Fulfillment Realm is the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm. There are still a lot of ores and materials in the universe ring. A few more attacks and Wei Zhentian will be able to break through to the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought as he moved. If Wei Zhentian broke through to the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm, he would have a higher chance of winning against a Fragmentation Realm expert. At the same time, after the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle died, Yixian quickly glanced at the quest panel and found that the time on it had finally been extended. There were hundreds of 8th level Fulfillment Realm Evil God Apostles, and only 59th level Fulfillment Realm Evil God Apostles. Now that one of them was dead, the construction of the Evil God altar would naturally slow down. If I kill all the Evil God cult members, then the construction time will be extended indefinitely. I wonder how much longer it will take if I kill a Fragmentation Realm expert. Yixian continued to think. The current random quest had a total of 2 times. The first was the construction time of the Evil God altar. This could change. It could be faster or longer. Chapter 1298. Yixian had caused a huge commotion just now. Someone at the Evil God altar must have noticed it, so this time Yixian wanted to change the angle. The Evil God altar was very big, and there were all kinds of patterns on it. The Evil God cult would need to kill a lot of sacrifices, hang up their blood, and then set up a formation. The blood would flow to the blood pool at the center of the Evil God altar, and inside the blood pool was a statue of the Evil God. Of course, the statue of the Evil God was still under construction. In short, Yixian had to kill these Evil God apostles to delay the construction time. Yixian went along the Evil God altar to another corner, and then used the same method as before. He first made some noise to lure the Evil God apostles over, and then killed them one by one. Earlier, Yixian had divided the Evil God altar into 4 big areas, and each big area had 3 corners. There were a total of 12 corners, and it was a bit like a clock. Just now, he was at the 6 o'clock direction, but this time he directly skipped the 5 o'clock direction and came to the 4 o'clock direction corner, just in case. Rumble. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree were fighting one-on-one, and the commotion here attracted the attention of the Evil God apostles on the Evil God altar. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a Fragmentation Realm expert, then he wouldn't be a threat. As long as he had another breakthrough, he was confident that he could deal with a Fragmentation Realm expert. Soon, the 4 o'clock direction of the Evil God altar was cleared out by Yixian. There was a 9th stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God apostles, and 6 8th stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God apostles. These people were just a hair from 9 oxen compared to the total number of people on the altar, so they wouldn't attract the attention of others for the time being. After clearing out the 4 o'clock direction, Yixian skipped the 3 o'clock and came to the 2 o'clock direction. Then, he used the same method to deal with the Evil God apostles on this side of the altar. I've dealt with 3 batches in total, and finally delayed the construction for an hour. Yixian thought to himself. He spent 15 minutes to kill 3 9th stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God apostles and 28th stage Fulfillment Realm Evil God apostles, and successfully delayed the construction of the Evil God altar to 1 day and 4 hours. Although it seemed like there was plenty of time, don't forget that the reward was calculated from the moment the random quest was accepted. The reward would become worse and worse as time passed. In order to obtain a better reward, Yixian didn't want to be negligent for even a moment. 12 o'clock direction. Yixian continued to move. This was his 4th target. In A's Evil God altars 12 o'clock, and Yixian's. Yixian thought. And. Of Yi. Of course Yi of him. If he. And Yi God. And Yi. And Yi. 8. Zai Yi. S. 2 to be. It wasn't impossible to destroy the Evil God altar in 1 day. After the 12 o'clock direction was cleared, Yixian quickly went to the 10 o'clock direction and continued. However, in another corner of the Evil God's altar, someone discovered something amiss. Strange. Where did the people go? A scorpion man wearing black clothes said with a frown. The Evil God altar was so important that even he didn't dare to neglect it. Yet, there were people who dared to slack off. They were courting death. He immediately rushed out, wanting to find those slackers and give them a good scolding. However, when he reached the outside, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found a trace of blood. This is the blood of my Scorpion Man race. Someone was killed. The Scorpion Man Elder's eyes flashed. He quickly looked to the sky and shouted, "Everyone be careful. There may be powerful heaven-reaching beasts around. They are suspected to be in the Fragmentation Realm." Logically speaking, the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair should have been killed or driven away by them. However, now that there were casualties, his first reaction was still the heaven-reaching beasts. After all, they didn't spend too much effort to search the entire Wall Valley of Despair. His voice spread throughout the entire evil god altar and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, Yixian, who was hiding in the darkness, also heard it. They found out that we're short of people? Yixian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he just finished clearing the people in the 10 o'clock direction. If he had 5 more minutes, Wei Zhenqian would be able to break through to the fulfillment realm. However, to be safe, he decided to hide for a while because the evil god altar in front of him seemed to be causing a ruckus. There are fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. How unexpected. It seems that they are starting to fight back because we invaded their territory. Don't worry. We have 4 enforcers patrolling the area and an elder in the center. These heaven-reaching beasts won't dare to come in. If they come in, they will be sacrificed to the evil god. The evil god apostles chatted as they worked. At the same time, they were more cautious than before. At this time, outside the evil god altar, a fragmentation realm expert has started patrolling. Let's stay away for now. Yixian thought in his heart as he quickly retreated into the distance. After patrolling the evil god's altar for a week, that fragmentation realm expert once again returned to work. He believed that the shout just now had scared off that heaven-reaching beast. After all, heaven-reaching beasts were also intelligent. About 5 minutes later, Yixian continued to approach. Wei Zhenqian can break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm after clearing 2 more corners. I still need to clear more than half of the area before I can break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Yixian's eyes flashed and he moved again. Boom boom boom. Wei Zhenqian and Old Tree started fighting again. The sound reached the evil god altar. The heaven-reaching beasts are here again? They really won't give up. Let's go together. With Lord Xiechong leading us, what can a fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beast do? A group of evil god apostles moved toward the direction of the sound. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was called Xiechong. His realm was infinitely close to the fragmentation realm, and his strength was ranked in the top 10 among the 9th level fulfillment realm experts. The group was planning to kill the heaven-reaching beast together, and then return to claim the credit. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't the heaven-reaching beast that was causing trouble, but a human. 7 8th level fulfillment realm experts, and 1 9th level fulfillment realm expert. Seems that I can't kill them in one hit. Yixian scanned with his eye of revelation and immediately saw through the enemy's strength. Previously, the enemy had only sent 3 or 4 people to deliver benefits. It was the first time that an entire squad had come. Well, since they've been exposed, then so be it. I have the Eye of the Void anyway. Chapter 1299. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 7 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles were gathered together. Yixian's attack was aimed at them. The 7 reacted quickly, but the Twin Dragon Roar was even faster. It engulfed the 8 of them in an instant. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 7 system notifications rang in a row, proving that the 7 were instantly killed by Yixian. What? Xiechong was shocked. He immediately raised his hand and attacked Yixian. Whoosh! His sword pierced through the air, but Yixian easily blocked it. Kid, where are you looking at? At this time, an old voice suddenly entered Xiechong's ears, causing his body to tremble. Although he was very close to the fragmentation realm, he was still in the same realm. By the time he turned around, a thick branch had already pierced through his heart. However, before he died, he circulated his true energy and let out a sharp hiss. Hiss! This hiss spread throughout the evil god altar, causing everyone to tremble. This was the language of the scorpion men. It meant that there was someone exposed. Let's go. Yixian did not say anything. He directly took Xiechong's body and the universe ring. Then he broke through the void and left. He was currently at the 6 o'clock position of the evil god altar. This time, he broke through the void and was teleported to the 12 o'clock position, which was right on the opposite side. While the evil god apostles were distracted, he would sneak up on them from behind and kill them before they could react. Wei Zhentian is about to break through. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. After he came out of the eye of the void, he directly led Wei Zhentian and the old tree toward the evil god altar. Previously, he had been cleaning up in a corner. However, after the people in the outer circle disappeared, the people in the inner circle took over. At the 12 o'clock position, there were 2 9th-level Fulfillment Realm Apostles and 8 8th-level Fulfillment Realm Apostles. If I kill you all, Wei Zhentian will be able to break through. This time Yi Xian mustered up all his energy and directly charged towards the evil god altar. The evil god's altar was made of a special material that resembled bronze. Furthermore, it emitted a faint glow. With such a large area glowing without a single shadow, this meant that the passive effect of Yi Xian's assassination mode would be nullified. But so what? Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The 2 Yi Xian were clad in golden armor. They formed 2 heavenly dragons and opened their mouths. The 2 dragon auras fused together to form an extremely powerful attack. Hoo hoo hoo. The 2 dragons roared as they charged forward. This time their target was not the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Be careful. Another 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle yelled. However, Yi Xian's sneak attack this time was too sudden. No one expected that there would be an attacker on the evil god's altar. Boom! The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was blasted into dust. Not a single one of them was left alive. But this wasn't the end of it. When the first twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian had already condensed a second wave of true energy. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The target of this dragon roar was the other evil god apostle. However, the other evil god apostle was prepared. Whoosh! The faith crystal in the evil god apostle's mind trembled. Then it released energy to protect him, allowing him to avoid the attack. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xian's 2 artifacts were already in front of him. Crack! Wei Zhentian and the old tree's tough branches formed a suit of armor and locked the evil god apostle in place. Twin dragon roar. This time the evil god apostle was no longer able to resist. He was blasted into dust along with Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Following a system notification, Yi Xian shot out and collected the 2 evil god apostles' corpses and universe rings. Then, he swiftly left the evil god altar and slipped into the darkness. Then he tore through space and arrived at another corner. Who is so arrogant? When Yi Xian left, an old scorpion man rushed over and gave chase after him with a loud roar. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. The fact that 2 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles had been killed so close to him was out of his expectations. 2 humans dare to disturb the business of the evil god cult? They are courting death. The old scorpion man gritted his teeth in anger. He swore that he would find Yi Xian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the evil god altar. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, heard another system notification. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It had only been half an hour, but Yi Xian had obtained great benefits. If he killed everyone on the evil god altar, then he could at least break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. I have too much experience. I probably need to kill 10 9th level evil god apostles before I can get enough experience. But now that I've been exposed, it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but he was bound to be exposed. After all, no one could do a flawless job, not even him. Right now, the atmosphere of the entire evil god altar was very tense. It was because 1/5 of the 9th level evil god apostles had died. More importantly, it had only been half an hour. If this continued, the evil god altar couldn't be built anymore. The 4 of you go out and search. You must find the troublemaker. The evil god cult elder at the center of the evil god altar shouted coldly. Yes, elder. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors nodded and flew out in 4 directions. They began to search for Yi Xian's whereabouts. However, Yi Xian, who was in the assassination state, was very good at hiding himself. Even if a fragmentation realm expert's spirit consciousness swept over him, they might not be able to discover him. Moreover, Yixian could still move. He could use the Eye of Revelation to observe the enemy and keep a distance. Very soon, the 4 fragmentation realm evil god cult enforcers swept through the surroundings, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Has he already escaped? The Scorpion Elder thought in puzzlement. They continued to search, but still didn't find anything. Thus they could only give up. Continue. The evil god altar began to be built again. At this time, Yixian, who was hiding in the darkness, used the Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. Not good. The 4 protectors of the evil god cult are setting up a formation. Yixian's heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. If this formation was completed, he would have to attack this formation first if he wanted to enter. This is troublesome. Yixian frowned deeply and quickly made a new plan in his mind. Chapter 1300. That's our only choice. Let's go in and harass them. Yixian thought and said in his mind, Old Tree Wei Zhenqian, I will go in and harass them. You two focus on killing the 8th stage evil god apostles. Young master, are you going to use your big moves? Old Tree asked. The ultimate move he was talking about was the Divine Wood Prison and the Wild Python Sweep. He estimated that if they were combined with the Storm of Swords, they would be able to take care of at least 10 9th level evil god apostles. This way Yixian would be able to break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Let's gather them together first and then use them together. Yixian replied. Bladestorm and Python Sweep were extremely powerful AoE skills. Naturally, they had to be used after gathering the monsters. Okay, Old Tree replied. Then Yixian instructed Luo Luo. Luo Luo, you will be responsible for destroying the evil god's altar later. Okay, but this evil god's altar doesn't seem to be that easy to destroy, Luo Luo said. Just do your best to destroy it. Buy as much time as you can. Yixian nodded. Even with a large number of faith crystals, Luo Luo still needed some time to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm. With her current realm, destroying this evil god's altar was a bit difficult. Yixian and the others prepared for a moment and then attacked the evil god's altar. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors inside the evil god's altar were setting up the formation. The black-robed man at the center was also forging the statue of the evil god. If Yixian attacked the evil god's altar, they would have no choice but to stop what they were doing to deal with him. However, Yixian was not confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm before they could react. Kill. Seeing that it was about time, Yixian abruptly stepped into the evil god's altar. The moment he stepped into the evil god's altar, he quickly set up a spatial lock on the altar. This way, he could enter through the void even after the formation was set up. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon roar. Without another word, he unleashed his strongest attack on a nearby evil god apostle. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhenqian also attacked from the left and right. Their mission was to gather everyone in this area and then use 2 big moves. Rumble. The twin dragons roared and instantly killed a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. Not only that, they also killed the 2 unlucky bastards behind him. 3 kills in 1 strike. However, this was not enough. Twin dragon roar. Yixian continued to attack, but since everyone around him had reacted, he prioritized attacking the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm first. Another 4 died. The 2 humans have come out. Kill them. The nearby evil god apostles all gathered together and gathered their firepower. Not only that, but the evil god protectors that were setting up spirit formations in all 4 directions also noticed them. How dare you kill an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society? You're courting death. The Scorpion Elder immediately attacked. It was not necessary to use 4 people to set up a formation. 3 people would do as well. The Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society Protector is coming. Hurry! Yixian urged in his mind. They're coming. Old Tree immediately responded. Earlier on, he had already tossed a Divine Wood seal to Wei Zhenqian. Artifact skill, Divine Wood Prison. The 2 Divine Wood seals suddenly rose and extended countless vines. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Cthulhuism apostles were surrounded. What? The Cthulhuism apostles were shocked. However, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into blood swords and shot out. Sword Blade Storm. A bloody storm broke out in the Divine Wood prison. However, before this, Yi Xian had already activated another skill. Slaughter Feast. Come, let me make a scene. Yi Xian's aura surged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he formed two twin dragon sword bells. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. The Divine Wood prison was also a sealed space. Therefore, this skill was the most powerful it had ever been used. Some of the 8th level Fulfillment Realm Cthulhuism apostles immediately fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Tree also activated another artifact skill. Wild Python Sweep. In an instant, tens of thousands of sharp vines extended from the Divine Wood prison. Rip, rip, rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Even if some people managed to escape with the protection of the Faith Crystal, they were still hit by the Sword Blade Storm's blood. As the Cthulhuism apostles died one by one, the Slaughter Feast's boost rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by 70%. At this point, 6 9th level Fulfillment Realm Cthulhuism apostles had already died. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack. Then, he used the power of 10,000 mammoths to draw the corpses over. His cultivation base continued to rise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the Divine Wood prison, there was a storm of blood. In less than a second, most of the Cthulhuism apostles inside were dead. At this moment, the Scorpion Elder had already rushed over. He threw a punch and blasted a huge hole in the Divine Wood prison. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was also subconsciously stunned. In just a second, so many people had died. Even he couldn't do it. Just as he broke through the Divine Wood prison, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed several times. At this time, the Slaughter Feast's boost had doubled. After all, after using the Slaughter Feast, the boost would increase with Yi Xian's cultivation. If Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost would be doubled. In the next moment, if Yi Xian broke through to the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost would still be doubled. Although both boosts were doubled, the difference was many times. This was because Yi Xian had broken through. Not only that, but the power of the Blade Storm and Serpent Sweep had also doubled. Fragmentation Realm, huh? Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he fused. When facing such a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. He couldn't split himself because it was easy to be defeated one by one. The two Yi Xian fused into one. His aura skyrocketed again. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Cthulhuism Society's business? Die! The Scorpion Elder stomped his right foot and turned into a streak of light. That stomp even cracked the Cthulhuism god's altar. He was a first-level Fragmentation Realm expert and had already shattered one of his natal palaces. After the natal palaces were shattered, his natal true chi would increase his physique. Chapter 1301. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Yi Xian flew into the air and swung his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon roared out and attacked the Scorpion Elder. How dare you attack me when you're only in the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm? How dare you? The Scorpion Elder kicked off the ground again and flew into the air. Then, he punched with his right fist and shattered the flame dragon. What a strong body! As expected of a Fragmentation Realm expert. Yi Xian's expression froze. A Fragmentation Realm expert could only use 100% of their strength on land, but they could only use 80% of their strength in the air. This 20% difference gave Yi Xian the confidence to kill his opponent. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting alone right now. Sword Storm. Wild Python Sweep. The target of these two moves was the Scorpion Elder. Wild Python Sweep was fine because Old Tree was only in the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, Megatron was in the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was much stronger than Wild Python Sweep. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The Scorpion Elder gathered his true chi and manifestation power to enlarge his scorpion tail. Then, he swung it a few times to break the sharp branches. However, the sword storm had already surrounded him. The sword storm was as powerful as a fragmentation realm expert's divine power. After the Scorpion Elder was surrounded, he created a giant scorpion shadow to defend himself, but it was broken almost instantly. Charge! The Scorpion Elder's expression darkened. He threw a punch and opened a bloody path in the sword storm. However, he was injured because of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. So what if the Scorpion Elder was in the fragmentation realm? He would still bleed under his 2 moves. Continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. Then the old tree and Megatron continued to attack. These 2 talisman skills weren't one-time use. They were time-controlled and lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to kill this expert in the void-breaking realm. Of course, that was if the Scorpion Elder didn't break out of the Divine Wood prison. You want to leave? Stay. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, because he was chasing after Nalan Bing, he had placed a death pursuit order on her. Now that Nalan Bing was under the evil god altar, as long as he destroyed the evil god altar, it would be Nalan Bing's time of death. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to continue hiding. Death warrant. Yi Xian immediately left a fatal mark on the Scorpion Elder. This made the Bladestorm and Berserk Serpent even more powerful. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had a chance to get close to the Scorpion Man Elder, and that was the Eye of Assassination. I must save this Eye of Assassination for a critical moment. I must kill him in one strike, Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Bladestorm and Berserk Python sweep, he had to exhaust them first. Bastard, take this. As the Scorpion Elder dodged, he did not forget to attack Yi Xian. This was a shattering mystique. Ghostly Frost Claw. A gigantic blue palm covered the sky as it smashed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. Ding! Ghostly Frost Claw copied successfully. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian immediately circulated the true qi in his body and struck out with all his might. Ghostly Frost Claw. The 2 enormous blue palms collided, creating 1,000 layers of shockwaves that froze the surrounding vines and branches. This attack was a shattering mystique. Although Yi Xian had the growth-type Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he was only at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, the attack could only be considered a high-grade Fulfillment Realm mystique. Its power was still weaker than the Ghostly Frost Claw. What? This kid knows it too? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. This attack was his ultimate move, and it had taken him 10 years to master it. How could Yi Xian know it too? Fortunately, he still had the upper hand in this clash. Yi Xian's Ghostly Frost Claw was defeated. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Although the Scorpion Elder did not know why Yi Xian also knew this shattering mystique, he immediately gloated when he saw that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. However, at this moment, whoosh! Yi Xian suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yes, he disappeared right in front of the Scorpion Elder. Even the Scorpion Elder did not know how Yi Xian had disappeared. What? Where did he go? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw a ghostly frost claw coming at him. Bang! The Scorpion Elder could not react in time and was hit head-on. His entire body was instantly covered in ice crystals, and he looked like an ice corpse. This is impossible. The Scorpion Elder did not die. He stared at Yi Xian in shock. He could not understand how Yi Xian could cross the distance and silently attack him from behind. However, he did not have time to think. Accept the baptism of Bladestorm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his lips curled up. This time the Scorpion Elder was still alive? Whoosh! 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 First the Bladestorm swept over. Then countless vines stabbed at him. After a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded like the Scorpion Elder's last words. Of course, the Scorpion Elder was defeated because he had used the Shattering Mystique once. The Ghostly Frost Claw was an ice attribute attack and had the effect of freezing. The Scorpion Elder was frozen from head to toe, which was why he was hit by the Bladestorm and the Python. When the Bladestorm swept over, Yi Xian quickly put away the Elder's body with the power of 10,000 mammoths. There were a lot of things inside. There were actually 100,000 faith crystals, and they were not small. They were enough for Luo Luo to cultivate to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Yixian did not have time to examine carefully. At this time, the other 3 elders broke through a large hole and rushed in. They happened to see the scorpion elder's body being put away by Yixian. How is this possible? Protector Xie Yongming is dead? He died at the hands of an 8th level fulfillment realm human? Go avenge Protector Xie Yongming. The 3 fragmentation realm protectors of the Cthulhuism cult immediately rushed over. With the death of the Scorpion Man Elder, the Feast of Slaughter once again increased by 50%. Yixian's strength was 5 times greater than before he used the Feast of Slaughter. Even so, he was not confident that he could fight 3 fragmentation realm elites at the same time. Let's go. Chapter 1302. After him. The 3 fragmentation realm experts weren't going to let Yixian go. They sprinted across the ground and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. As expected, I can't outrun him. Yixian bitterly laughed as he directly broke through the void and entered. Stop him. One of them shouted, but he was still 1 step too slow. The eye of the void had already closed. The 3 of them almost vomited blood when they saw Yixian's aura disappear. A fragmentation realm expert was killed by a 8th stage fulfillment realm expert, Yixian. The 3 of them actually watched as Yixian ran away. This was an absolute humiliation. Find him, we must find him. The 3 of them immediately spread out and ran out of the evil god's altar. They believed that Yixian was nearby. Indeed, Yixian was still nearby, but he had already arrived at the other side of the evil god's altar. Yixian wanted to increase his strength while the Feast of Slaughter was still active. The death of the Scorpion Elder increased the evil god's altar's construction time by half a day. Adding the evil god's apostles who died earlier, the evil god's altar's construction time had now reached 2 days. One had to know that the evil god's altar's construction time was only 1 day and 3 hours when he accepted the random mission. Although the evil god's altar's construction time has increased, an hour has already passed. When he thought of this, Yixian charged into the evil god's altar again and began a frenzied slaughter. With his current realm, he could instantly kill a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god's apostle, even if he didn't launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen evil god's apostles died at his hands, including 3 9th stage fulfillment realm apostles. The Feast of Slaughter's buff soared again. However, the commotion just now had attracted the attention of the black-robed man at the center. What a bunch of trash. You can't even do something right. The black-clothed man let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yixian. You finally made a move. With the eye of revelation, Yixian saw the suspected 2nd stage fragmentation realm expert charging toward him. His speed was at least 3 times faster than his own. Go! Yixian once again broke through the void and entered. Hua! The void door closed and the black-robed man missed. But in the next moment he heard movement again. Haha! Catch me if you have the guts. Yixian's arrogant voice fell into the ears of the black-clothed man, causing the latter's expression to change. Even he could not see how Yixian had left. How dare you disturb my Cthulhuism society? You deserve to die. The black-clothed man rushed out again. However, before he arrived, Yixian had already killed several people. Then he broke through the void and arrived at another corner. The black-robed man at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm was actually played like a fool by Yixian, a mere 8th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner. You 3 pieces of trash, come back. The black-clothed man shouted angrily. His voice was deafening as it spread into the distance. The 3 protectors at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm were still searching for Yixian. When they heard this, they quickly turned around and returned. At the same time, Yixian, who was at another corner of the Cthulhuism god altar, heard this and his expression darkened. If these 3 protectors at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm returned, then he would not be able to kill any more Cthulhuism god apostles. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. Frost Ghost Claw. Yixian killed a few more Cthulhuism god apostles. Then he broke through the void again. This time he was going to leave. Soon the 3 fragmentation realm experts returned, but Yixian had already left. Xie Yongming is dead? The black-clothed man asked directly. Yes, The three protectors' expressions changed as they nodded and answered in unison. Trash, truly trash. He was actually killed by an 8th level fulfillment realm human. Trash. The black-clothed elder could not help but curse angrily. However, he neglected one point. He was at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, but hadn't he also failed to capture Yi Xian? The word trash was also suitable for him. Everyone, gather at the Cthulhuism god statue. The black-clothed elder continued to shout. Soon, the 300 Cthulhuism god apostles quickly gathered. Everyone, first finish the Cthulhuism god statue. When the Cthulhuism gods will descends, those troublemakers will definitely not be able to escape death. The black-clothed elder immediately ordered. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Originally, they were working left and right, building the Cthulhuism god altar while forging the Cthulhuism god statue. Now, gathering everyone to forge the Cthulhuism god statue was much faster than the black-clothed elder doing it alone. At this time, Yi Xian, who was outside the Cthulhuism god altar, saw this scene. They're starting to forge the Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's expression was not very good. With so many people gathered together, he could not kill anymore. Moreover, now that the Feast of Slaughter's effect had worn off, he did not dare to attack even if he was given the courage. Young master, that Cthulhuism god statue is made of faith crystals. At this time Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly reminded him. Oh! Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had focused on killing people and neglected this point. He quickly swept the Cthulhuism god statue with the Eye of Revelation, and found that it was really as Luo said. It was completely made of faith crystals. Why are they using faith crystals? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Cthulhuism god's will is too strong. Humans are usually unable to bear it, but these faith crystals can. I reckon that they first forged the Cthulhuism god statue, and then used it to carry the Cthulhuism god's will. However, this is only a half-activated state. Only by offering the offerings under the Cthulhuism god altar can the Cthulhuism god statue be fully activated and carry more of the Cthulhuism god's will, Luo explained. This content was already beyond Yi Xian's understanding, but Yi Xian did not need to know so much. He only knew that if this Cthulhuism god statue was completed, then he would be in trouble. In that case, we must prioritize destroying this Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Now he finally understood why the Cthulhuism god altar was so big. It was because this Cthulhuism god statue was comparable to a skyscraper. If the Cthulhuism god altar was too small, then the sacrificial ceremony would not be able to continue. Hence, the Cthulhuism god altar had to be bigger. Young master, you can destroy this altar first. This will buy you some time. Moreover, there should be many offerings under it, so we can rescue them, Luo suggested. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he heard this. The Xianming duo demons were under the altar. Yi Xian reckoned that they were captured by the Cthulhuism Society and used as offerings. However, Yi Xian's death pursuit order had already changed its target, so he could no longer sense Nalanbing's exact location. Moreover, the death pursuit order could only be used once a day. The Xianming duo demons are nothing. The most important thing is to destroy the Cthulhuism god altar first. Yi Xian thought in his heart and attacked again. Chapter 1303. Wei Zhentian attacked together. Yi Xian jumped onto the evil god's altar and said to Wei Zhentian. As for the old tree and Luo, they were cultivating in the planting space. If they broke through again, then Yi Xian would have the ability to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. Yi Xian swung his sword at the ground, and a flame dragon flew toward the evil god's altar. The evil god's altar was built with a special method, and its defensive ability was quite good. Luo's attack just now only left a few cracks. However, Yi Xian's attack power was much stronger than Luo's. Crack. The evil god's altar shattered into pieces. Then Wei Zhentian swooped down and devoured the shattered pieces of metal. Wei Zhentian, these are all yours, Yi Xian shouted. Although Wei Zhentian had broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he had not reached the peak of the 9th level yet. Moreover, when Wei Zhentian devoured the metal ores, Yi Xian did the same. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the group at the center of the evil god's altar. He's come out again. You three go capture him. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. Yes. The three fragmentation realm elites nodded and rushed out together. With Yi Xian's current realm, he could not fight one fragmentation realm elite alone, let alone three. Eye of the Void. Seeing the three of them coming, Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and went to the other side. Continue. Rumble. Another rumble came from the other side. The three fragmentation realm elites looked at each other. Then one of them stayed behind, and the other two turned around and rushed back. Splitting up, huh? Yi Xian glanced at them, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When the two of them rushed over, he broke through the void again and went to the other side. This time the two of them split up again, and one of them rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he used the eyes of the void to head in the fourth direction. Originally, the Cthulhuism Society had 4 protectors who could guard the 4 directions. However, with the death of Xie Yongming, a gap had appeared in the Cthulhuism altar. Fortunately, there was still an elder at the heretical god altar. Brat, don't leave if you have the guts. The black-clothed elder shouted. Idiot, don't chase me if you have the guts. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his opponent. After a few slashes, he left quietly. This time, he arrived at the evil god's altar. Eye of Insight. When the void gate closed, Yi Xian hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the 3 guardians and elders did not move. They seemed to be guarding the gate. Too naive. Yi Xian smirked and said to Wei Zhentian in his mind, Little Tian, make some noise outside. Wei Zhentian immediately understood. This time Yi Xian was going to use a diversion tactic. Soon Wei Zhentian left the altar and made a loud noise outside. The Cthulhuism Society guardian on the south frowned and rushed out. However, Yi Xian approached the evil god's altar from the sky when he left. Idiot! Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Then he suddenly dove down. Ghostly frost hand. A huge palm came crashing down. Oh no! The Cthulhuism Society elder on the east looked gloomy and quickly turned around. However, he was still a little too late. Bang! The Cthulhuism Society elder's ghostly frost hand attack was slightly deflected. However, the remaining power still hit the Cthulhuism god statue. Crack! The left claw of the Cthulhuism god statue was smashed into pieces. The Cthulhuism apostle's mission became even more difficult. Damn it! The Cthulhuism Society elder shouted angrily, and threw a punch at Yi Xian. Whoosh! However, before this, Yi Xian broke through the void and left again. This huge fist shadow pounced on empty air. This time, Yi Xian's plan succeeded because he left a void tracker near the center. At this time, he passed through the void eye and arrived at the east side where the Cthulhuism Society elder was guarding. Gotcha! 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 The crisp sounds made the Cthulhuism Society elder in the center grit his teeth. Humiliation! What a humiliation! A second-stage fragmentation realm expert was actually played around by Yi Xian, an 8th-stage fulfillment realm human. Where was his face? Boy, you will definitely die a horrible death. After this black-robed elder finished speaking, he suddenly took out something from his universe ring and threw it into the sky. Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, focused his eyes and found that it was a communication puppet. Not good, I have to shoot it down. Otherwise, if another fragmentation realm guardian comes, then my random mission will be almost impossible. Yi Xian's expression darkened and he attacked like lightning. Whoosh! Boy, don't treat me as if I don't exist. Just as Yi Xian attacked, the black-robed elder's voice suddenly rang out. He punched out and directly hit Yi Xian's chest. Not good, run. Yi Xian immediately made the decision to break open the void eye and turn around to enter. However, the black-robed elder's attack was too fast and directly penetrated his chest. You're still not dead? The black-robed elder snorted coldly in his heart. This stupid human had been pestering him for so long and was finally killed by him. He regained some of his face. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian's vital point was not the heart. Whoosh! The void eye suddenly closed, and a rumbling sound came from behind the black-robed elder. What? The black-robed elder turned around and found that the body of the Cthulhuism god statue had suddenly shattered. Haha, you idiot! Yi Xian could not help but curse loudly. At the same time, the wound on his chest was quickly recovering. The black-robed elder was shocked. Yi Xian's heart had been penetrated, so why was he still not dead? Why? Just now, Yi Xian was one step slower in order to shoot down the communication puppet. The black-robed elder just happened to want to use the communication puppet to lure Yi Xian into a trap. Then Yi Xian indeed fell into the other party's trap. However, Yi Xian was playing hard to get because the black-robed elder definitely did not know his secret. When the Cthulhuism god statue formed by the faith crystal collapsed, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he suddenly discovered an entrance that led to the underground. Yi Xian had previously asked Wei Zhenqian to take a look, but there was an array under the Cthulhuism god altar, so the sacrificial offerings could not be released. Now the entrance had appeared. Let me expand this entrance. Yi Xian suddenly shot out 2 beams of light and then split into 2. Dual dragon sword bell. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. The dual dragon sword bell happened to cover the entrance. Wang. Rumble. This sound wave attack was like a shovel, shaking open the entrance. One more time. Chapter 1304. Buzz. The entrance was forcibly expanded to twice its original size. Let's go. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Then the black-robed elder arrived angrily. Guard this entrance. Kill whoever dares to come out. The black-robed elder immediately said to the 2 fragmentation realm protectors who had just arrived. Yes. The 2 immediately nodded. As for the 3rd person, he wandered around and searched for Yi Xian's location. At this time, Yi Xian once again arrived outside the evil god altar and escaped into the darkness. He glanced at the panel and found that the mission completion rate was actually 70%. This gave him a fright. I remember that my mission completion rate was only 30% before. After the evil god statue collapsed, it actually reached 80%. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He estimated that the completion rate of this evil god altar mission could reach 150%. 100 of them would be the evil god altar, and the other 50 would be the evil god statue. If I complete 150%, will the reward double? Yi Xian suddenly thought curiously. However, this was a little difficult. After all, he was only 80%. Whether he could complete 100% was still a problem. Whatever, continue dismantling. Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed into the evil god altar again. Rumble. The sounds continued, but this time, the people of the Cthulhuism society did not make a move. Ignore this human, guard the entrance. The black-robed elder said and just watched as Yi Xian dismantled the evil god altar. They had only built the evil god altar 5 days ago, but if the sacrifices below ran away, they would have to capture them for at least a month. After a while, the evil god society protectors and elders nearby would arrive. At that time, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. In the distance, these people from the Cthulhuism society actually chose to guard and not capture me. How strange. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, it was good that the Xianming duodemons were also below, so it was good that the evil god society was guarding. Before he left, he scanned the area with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that there were at least 5,000 offerings. Moreover, they were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm at the very least. Such a large batch of offerings was much more important than the evil god altar. This way Yi Xian would benefit from it. Mission completion rate 85%. Mission completion rate 90%. Mission completion rate 95%. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's ears one after another. However, apart from the Shattered Realm expert who was chasing after Yi Xian, no one else had come. Mission completion rate 100%. Finally, the completion rate of this random mission reached 100%. Ding! Random mission completion rate has reached 100%. Host can choose to hand in the mission immediately or continue to complete it. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The random mission this time was just as he had expected. Once the completion rate of the mission reached 100%, he could choose to turn in the mission. The highest completion rate should be 150%. Such a reward would definitely be higher than 100%. In any case, they can't do anything to me now. Continue. Yixian did not choose to turn in the mission. Instead, he chose to continue because the higher the completion rate, the better the reward. Mission completion rate: 105%. Mission completion rate: 110%. The system notifications continued to ring. However, when the mission completion rate reached 120%, several figures suddenly appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, someone is here. Looks like I can't continue. Yixian felt a little helpless. Although he had blocked the communication puppet of the black-robed elder, the other three had already sent it. Hence, it was inevitable that the evil god society would come to his aid. Eye of the Void. He immediately broke through the void and left the evil god altar. At the same time, he also turned in the mission. After all, time was ticking and the reward would only get worse as time passed. Whoosh! The void door closed and Yixian hid in a place 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Ding! Random mission completed. Completion rate reached 120%. Calculating reward. The system notification rang. Ding! Reward calculation complete. The host can choose 2 rewards. 1. The host and all objects in his body can be upgraded to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. 2. The duration of the Eye of Glory becomes permanent. 3. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. This time the random mission actually had 3 rewards. This shocked Yixian. Most importantly, he could choose 2 rewards this time. First, he looked at the first reward. This would allow him to instantly break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The same went for Luo Luo and the Old Tree. This way, he would have the qualifications to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. However, he could take his time to gain experience. For the sake of the long term, he would not choose this for the time being. Next, he looked at the second reward. It could make the duration of the Eye of Glory become permanent. This meant that after using it once, his true chi would permanently turn golden. In other words, he would permanently increase 1 level. He would not need to use the Eye of Glory every time, which would save a lot of eye power. As for the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration, this reward was also very good. Seeing this, Yixian made his decision. He would choose the second and third rewards. Ding! Confirm. Confirm. Ding! The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. Ding! The host has learned the Eye of Nirvana. Several system notifications sounded in succession. Yixian immediately checked and found that the Eye of Glory had changed. It could be activated or deactivated, and it did not need to use eye power to activate it. As for the Eye of Nirvana, Yixian still wanted to try it. He immediately turned to look at the stone wall opposite him. Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! The attack was still a silver slash, but it had the effect of the Eye of Disintegration. The Eye of Disintegration could disintegrate anything, even true chi. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Nirvana, it had unintentionally increased its power. Of course, the Eye of Nirvana had a second attack method, which was an invisible ray attack. Whether it was speed or power, it was stronger than before. The Eye of Nirvana, not bad. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. Now that the random mission was completed, he did not need to rush anymore. He could wait for Luo Luo and the Old Tree to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm before he went to the Cthulhuism Society. No, maybe he did not need to wait. Yixian checked the items in Protector Xie Yongming's ring and found a map. This map was bigger than the one Xiefeng had, and there were 2 Cthulhuism altars on it. 2. Chapter 1305. The Cthulhuism cult's enforcers are at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, and the elder is at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. That means the cult leader is at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, maybe even the third stage? Yixian thought to himself. With his current realm, he couldn't even deal with the first stage of the fragmentation realm. He was only able to play around with the second stage of the fragmentation realm elder because of the Eye of the Void. If he encountered the cult leader at the third stage of the fragmentation realm, he would definitely be captured and offered to the Cthulhuism cult. I can't go to the Cthulhuism cult for now. The other altar is also quite far away. I'll just stay here. Yixian suddenly dismissed the idea. The Xianming duodemons were still in this altar. Now that Nalan Bing's death warrant had disappeared, Yixian couldn't leave. Since he had promised Mo Shui, he had to kill the Xianming duo demons with his own hands. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He returned to the altar first and used the Eye of Revelation to look around. 3 fragmentation realm enforcers came just now. Including the original 3, there are 6 of them. There's also the Elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yixian calculated in his mind. With his current realm, it was already difficult for him to deal with a fragmentation realm cultivator, let alone others. Luoluo and the old tree will break through soon. At that time, other than me, the other 3 will be at the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. I can deal with them. As long as I kill a few fragmentation realm enforcers, I might be able to break through. At that time, I should be able to deal with the elder. Yixian thought and asked in his mind, Old tree Luoluo, how long more do you need to break through? I need about 3 hours. The purification crystal is too troublesome. This old man will need about 5 hours. Luoluo needed 3 hours, old tree needed 5 hours, so Yixian needed to wait for another 5 hours. However, Yixian didn't want to stay here for 5 hours. He had learned the Eye of Destruction, so he wanted to test its power. Old tree Luoluo, you two cultivate first. Wei Zhentian and I will disturb them. As Yixian spoke, he once again charged towards the evil god altar. It was still night, so it was convenient for them to move. In another 5 hours, the sun would rise in the desert of despair. At that time, the passive effect of the assassination status would disappear. However, after 6 hours, those skills that had a cooldown of 1 day could be used again. For example, the Deathly Hunt Order, Divine Wood Prison, and so on were refreshed at midnight. Although the quest to destroy the evil god's altar had been completed, Yixian's Zhanqi was almost limitless. It was too unbearable for him to stay there for 5 hours. He immediately rushed to the evil god's altar and began to wreak havoc. It's you again, human. You're courting death. A middle-aged man from the scorpion race shouted and immediately rushed towards Yixian. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Yixian struck out with his sword. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe mocked. The scorpion tail behind him suddenly enlarged. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Bang! 2 waves of Zhanqi collided, causing shockwaves to surge. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not expect his attack to be evenly matched with Yixian's. How was this possible? The effect of the Eye of Destruction is several times stronger than before. Yixian narrowed his eyes. If the Eye of Destruction had not struck the Scorpion Shadow Whip first, the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash would not have been evenly matched with the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This was because the Eye of Destruction was a fusion of the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Nirvana. The attack had the effect of the Eye of Destruction, and could disintegrate the opponent's Zhanqi. Again. The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe did not believe it and lashed out with his whip again. Afraid of you? Yixian snorted coldly and launched another series of attacks. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. This time they were evenly matched again. Originally, Yixian's attacks could not defeat his opponent. However, with the Eye of Destruction, he was able to fight evenly with his opponent. It would be great if the Eye of Destruction had the effect of destruction. Every attack would have the effect of destruction. Yixian thought expectantly. The effect of destruction was just a figment of his imagination. However, it might really happen. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Another powerful shockwave swept out. They were evenly matched again. In fact, Yixian had already copied the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This move was quite useful. However, he did not have the scorpion tail of the Scorpion tribe. Was he going to use that thing to fight? However, in terms of Zhanqi, Yixian was not inferior to the middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe. However, his opponent was in the fragmentation realm after all. His physique was much stronger than his. Hence, he would be in trouble if he was close to him. You want to catch me? Don't you know that my zodiac sign is a loach? Yixian snorted coldly and directly entered the void door. The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe missed. Damn it! The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe cursed angrily. He stomped his foot and left a deep footprint on the tattered evil god's altar. This evil god's altar had already been destroyed beyond recognition by Yixian. Hence it had to be rebuilt. He did not care about this footprint. At this time, Yixian broke through the void door and arrived on the other side. Then he wildly tore apart the altar. It seems that the importance of these sacrifices far surpasses this evil god's altar. Otherwise, they would not be guarding it so tightly. Yixian thought to himself as he scanned the area with the eye of revelation. He was planning to see if he could lure the others away so that he could enter and kill the mysterious underworld duo demons. However, this was obviously a little unrealistic unless he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, he had already completed the random mission of destroying the evil god's altar. This meant that he still had plenty of time. He would use the void eye to escape and destroy everything. Half an hour. 1 hour. 2 hours, Yixian used the void eye to play around with the evil god society's enforcers and elders. At the same time, he was also exhausting their true qi and reducing their combat strength. Very quickly at the 3rd hour, a system notification rang out. Ding Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Her current strength was probably not inferior to Yixian's. However, this was still not enough. Let's wait for another 2 hours. When the old tree breaks through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, we will go and kill the enforcers of the evil god society. Yixian said in his mind. All right. Time continued to pass. Although Luo Luo had broken through, Yixian did not release her. Soon another 2 hours passed. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Another system notification sounded. Right now, other than Yixian, the other 3 were already at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, if their master did not break through to the fragmentation realm, they would be stuck at the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1306. Yixian immediately leaped onto the evil god altar. At the center of the evil god altar, the evil god statue was already halfway done. It would be finished in a few more hours. Bastard, it's you again? The middle-aged scorpion man shouted angrily. Long-tailed monster, do you dare to fight me? Yixian shouted in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Long-tailed monster? When the middle-aged scorpion man heard this, he immediately charged toward Yixian furiously. Come with me if you want to fight. If anyone else comes with you, I'll leave. Yixian said in a threatening tone. What is this kid up to? The middle-aged scorpion man immediately reacted. Previously, Yixian did not dare to fight him because he controlled the time very well. Every time he approached, Yixian would be able to leave first. But now Yixian was actually inviting him to fight. Something was fishy. However, he was still in the fragmentation realm. Why would he be afraid of Yixian, who was in the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm? Since Yixian wanted to fight, he would naturally fulfill his wish. As long as he could get close to Yixian, he was confident that he could kill Yixian before he could leave. It was because of this confidence that he dared to follow. In the distance, another scorpion man protector noticed and was about to follow, but he was stopped by the middle-aged scorpion man. Don't follow. I'll take care of him. The middle-aged scorpion man shouted. The protector stopped and watched from afar as the middle-aged scorpion man left with Yixian. This time, Yixian was determined to kill the middle-aged scorpion man. In order to prevent others from interfering, he had to keep a distance. They traveled for a few minutes before stopping. Kid, did you set a trap here? The middle-aged scorpion man could not help but ask. Why don't you choose the location? I don't care. Yixian said. There was indeed a trap, but Yixian always carried it with him, which meant that there were only 3 of them. Hence this trap could move. So what if it's a trap? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to lure me here. The middle-aged scorpion man was full of confidence. After all, he was 2 realms higher than Yixian. If that's the case, then come at me. Yixian's eyes flashed as he made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden dragon whizzed out and attacked the middle-aged scorpion man. Ever since he completed that random quest, Yixian had unlocked Eyes of Glory. His hair and eyes had turned golden, and he was incomparably domineering. In the past, every time he activated the Eye of Glory, he would need a large amount of eye energy. But now he no longer needed it. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The middle-aged man also took out a move that he was relatively good at and ruthlessly whipped out. Bang! The two forces collided. This time Yixian actually had the upper hand. How was this possible? The middle-aged scorpion man was shocked. Previously they were clearly evenly matched. But now why did Yixian have the upper hand? Only Yixian understood this. This was because he did not use killing intent explosion in the previous Eye of Destruction. He only had the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The reason why he did not use it was because he was waiting for this moment. Whoosh whoosh. This golden dragon whizzed out and was shattered by the middle-aged scorpionman's punch. However, behind this golden flame dragon, there was another invisible attack. Killing intent explosion. Light of destruction. Yixian quickly followed up with another attack. However, this time the Eye of Destruction was an invisible attack like the Eye of Disintegration. Sizzle sizzle. Two Light of Destruction shot onto the middle-aged scorpionman's fist. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scorpionman's fist was completely disintegrated, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged scorpion man trembled when he felt the pain in his head. The battle had not even started for a second, and he had already suffered a great loss. This was an outcome that he did not expect. His entire right fist was disintegrated by the Eye of Destruction until only his wrist was left. This meant that his right hand was crippled. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The middle-aged scorpion man was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately rushed towards Yixian. Before his opponent could attack him, Yixian quickly retreated while attacking. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. This combo attack was launched again. However, this time, the middle-aged scorpion man did not intend to fight head-on. Instead, he cleverly dodged. Under such circumstances, Yixian could not split himself. This was because once he split himself, his strength would decrease by 50%. He would definitely be defeated one by one. However, even if he did not split himself, he could still deal with this middle-aged scorpion man. Old Tree Megatron Luoluo. Yixian's eyes flashed as he summoned Luoluo and the other two. These three had all reached the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luoluo was the strongest among them. Megatron and Old Tree were the second strongest. However, they had one advantage over Luoluo: they could not die. Roar! After Megatron appeared, he turned into a chain of arrow towers and began to shoot wildly. Old Tree did not dare to fight head-on with the middle-aged scorpion man. He could only attack with his sharp vines. As for Luoluo, she naturally used the human wave tactic. 100-layer Fox Demon Clone. 7-colored Demon Fire, 1000-layer Explosion. Hundreds of Luoluos began to throw demon fire at the middle-aged scorpion man. Is this your trap? You underestimate me too much. The middle-aged scorpion man did not care. He moved like a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the attacks. On land, a fragmentation realm expert could unleash 100% of their strength. That was why Yixian could not fight on land. Go to the sky. Yixian quickly rose into the sky and struck out with his palm. Ghostly Frost Hand. A giant golden palm appeared and slammed down like a meteor. The attack happened to be at the spot where the middle-aged scorpion man was hiding. He had no choice but to attack. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged scorpion man paused and used his true chi and manifestation strength to increase his strength. Suddenly, he kicked a giant foot into the sky and collided with the ghostly Frost Hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out and dust flew everywhere. This time, both sides were evenly matched. However, it would not be so simple next time. Again. Ghostly Frost Hand. Yixian attacked again, and another giant golden hand slammed down. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged scorpion man counterattacked again. However, he could only block 2 attacks. After all, he was surrounded by 4 people. Megatron and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. Get lost. An enormous amount of true chi gushed out of the middle-aged scorpion man's body and sent Megatron and Old Tree flying. At the same time, Yixian struck out a third palm in the sky. In addition, the middle-aged scorpion man used a very familiar move. Ghostly Frost Hand. Chapter 1307. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only did Yixian learn Xie Yangming's Frosty Ghost Hand, but he also learned Mountain Splitting Foot. He couldn't take these 2 attacks, or rather he couldn't take all of them. He could only take 1 attack and then dodge. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged man's right foot kicked into the sky again, colliding with the frosty ghost hand. However, he had to dodge Yixian's mountain-splitting foot. Yixian's foot landed, creating a huge canyon on the ground. Before that, the middle-aged man had already dodged. However, just as he let down his guard, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him. Whoosh! A golden flash swept past his body. With a crisp sound, one of his thighs was suddenly separated from his body. Fortunately, he was in the fragmentation realm and had a strong physique. If he was a little slower, it would be his head that was separated from his body. What the hell is that? The middle-aged man was shocked. Even with his physique, he couldn't see what the golden flash was. Its speed was already faster than his perception. He was able to dodge this attack purely out of reflex. At this time, the golden flash suddenly paused and then turned back. Swish! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. This golden flash was the demon fox flash that the transformed Luoluo used. Luoluo, why did you transform again? It's such a waste. Yixian, who was in the air, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the system notification that the killing intent value increased. Luoluo's hair turned golden. Didn't she use that tuft of golden tail hair? I didn't use golden tail hair. This is a skill that I just learned. It's called 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luoluo giggled. It's useless. Yixian raised his eyebrows. Yes, this 9 Reincarnation Flash is more useful than Demon Fox Flash. I can use the 3rd flash now. However, this move consumes too much true qi. I need to recover for a while. Luoluo replied. Yixian thought that Luoluo used golden tail hair and then used Demon Fox Flash. He didn't expect Luoluo to have learned a new skill. 9 Reincarnation Flash. It sounded very powerful. The second flash of this 9 Reincarnation Flash seems to be faster than the first flash. If I use the 9th flash, even the leader of the Cthulhuism Society might not be able to defend against it. Yixian suddenly recalled the scene just now. But all in all, this time was not bad. After all, he was able to successfully kill a protector of the Cthulhuism cult who was in the fragmentation realm. If there was one, then there would be 2. If he could successfully lure them out, then he might be able to successfully break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Immediately, Yixian went over and put away the spoils of war. There were a lot of faith crystals in this universe ring, more than 100,000 of them. After Yixian obtained them, he threw all of them to Luoluo. Because Yixian's cultivation hadn't broken through, Luoluo was stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, she could continue to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, and then purify the faith crystal. Once Yixian breaks through, she can also directly break through to the fragmentation realm. It was the same for Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Yixian's cultivation speed had always been the slowest. Let's go back and see if we can lure another one over. Yixian sent Luoluo and the others back to the planting space. Then, he headed toward the Cthulhuism altar. But on the way, he met another Cthulhuism Society enforcer. It was the one who wanted to follow him but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yixian was safe and sound, the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's eyes flashed. He shouted, "You killed him. Do you think I have the ability to kill a fragmentation realm elite?" Yixian didn't admit it. He didn't want to scare the other party away. Since he couldn't kill him, Yixian must have set a trap and trapped him. That was what the Cthulhuism Society enforcer thought. How dare you destroy the Cthulhuism altar? You deserve to die. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer snorted and attacked. Go to hell. If you can, ask your Cthulhuism to strangle me. Yixian cursed and immediately counterattacked. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Rumble. This time, Yixian was at a disadvantage. This was because he felt that this wasn't the place to fight. He should retreat first. You want to leave? Stay here. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer immediately saw through Yixian's intention. He shot forward and wanted to capture Yixian. Yixian had been causing trouble for so long. The black-clothed elder hated him to the core. Therefore, he wanted to capture Yixian and bring him back to earn some merit. However, at this moment, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look. F***ck, the entire altar was destroyed? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that the altar in the distance had been reduced to ruins. Then, the sacrificial offerings suppressed under the altar escaped one after another. As for the enforcers and the black-clothed elder, they were directly killed. What? The Cthulhuism Society enforcer in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Who was it that killed the black-clothed elder and 4 Cthulhuism Society enforcers? Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, saw the person who destroyed the Cthulhuism god altar. It was a middle-aged man in golden armor. However, even with the eye of revelation, Yi Xian couldn't see through the man's cultivation base. He estimated that the other party was at least at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. He might even be at the 5th or 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. Who? Yi Xian and the Cthulhuism Society enforcer both guessed at the same time. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly pulled the two of them and left. Yi Xian was very familiar with these two people because these two people were Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, the Xianming duo demons, whom he was chasing. So it's the enforcers. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He instantly understood. When Lu Tiangong escorted the Xianming duo demons to Flying Sand City, he handed them to Lu Tiangong's wife, the white-haired old woman who was killed by Yi Xian that day. Then, the white-haired old woman handed them to a Scorpion Man expert. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion Man expert became an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society, so he wanted to use the Xianming duo demons as sacrificial offerings to the Cthulhuism god. Because too much time had passed, the next enforcer came back to check and this happened. They're gone. Yi Xian watched helplessly as the man in golden armor took the Xianming